1,000 plus villages, the LC1 elections. Has Uganda learned anything from the past, even from the recently concluded elections? My guest tonight is the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Simon Byawakama. Thank you for joining us on NBS Face Off.
Thank you, Canary. Good evening, viewers.
Give me one word to describe the 2026 elections that we've just concluded.
You were successful.
What is your measure of success?
One, that polling took place in all the polling stations across the country. The voters were willing to come and express themselves and exercise their constitutional rights. We are given an opportunity to do so. The candidates who had offered themselves and on the ballot papers were able to be voted for, right from the office of the president, members of parliament, leaders of the various positions at local government level. And as we talk now, a new government is in office. So the elections were successful.
At what cost?
At what cost? Well, elections are quite expensive, as you know that. Democracy is not cheap, particularly in the Ugandan context, where the general elections comprises of various elective positions. You have, for example, the presidential elections, which is one position. You have elections for members of parliament, which are over 300 plus. You have local government elections. You have special interest groups elections, right from the village level up to the national level. So elections in Uganda, but in the most parts of the world, are quite expensive. That is a given.
Expensive financially, yes.
Yes.
Because we have so many elective positions, over 2 million in 2026, over 2 million elective positions.
Yes.
Financially expensive, yes. But otherwise, it's also been extremely costly on the minds of the people. Politically, it has cost them.
Well, I don't know.
And many of them have the Electoral Commission to blame.
I don't know how to quantify or qualify that kind of cost you're talking about. But what I know, that under Article 1 of the Constitution, the power belongs to the people of Uganda. And they have a right to express this power by choosing leaders of their choice in a free and fair election, which did take place. Obviously, in any election, there are those who lose, those who are happy, and those who don't get happy. You will expect that in any election. But by and large, the question is, at what stage is the country after this election? Because we have seen in some countries, after an election, the country erupts into violence, chaos, and mayhem. But in the case of Uganda, we have stability, so to speak. So that's why I say that even in the terms of cost on the, should we say, the human psyche, I think it was a successful election. Those who are not satisfied, fortunately, they have taken the right course. They have taken the right course by going to the courts of law. We wait to hear how the courts are going to handle these petitions and determine the fate of those who have taken the petitions to court.
For a very long time, I've been meaning to ask this question.
Yes.
Whether your task is just completing the electoral process or having an election that every Ugandan is proud of.
Yeah, definitely. You see, the two must go hand in hand. You must complete an election in line with Article 61, Clause 2 of the Constitution, because that article is very specific and unambiguous. It says the Electoral Commission shall hold general elections for presidential, parliamentary, local government in the first 30 days of the remaining 122 days of the expiry of the term of office. So that one is very, very critical. You must hold those elections within that timeline. And therefore, holding an election, that one is a constitutional requirement. Two, you must hold an election that is free and fair. What is a free and fair election? It is not defined anywhere in the Constitution or any act of Parliament. It's the courts which have tried to define what a free and fair election is. It is a sum total of so many components. One, the candidates must be identified. Did we have candidates in 2026? Yes. Do we always have candidates in our elections in Uganda? Yes. Secondly, the voters, the eligible voters, must be given an opportunity to register and to vote from polling stations of their choice. Did we do that? Yes, we did. Thirdly, the political parties must be given space to identify their flag bearers, which was done. Even the independent candidates, those who are not vying for any who do not belong to any political party, must be given an opportunity also to contest. Then, were the voters given opportunity to hear their candidates through the campaigns? That was done. Did the security people play their role in ensuring law and order was upheld or maintained? Yes. Did the Electoral Commission execute their mandate in line with what is required of them under the law? Yes, we did that. So the aspect of a free and fair election, therefore, is a composition of so many players. And that's why we say in this country, when elections don't go the way they are supposed to, or if there are any challenges or issues on the election, don't blame the Electoral Commission per se. Look at the various actors and players in this electoral process and identify, when we talk of violence at a campaign rally, who was responsible for that violence? Who perpetrated this violence? When you talk of bribing voters, who is responsible for bribing voters? When we talk of using inciting rhetoric or language, who uses that inciting language to the public?
Why are you excluding, as Electoral Commission, yourself from the process?
No, I'm not excluding. I'm only saying that when you're looking at the composition of what a free and fair election entails, you'll find there are so many players, there are so many actors. Granted, even for us as Electoral Commission, if in the execution of what we are required to do, there are certain shortcomings, then we identify those and attribute them to the Commission. But what I want to disabuse is this concept or notion that whatever goes wrong in an election, the Electoral Commission has failed in its duty. No, we are not responsible for bribing voters. We are not responsible for holding processions along roads when we have said no processions along roads.
But you have the mandate to stop that.
We do, using the Uganda Police Force, which is supposed to maintain law and order. We do, and we have always done that. We have always worked with the Uganda Police Force. We have always pointed out to them what their expected role in this electoral process is and how they should go about it, and therefore we should ensure that at the end of it all, this country must remain stable, must remain peaceful, because an election comes and goes, but the people of Uganda and the activities that they do, which are so important to themselves, will remain.
So the attitude of the Electoral Commission is accept or go to court. Accept what we have declared. Absolutely. Or go to court.
But in a democratic dispensation, where the country runs and is governed by the rule of law, any grievance, either me against Canary or whoever, I have to resort to the courts of law. Even an election, that's why the laws are very clear. They are quite explicit that in the event one is not satisfied with the outcome of an electoral process, go to the courts of law. And I want to commend all those who have gone to the courts of law. You have done well. That's what we should do.
But you know, as Electoral Commission, you're party to each and every petition.
Oh yeah, but you see, Canary, if you look at actually some of these grounds, you wonder how did the Electoral Commission, what wrong the Electoral Commission do in this instance? For instance, some of the grounds are bribery of voters. What role does the Electoral Commission play in bribery of voters? The other one is lack of academic qualifications. What role does the EC play in this person having qualifications which are shoddy or shambolic? Or the other one is maybe the Electoral Commission did not conduct the elections in accordance with the law. Then what aspect of the law did the Electoral Commission not comply with?
Because the thinking is when there are reported arbitrary arrests, when there are reported intimidation and all the concerns, that the Electoral Commission is expected to step up and say, enough is enough, this is what an election should look like.
Well, it depends at what...
So the silence of the Electoral Commission sometimes is questionable.
No, Canary, you see, whatever step the Electoral Commission takes, whatever action it initiates, it must be grounded in the law. What the law does not permit us or empower us to do, we cannot do it. For instance, at what stage is a complaint being raised by a candidate or any voter? So that one is very important, because the Constitution says that the Electoral Commission shall entertain any complaint about an alleged irregularity concerning any electoral process before and during polling. After the results have been declared or announced by the Electoral Commission, our hands are tied. And you'll notice there are quite a number of complaints that were raised regarding the polling processes, the results processes, which are outside the domain or the jurisdiction of the Electoral Commission. And the law is very clear. If you are challenging anything after the results have been declared, go to the courts of law.
Let's take a break. When we return, LC1 elections, but also Uganda spent billions of shillings on biometric verification machines. What happened? What happened to the investigations into the failure of these machines? Despite investing billions of shillings into the acquisition of biometric verification machines, the machines were not able to work at majority of the polling stations in the 2026 general elections. Now, this caused long hours of delays and forcing a nationwide switch to the manual voters register. My guest tonight is the Electoral Commission Chairperson, Justice Simon Byawakama, at around midday on polling day. I remember you coming to the media and announcing a switch to a manual use of voters register.
It was earlier than midday.
Earlier than midday.
It was around 9:30.
Yeah.
Well, on the 15th.
What happened?
On the 15th of January, we expected, or we had planned or programmed to use biometric verification kits at every polling station for purposes of verifying and identifying every voter before he or she is given or issued with a ballot paper. Unfortunately, there was a technical glitch at the last hour or minute. There was a technical glitch in the sense that we are not able to distribute or to send the various codes for each polling station for the use of these biometrics by the operator, and realized that by the time we would be able to firefight and meet this challenge, time would long be gone. And the voters in many areas had come as early as 7 o'clock to cast their votes. Now we had to take a very critical decision. One, should the voters of Uganda be disenfranchised and not be allowed to cast their votes on account of the non-operationalization of this kit at a polling station? Secondly, what is the critical record that confirms Canary Mugisha as a voter at a particular polling station? It is the National Voters Register. And in our arrangements and preparations, we had distributed the manual registers at every polling station with the names, the colored photos, and the particulars, the NIN number, the voter's number of every voter at that polling station. And mind you, it is the National Voters Register which fed the data on the kit, not the other way around. The kit was meant to facilitate, to ease the process of identifying and verifying a voter at a polling station. So we said, one, every polling station has a register of voters at that polling station, yes. And the law intrinsically recognizes this record as the primary record of a voter, of voters, yes. So let the people go ahead and vote. And that's why at around 9:30, we came out and issued a press statement to the nation, and we alerted all our people across the country, let voting take place and people be allowed to vote. And surprisingly, what amazes people, by the way, is that the anticipated fallout from the non-utilization of these kits did not happen. There was no violence. There was no chaos at the end of the polling stations. People went about their business and voted calmly and peacefully. But going forward.
But how did you not anticipate the failure of these machines?
But you know machines. I don't know. You drive, don't you? At times you get your vehicle from a garage and the mechanic tells you have fixed everything. You drive 200 meters, the thing collapses again. So these are machines. Yeah, but I have said,
you had time to prepare. So when you talk about, was it a training gap? Was it a logistical delay? Was it operators' failure? What exactly?
No, I think
How do you explain
it was both between the logistical gap and the technical glitch. Let's call it a technical glitch. It was a technical glitch, which our people, by the time they identified the glitch, it was too late for us to address that glitch at all the 54,000 polling stations across the country. We said no. By the time we do so, the day will be spent, people will not have voted, the Ugandans will have been disenfranchised. We cannot allow that. The candidates who had invested so much in these elections will also have been terribly, terribly disadvantaged on account of their voters not coming out to cast their votes for them. So we took a decision. We said, in law, you see, the most critical thing, by the way, we're concerned with Canary, by taking this step, are we in any way breaching the law? Are we in any way acting outside the constitutional requirement of a free and fair election? We said no. Granted, let's go ahead. And going forward, from that time going forward, we have been able to operationalize and use the biometric voter verification kits in the by-election we had so far. We use them in the Kikube by-elections, by the way. We use them in the Kalangala by-elections, by the way. And it is a very beautiful thing, very smart. I was around when they started counting, when they were issuing the ballot papers. If Canary came with either the voter location slip or national ID, I'm a voter here. They scan you. They scan if your name is confirmed to be on the register, they ask you to put your finger, your fingers on the screen. The machine accepts you, and then we introduce an application to have the ballot paper scanned first. They scan the ballot paper, give it to Canary. You go and cast your vote. Then you put it in the box. Now, when the time came for counting, all the contents of ballot box will be poured on the polythene bag as we normally do before counting takes place. Now, before they start counting each ballot paper, it had to be rescanned. Now, the ballot paper that was scanned at the time of issuance to the voter will be accepted. Success, 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 success. Any ballot paper which could have been introduced in the ballot box without being scanned at the issuance desk, rejected. I witnessed this myself. I said, Tubamaze, those have been ballot stuffing. And going forward...
How did the ballot stuffing happen under the watchful eye of the Election Commission and police constables?
But you have some of these bad chaps in our electoral processes. Elections in this country. Some people want to win elections by hook or crook. Some people think there's no tomorrow unless they win elections. So you have about, for example, in Kalangala, we had about 330 polling stations. Granted, we had constables. And mind you, our constables who manned these polling stations are not even armed. And that's because of our abundance democracy. We say no weapon should appear at a polling station. It might intimidate or scare voters, especially the vulnerable voters, the elder, and so on. But the point is that any attempt at ballot stuffing has been closed off by this biometric in the machine.
The intended purpose of the BVVK machines were for the general election.
No, Canary, for all elections now, for all elections. By the way...
Yeah, but they failed on the general election. I wonder who is responsible.
They only failed on the 15th of January for presidential and parliamentary. But in subsequent elections, LOC 5, LOC 3, councillors, we use those machines. And we are saying, watch us, going forward, for every by-election now that we shall be conducting this country, Canary, we shall be using that biometric machine. Yeah, and but incidentally, these machines are not a one-off purchase. In 2031, God willing, we are going to use the same machines. And this time, we shall have addressed all the lingering issues that affected it or might have emerged during that time. That's why you see in Kalangara, for instance, because we had addressed the issues that were prevalent on the 15th of January, they were able to work perfectly well in all the polling stations without any glitch.
Who is responsible for this missed opportunity in the general elections of 15th of January?
Yeah, of course, the Electoral Commission, we accept we plead guilty. Maybe if we should have gone to the confessional booth and say, Father, we sinned, we did not have these machines operate, therefore we ask for forgiveness.
What happened to
the country?
What happened to the forensic audit the president called for?
The forensic audit?
Yes. On the voting day, the president was also a candidate, then said there's going to be a launch of investigations on the failure of these machines.
Not privy to what the big man does. He carried out a forensic audit. If he's kind enough to share with me his findings, then I will say, according to forensic audit, this is where the issue was. But for us, we have also carried out our own internal audit, and we know where the problem was. And as I said, we have since taken steps to address that problem, and we have now deployed the kits in the subsequent by-elections we have held successfully.
So do you now guarantee that the LC1 elections, BVVK machines will be used and will be properly functioning?
Oh, Canary, the LC1 elections, let me say this emphatically, and for avoidance of doubt, we are not going to use the BVVK machines. Why? The register that is going to be used in the village elections is not the National Voters Register or the digital register, which was used in the general elections. The register that we're going to use is the village manually generated the register, which process started yesterday and will continue up to Friday.
Justice Biawakama, hold it right there. We'll pick it up from this break. We want to understand how the National Register is different from the updated register at the local village in the LC1 elections. This is NBS Face Off. LC1 elections are scheduled here in Uganda at the end of this July across more than 71,000 villages. However, the national register that was used on the 15th of January in the general elections will not be used. There is an updated one. My guest tonight is the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Simon Biawakama. Make that make sense.
Yeah.
That people who registered from the village that later culminated into a national register, this is not the same register, is not going to be used in the LC1 elections.
Well, first of all, the distinction or the difference is a creation of the law. It's the law that says that for the administrative units or village or parish level elections, the Electoral Commission shall generate or prepare or mobilize the village register for residents of that village. Which means, therefore, the register that will be in use is not the National Voters Register. And the criteria is even different. For the National Voters Register, for you to participate in the elections by secret ballot or universal adult suffrage, the law says you can vote at a polling station in the parish of your origin or where you are born or where you reside, of your residence, either of the two. But the criteria for you to get on the register of a village is you must be a resident of that village. You may be born in Fort Portal, Canary, but by all accounts, you're not a resident of your home village. You are a resident in Kampala, where your workstation is. So you qualify to vote from your place of residence where you reside currently, and that is Kampala. So that is the criteria. So we are telling the people that even if you voted for the president, members of parliament, and so on, in these recently concluded general elections, that does not qualify you to become a voter in the LOC elections. You must register in the village register. If you don't, please, you'll not be allowed, one, to participate as a voter on the 28th for LOC1 or on the 23rd of July for the women councils and committees elections in the village. Secondly, you cannot offer yourself as a candidate because you are not a member of the village council. And thirdly, you will not be liable or eligible to be chosen or nominated by the chairperson as a member of her executive committee on the village. And fourthly, when the village council is sitting to deliberate on matters of their village, you will not be eligible to participate. So go out and register. The NVR, or National Voters Register, is aside. And therefore, for that matter, since this is a manually generated register, we are not going to even use photos. No. We are not going to use biometrics. No. Just your name and your NIN number if you have a national ID, because the national ID is what confirms you're a citizen. Mind you, non-citizens are not part of this process. This is specifically for citizens of this country. And secondly, you must be 18 years and above.
Is it possible that I can be residing in more than one village?
Yeah, there are those who have more than one wife. That's true. There are those who have more than one home. You see, the law has come out specifically. You know, the term residence is not defined anywhere in the Local Government Act. Neither is it defined anywhere in the Constitution. But you know, when any word or term or phrase is not defined by the law, which specifies that phrase, we revert to the courts of law. And the courts have, I think, attempted to define that ordinary residence means a person is deemed to be ordinarily resident at such a place where in the settled routine of his or her life, in the settled routine of his or her life, the settled routine of Canary's life is to leave home, come to NBS, and work.
And who is there to monitor that?
He or she regularly, normally, or customarily leaves. You get me? So there must be some degree of continuity. And the court went on to say that I think the court went on to say, all that is required for a residence to be one's ordinary residence is the individual's purpose of living where he or she does. There must be a sufficient degree of continuity to enable it to be properly described as settled. So the question is, where do you ordinarily reside on a continuous basis, where you carry out your activities either from home to the place of work and back home? There must be some level of continuity.
This recent voter register update was conducted in just 5 days.
Yeah.
How are you ensuring the registers are accurate, complete, and free from manipulation or even exclusion of eligible residents?
You know, according to the law, Canary, that for every election where the Electoral Commission updates the voters register, the next act or process is displaying the register. Now, on the 13th and 14th of July, the Electoral Commission will be displaying all these registers at every village. The display simply means the village election official will sit at that spot and have the register in front of him or her. Canary Mugisha, or Yabakama Mugenyi will come and say, I want to check on the register for a village. Check. First of all, is my name there? Because I registered to vote from here. Oh, yes, it is. And two, but I see Hajati Narukeya here. She's not a resident of our village. I know her. She's from the neighboring village. How did she come to register here as a voter? This must be removed. There is a form which we are going to avail, of forms at every polling station, where anyone who is questioning the eligibility or the residence of a particular individual who appears on the register, we record that name, and then it will be taken up for purposes of deleting the names, just like we do in the general elections. That National Voters Register, before we issue the final polling register, we take it through that cleansing process of display. For instance, someone could have been registered the other day. You know, Canary people die every day. Someone could have been registered yesterday. By 13th or 14th, by God's hand, the person is no longer with us. You didn't attend the burial. So you point out that this person, although he or she is registered, but we buried him or her the other day, please, that name must be removed. Then thirdly, you know, we have so many non-citizens in our country. This country is very hospitable. And I thank the people of Uganda for showing Ubuntu, because we accept non-Ugandans to live in our midst. Now, some of them might get excited and get registered. Oh, I'm told some people, actually, there are some, Ugandans. Some people are trying to register, people who don't qualify. Maybe they are children, not yet 18 years. Maybe they could be non-citizens. They say, you come and register, then you vote for me. So the purpose of a display is to weed out non-eligible voters. That will going to take place.
So the memories of the past election are still fresh in people's minds. Intimidation, a lot of bribery, and all the post-election, disputes. Do you have confidence that people will actually participate in this election?
Oh, they are going to. Canary, you wait. Yesterday was day one of the registration process. I saw on some channels, TV channels, in the news, the queues. People are queuing to get registered. People are already, the vibe is already picked up. So to me, the first day is a clear indication that people have embraced these elections enthusiastically. They want to register as much as possible. So I want to believe, going by what we saw in 2018, you remember the elections of 2018 occurred after a long lull of non-elections for these positions, after about 16 years. And there were fears that the manner of elections lining up, that is archaic, that is here disenfranchises some of these vulnerable voters, like women, elderly people. A woman may not feel comfortable voting for not voting for a husband who is also contesting, because this woman knows the administrative capacities of the husband. She may say, I cannot vote for. Will she go online for another candidate? All these things were raised. But on polling day, everybody was amazed. All those pundits who had raised all these concerns and all these issues.
So knowing all these controversies and issues that have come up because of lining up, what sort of control mechanisms have you put in place for transparency?
Well, first of all, we must sensitize the people. Do the people embrace this process? And look, as I said the other day, these councils, committees are extremely vital in the day-to-day lives of our day-to-day lives. Because let me tell you, whoever you are, however big you are, however high you are, your residence, unless you stay in the skies up there. But if you stay on this earth, you stay in a village. And therefore, the law has said that each village must have an executive committee headed by the chairperson and other members. Okay? And secondly, that is this committee which will sit to deliberate on matters concerning the village. Now, therefore, let everybody come out and participate. And our take is that if you don't register, it means you are not interested in becoming a member of the village council, because the registers for willing members of the council of the village. If you don't register, then it means when other people are deliberating on matters concerning your village, your voice will not be heard. And yet Canary, who is so informed, who is so eloquent, may have some wonderful views to give to his village council, and the people act on that advice or guidance given by Canary for the good of the village. So that's why we are saying these elections are for you, the people. And second, when you look at the law, if I can go through the functions of these committees, they consider and handle matters concerning your village and you. Okay? Okay, now, sorry, just a quick one, First of all, their role or function to assist in the maintenance of law and order and security. And you know, all of us are concerned about security in our areas. I've seen people saying, look, Fagare, crime in our area is too high. Police, government, come in. The buck starts with you.
All right.
The residents.
Let's pick it up from that after this short commercial break. When we return, how independent is the Independent Electoral Commission? From the past elections, observers have raised concerns about the perceived lack of independence of the Independent Electoral Commission, allegations of bias and insufficient transparency in its operations. How independent is Uganda's electoral body? My guest tonight on NBS Face Off is the chairperson of the electoral body, Uganda's Electoral Commission, Justice Simon Byakama. Multiple observer missions, opposition political heads have questioned the independence of the EC. Do these concerns at some point get to you? Do they raise fears inside of you to say, look, maybe in the next election I need to do better as chair of this commission?
Certainly, Canary, we have had so many concerns, views, insinuations, conclusions that the Electoral Commission is not independent. But you see, if you dissect that statement, you'll find it is short. It is abundant in assertion, but it's short on specifics. What are the specific instances that inform the notion or the narrative that the Electoral Commission is not independent? And we have told them, point out those aspects. What are they? Because in our view, the starting point of our independence is the law, the Constitution, and all these other electoral laws. That's what defines our independence. Secondly, any person who participates in the electoral process must act in line with the law. We do not treat anyone favorably to the prejudice of the other. If it is a question of requiring you, the candidate or the aspirant, to present the criteria or what is the requirements for your candidature, everybody is treated equally. If it is a question of the campaign guidelines, everybody is given the same guidelines.
It is a question of silence of the Electoral Commission amid these controversies. Yeah. Opposition political players being treated unfairly by the security, and Electoral Commission becomes silent. The opposition political players have consistently asked for the transparency in terms of the DR forms being published, so they can be able to compare with what they could have gathered during the elections. That has not been done. But also to protect genuine institutional independence of the commission.
First of all,
these have been raised to you before.
Yes, true, Canary. On the issue of the complaints or concerns that were being raised by some candidates, particularly presidential candidates, in the last elections, we had what I would call joint interface with the Electoral Commission, between the Electoral Commission, the agents of presidential candidates, and members of the Uganda Police Force on regular intervals. I think we held about 3 or 4 meetings altogether. And the whole purpose was to review the progress of the campaigns, any emerging issues, and so on and so forth. And indeed, a number of issues were brought to the attention of the Uganda Police Force as far as the handling of candidates was concerned. And the Uganda Police Force would respond on these roundtables and would come to some resolutions and say, please, going forward, let us all conduct ourselves in this manner. You, the candidates, can you be compliant to the guidelines and the law? If the guidelines have said that when you're proceeding to your campaign venue, avoid holding processions along public roads, because the public roads are not the preserve of the candidates alone. They are the other members or the other people who are not part of this electoral process have a right to use these roads. But you find candidates defying that. The other issue was that you, the members of the police force, please act within the confines of the law when you are trying to address some of these challenges that do emerge. But the point is, we were responsive to the concerns that were being raised by these by the various candidates or people. Now, the other issue of which I want to respond, yes, the DR forms. I've heard this chorus of hullabaloo about the EC's failure to disclose DR forms. I don't know where this is coming from. If you look at the law with regard to the handling of DR forms, the law says that at the counting of votes or ballots at the polling station, the presiding officer shall fill the outcomes of this process at that polling station in the DR form. The agents per candidate, if the candidate had agents at that polling station, shall sign this form as a confirmation this is what has transpired and come out of this polling station. Then after that, the presiding officer shall give a copy of the DR form to the agents of the candidate. Did the Electoral Commission do that? Yes, we did that. We complied with that requirement with the law. Then the other copy or copies of the DR forms shall be transmitted to the tally center for the returning officer to open the tamper-proof envelope, pull out that form, and then read out the results to the people who have gathered tally center.
Yeah, and the concerns were that the results being read on the other side do not match those that were signed at the polling station.
Canary.
Why not address issues in real time?
If anyone had that assertion, they had the right to go to the courts of law and present their DR forms and say, court, here are the DR forms. What was read out at the district tally center or at the national tally center does not conform tally with what were given. Here they are. People had the opportunity to go to court, and we were ready to go to court and say, but these are the documents. Now, there has been this chorus, as I said, hula balo, that Biabakama, where are the DR forms? Biabakama. Now, the law says that the Electoral Commission shall, okay, the Electoral Commission shall publish, ascertain, publish, and declare the results of the polling process. Did we do that? Yes, we did. We did that for the presidential elections at Lovoa. We did that. Now, there is no law, let me say this, there is no provision in the law that says the Electoral Commission shall publish the DR forms in a form. No. You say we shall ascertain, declare, and publish the results.
As much as there's no law that mandates you to publish these DR forms, you know that now public confidence in the electoral process remains deeply fractured. For purposes of transparency, by what just happened in the elections. But for purposes of transparency, why not go ahead and publish them anyway? No, if what you have is exactly
even
the truth.
What they are, in fact, let me say this. You cannot begin to introduce something in your processes which the law does not require you to know. The law requires us to publish the results, which we did. We did that, Canary.
If you're not breaking any law by publishing the DR forms, where is the problem?
No, if the law does not require, you can only say, but Electoral Commission, can you please? But some of people think it is a command. You must publish the DR. You must give us the DR. Some of them have even insulted me and abused me.
Have you received personal threats on your life?
They come every day, but those are scarecrows. You see me showing any sign of being scared? Not at all.
Okay.
There are so many insults, so many abuses, and so on and so threats and so on, that you see, I have told them, there's one of them whom I actually even engaged. I said, but instead of insulting me, why don't you come and you air your grievance to me? You want to arrest me? I said, no, I can give you my personal word. You'll not be arrested. Because at times, you know what happens? Some of these people are misinformed. They talk out of, I'm sorry to say, lack of appreciation of the processes that are ingrained in the law. And for us, we are saying as EC, yes, people have said, but in the last elections, you published the results on your website. Why don't you do that again? We are going to do that. Mind you, the law says that
six months later.
Yes.
6 months later.
Actually, Canary, the law says that the Electoral Commission shall publish the report of the general elections within 6 months. We are still within 6 months because the last round of general elections occurred in February, around 6th February. The 6 months are set to elapse, I think, around August. We are still within time.
Okay.
So
but even then, the report will be tabled in Parliament.
Yes.
I don't know who's going to hold you accountable, but before we conclude this conversation, this election just concluded. Yes. Is this an election you want to put your name on? Is this an election where an opposition candidate campaigns in a bulletproof vest and now he's in exile 6 months later after the election?
You know, there was a candidate in 2021 who campaigned Mugume without shoes. That was his choice. It was his choice. There are those who campaigned.
It was not his choice.
It was his choice.
I was on Entebbe Road covering that particular nomination.
Yes.
When Patrick Amuriato Boy left the FDC offices to go for nomination.
Yes.
And I remember how he was, bundled into a vehicle and manhandled.
Yes.
For a candidate at presidential level.
Why was that
Isn't
done
that
to every
something we
candidate?
should regret?
Was that done to every candidate? Why was it done to him alone? Let me give you the background if you have the time. We had said because of the COVID restrictions that all candidates proceeding to the nominations venue should go with only 2 vehicles and not more, I think, than 10 people because of the SOPs. Candidate Amuriat said, forget about EC. We are going with all our supporters as much as we can, as many as we can, about 2,000. Now, the police were already alerted by his declarations. So when they realized on that day that he was intent on carrying out his threats, they said, since this man is supposed to be at the nomination venue, why don't we assist him and take him to the nomination? In the process, his shoes fell off.
That was quite an assist, would you say?
In the process, his shoes fell off. When they fell off, when he was delivered at the nomination venue and was informed, now, here are your shoes. He refused to put them on. Okay. No police officer stole that man's shoes. But then from there, that became his brandy. No shoes. You want to tell me that gentleman only had 1 pair of shoes?
I don't know.
The bulletproof.
Just 1 minute on Robert Kyagulanyi.
Yes.
Does it concern you that he's in exile?
Look, how many Ugandans are living outside Uganda? How many Ugandans are outside their country? The other day, so many were shipped in from South Africa. They are back here. So it is a question of choice. You want to tell me all those Ugandans who are living outside Uganda were herded out?
Justice Welcome. There are visible threats on his life, on him being arrested as soon as he lands here by the Chief of Defense Forces, and this is a former candidate now. I don't know whether when he becomes a former candidate is out of your hands.
Absolutely.
But he is a president of a political party. Political parties that do operate under you as Electoral Commission. Yes. You should be concerned.
But you see, the day-to-day security and safety and the handling activities of party presidents or party chairpersons or former presidential candidates is not our work. For us, we handled a presidential candidate. We even gave him a security vehicle. We even gave him the security personnel on the road and at home, 24 hours. We gave him security. So as Electoral Commission, did we act in line with the law as far as the safety and the sanctity of the candidacy of Robert Kyagulanyi is concerned? Yes, we did. Now, what transpired thereafter is not for the Electoral Commission of Anange. It is not for
including us. The dismissal of this personal security you handed over to him from the force.
That's not us.
Okay.
Those members of the Uganda Police Force. They were only given to the Electoral Commission for purposes of enabling the Commission to comply with the law, provide security to the candidates. After that, the Uganda Police Force knows what to do with their people.
Justice Simon Welcome. It's been a pleasure having you on NBS Face Off.
Thank you, Canary.
That's all we had for you this Sunday. Till next weekend, good evening. You're watching NBS Face Off, and my guest tonight is the National Coordinator of the Parish Development Model Honorable Dennis Galabuzi Sozi, with about 3.258 trillion shillings released to 10,589 circles across the country, only 9.34 billion has been recovered so far. Is the revolving fund mode of the PDM working? Honorable, many thanks for joining us on NBS Face Off.
Thank you very much, Canary.
This revolving fund of the PDM, now that we know how much has been recovered vis-a-vis how much has been invested, percentage is very, very small on recovery rate. Is it still a revolving fund?
Yes, it is. But you see, I like using adages. They say Rome was not built in a day. There was a reason as to why that adage was, is actually a very common adage. The purpose of PDM is socioeconomic transformation. It is a vehicle for socioeconomic transformation. That socioeconomic transformation does not only deal with the economic transformation as as everyone wants to see it, but also socially. Our behavioral patterns on financial discipline is a bit wanting. And so the transformation has to be wholesome. So what I can say is that we have to be patient with people. Mindset change has to be at the center of the stage in this process. And as people get to know the purpose of PDM, as it gets ingrained in their DNA, they will later get to know that it's important for them to be disciplined and really treat this as a revolving fund. So far, those recoveries, I can say, are not so bad. We are talking about probably 10%. It's about 10%. It's not so good, but yet not so bad. We should be dealing with about 25–30% by now, because the 2-year period has ended. But nonetheless, it is a journey. Mindset change is not an event. This is a mindset problem. It's not an event. It is something that we have to keep on working on, sensitizing our people, effective monitoring, and we keep on evaluating as we move.
You wish you should have started with mindset change and then the loans.
But like I say, like I've just said, mindset change is not an event. You're not going to put people in a classroom and change their mindset there and then. For me, I believe mindset change and mindsets is, if you want to work on people's mindsets, it is about both incentivizing, sensitization, but most importantly, experience. Let them face their own experience. And His Excellency has been very, very clear with this. When he was bringing up the PDM, he said, we have done everything possible with wealth creation. We have given people inputs. Within Tandikwa, we have given them inputs via OWC. Let us try out another method. Let us give them the money. Let them manage their affairs. Let them manage their economies. And we see how it pans out. And to be sincere with you, we have already started seeing some changes. Because while you see peer-to-peer learning helps a lot in these processes, because while you see your neighbor prospering because he has done something good while you misused the money, then you may not want to do it again.
Is there data that shows that indeed this program has delivered on wealth creation?
Yes. The recent UBOS statistics, they are very clear. There has been some bit of change in household incomes. Subsistence has gone down from 39 in 2021 to 33 now, 33.1. Poverty levels have gone down to, I think, now 14%. So there has been some change.
So the 9.34 billion shillings that have been recovered from about 18,000 beneficiaries, what is the current national recovery rate post, let's say, March 2026?
Actually, the highest recoveries were in this past month of June. You know, we went through a bit of a hitch during the campaign period, the political season.
you know people's mindsets. Everyone had tagged it to politics. But of course, when it ended and the president kept on drumming up sensitization, I think they noticed that this is real and that they should actually follow the guidelines. So we picked up again. Now June is really when we recovered most of the money. I think we recovered about 1.7 billion in just 15 days. So it's progress, and I'm very optimistic that by the end of the year, most especially after the reforms we have done, there's going to be a greater rate of recovery.
Maybe the problem is not with the people, the problem is with how government is run. That when the public sees the corruption going on inside government institutions, they also feel like maybe it's their time for them to eat.
But you see, the difference here is the corrupt in government are stealing from somewhere else. But now these people will be stealing from themselves. This is their money. It comes from government as a grant, and it becomes a loan, a revolving fund at the SACCO level. This is their bank, this is their money. It's actually them managing it. So it is, it will be stabbing yourself in the foot.
You have about 508 billion, that's about 16% of the funds not released, they remain undisbursed. Okay, they were released but remain undisbursed. What fixes this bottleneck? What exactly is the problem?
No, actually, we did that intentionally. We stopped the disbursements. Because right now, as you know, there is a process we're going through. Under the Cooperatives Act, leadership of a SACCO is supposed to be 4 years. And then there is either change of leadership or at least an election AGM, an elective AGM. So right now, we are going through the process of an elective AGM. And we didn't want too much chaos down there. You can imagine SACCO leaders who are getting out of the leadership being in charge of disbursing the money. There could have been a bit of challenges there.
Right.
So we stopped we halted the disbursements, but we're going to open it up very soon.
So 3.25 trillion shillings released. Remember, this is supposed to be revolving. Is government going to release more money instead, or they will, the system will depend on how much your recovery rate looks like?
No, actually, it's not even 3.5. It's not 3.2 like you're saying. It is 3.7. We have released 3.7 trillion is out there in the public, but we have released 4.2 trillion so far for the last 5 years. The president is very deliberate. In Luganda, we have a saying, that if you keep on doing something over and over again, no most especially knowing it is right, however much someone will take it as leftovers, you will definitely get satisfied in the long run. So this is their money, taxpayers' money. We send it to them, manage it. And of course, we are boosting the parish economies as well along the way. And he's thorough with this, and he believes that the more we send there, the more they will learn to use it well.
Let's take a break. When we return, let's talk about inclusivity in the parish development model. This is NBS Face Off. You're watching NBS Face Off. My guest tonight is the National Coordinator of the Parish Development Model, Honorable Dennis Galabuzi Sozi. Honorable, why do assessments show that approximately 63% of beneficiaries as relatively better off households instead of the poorest subsistence target group?
First of all, the way we designed the PDM and the way the president intended to design it, we left the burden, I'll call it a burden, but we left it up to the communities to decide who deserves the money. Now, during the selection process, they know themselves. They know who deserves the money and who doesn't, who is well off and who is not. So we gave them that opportunity to manage their fund. And you see, it all came out of experience. If you went down there to the villages, there are these small groups, women groups called VSLAs. Some of them are called Niginas, others are called Tweyambe, you know them. And if you observe their operations, they are quite democratic. They are thorough in their operations and the way people access these monies. So they know exactly who needs money. They know who the thief is in the village. They know who will distort the revolving fund operations. They know. So we use that same analogy and transferred it into the PDM operation guidelines. And we believe that they do it themselves, and we want to support them doing it themselves. And we have given them proper written guidelines on how they should do it. Everything is democratic. It's through community meetings, and the selection is done by them. So with time, I think they will get to know that this is a program for them, and that they need to do it thoroughly. They need to follow the guidelines thoroughly. And by the end of it all, I believe it will all be properly managed.
How is inclusivity on ground? Because I know the inclusivity quotas, for example, what are your achievement rates looking like? 30% women, 30% youth, 10% PWDs, and 10% elderly.
Now, that's a very interesting one. There is another adage that say you want to build a family, make sure that the woman is okay in the home. Women are very serious. They are our caretakers. They are the homemakers. Actually, the biggest percentage of beneficiaries has been women. We had allocated 30% to women. But as we speak right now, it's about 54% women and 46% men. The youth, well, the youth, sometimes it's also mindset. We had allocated 30%. They are dwelling in about 24-25% in applications. Now, when it also now comes to proper usage of the money, women, now, for example, repayments, women are doing about 74%. 74% of the repayments are women. The youth, not so good. I think we need to concentrate on the youth and see exactly
what exactly is the problem. Why is it that the women are paying a little more better than
like
the
I
youth?
said, they're the ones who take care of our homes. I think they're more serious in changing their livelihoods. They are more serious in seeing that their families and their homesteads are doing better.
I thought the youth would be, because they are the ones most slightly exposed, slightly educated, and a little more with energy to work.
Canary, when you were a youth, how would you expend your money vis-a-vis now, when you have responsibilities? I think the youth who have responsibilities are doing better. But I think it's also something to do with age. The youth tend to be more extravagant and very, they take high risks. So sometimes the money doesn't work so well. Others are still in this post-adolescent mindset. So the discipline is not as good as you would take an adult. But more so, the women, because they're the ones who take care of the homes, they are very deliberate about changing their livelihoods.
Away from the inclusive quotas, why is the money going to the a bit well-to-do families and groups?
Like I said,
why not the poorest?
Like I said earlier, the selection process is by the communities. Of course, there is a bit of, should I say, selective corruption. It's not everywhere. There are some communities, for example, you don't go to Karamoja and you do such a thing. The Karamojong will eat you up. West Nile is also doing very well in that regard. But we are seeing those tendencies more here in Central and a bit of Western. I think it's also a cultural thing that once there is a village chief, he is the one who decides for everyone else.
So let me ask, is it a good or a bad thing? It's a
cultural, traditional thing, but we are going to phase it out.
Is it a good or a bad thing? Might be good in a certain way that, if they already know that so-and-so is very poor, as one of the poorest in the village, does not have capacity to return this money. Maybe it's a good thing that they give money to the ones who they think have the ability to return the money.
There are pros and cons to it. That's one of the pros. But there are also cons to it, because there are those who actually deserve the money and they can actually use it well, but he's a social outfit and they feel this one doesn't deserve it. But that is something now we are trying to address. Most especially with more monitoring, we shall keep on sensitizing them. Because you are right to say there are certain places I've gone to where everyone knows that this is the village drunk and he's also asking for the million. It becomes very difficult for the community to select him, to select his application or to pass his application, most especially those loans committees which are done by the SACCOs. So there is still a bit of a challenge there. But you see, society evolves. With time, they will go through it and it will evolve and we shall get better results.
How is PDM doing in terms of height-rich areas like Karamoja?
Well, in the beginning, it wasn't doing so well because of, first of all, accessibility to the fund. At first, we were using banks. Now, if you go to Karamoja, I think about 5 or 6 districts in Karamoja don't have banks. Any bank.
At all?
At all. So it was a bit of a challenge. You can imagine a person gets money from Karenga and has to go all the way to Kotido or Moroto to access the money. So we have really tried to mitigate that by digitizing everything we do. And I'll talk about digitization later. But right now, we have a virtual banking system, a digital banking system with the Wendy app. So you can get your money anywhere.
Whenever I'm in Karamoja, I don't even have access to network. The reception there is quite poor. I wonder how people there, with the app you're talking about, I wonder how people there are able to receive their money.
Well, I think you're talking about data. But there is network, I think, everywhere in this country. At least you can receive, you can access that money using a USSD code, an SMS. You can even use an analog phone, not these digital smartphones. So, yes, there is a bit of problems with, most especially the mountainous areas, where network is not very good.
Actually, I might think even it's just the mountainous areas, but even here in Western Uganda, in Isinjiro, you struggle to get network. The areas where there's just no reception at all. So I wonder how then you are able to.
We're still working with the service providers, the telecos, and together with UCC, we are making sure that really is solved. As you know, Pillar 6 is ICT, Information, Communication and Technology pillar. And that pillar is handling that. And together with the Pillar 2, which is the infrastructure pillar. So they're dealing with the telecos together with UCC to make sure that it's not only about PDM, but just communication alone. We need coverage everywhere. And I think those are some of the contracts that these telecos have done.
Right. Let's take a break. When we return, we'll talk about the pillar. Has the parish development model moved subsistence households towards the 20 million shillings annual income target, and what independent evidence does support this? My guest tonight is the National Coordinator of the PDM, Honorable Galabuzi Sozi. Honorable, what concrete outputs exist in Pillars 1, that is production, and 2, infrastructure, beyond just the financial disbursements?
This has been a very common misconception of the whole strategy. What is the intention and how did it start? PDM is supposed to deal with commercial agriculture. You remember the 4 priority sectors that the president talked about: commercial agriculture, industrialization, services, and ICT. So PDM strategy is really and majorly towards agricultural commercialization. And when you talk about agricultural commercialization, you're dealing with the whole value chain. So what are the 2 main pillars? The first one is, of course, agriculture, which is Pillar 1, the agricultural value chain development. Now, what is the problem there? The problem has been, as you know, for production, you need the 4 factors of production. When we were still studying, there were 3: land, labor, and capital. There's a 4th one nowadays called entrepreneurship. And I think recently I had the knowledge and so many things that have come up, and skilling and even market is also one of the factors of production. So, but the biggest of them all, the biggest hindrance has been capital. Capital, you know, capital is in two forms: asset capital and monetary capital. The monetary capital in form of credit. Most banks and most credit institutions in this country they are hesitant to lend to agricultural enterprises. So those are the two main pillars. If you're going to run commercial agriculture, then you need to handle the credit bit of it. That is the beginning of the value chain. Now, along the way in the value chain, you will need storage. That is infrastructure. You will need electricity for processing. You will need roads for evacuation. Now, that's pillar 2. Now, that's an enabling pillar after production has been done. And then when you go to pillar 3, of course, is the finance that we have talked about. When you talk about pillar 4, you need human capital development. You need a literate, at least some bit of literacy. You need a healthy society. Now, those are things that are continuous. Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, they have their own policies, ongoing policies, the education policy and the health service policy. Then when you go to pillar 5, it's about community mobilization. That is something that is ongoing. Every day we mobilize these communities. And we mobilize them to teach them, to give them business development services, financial literacy. That is also part of mindset change, because you're setting them up to do better. Then pillar 6 is ICT. Everything we are doing right now is based and premised on, it's all digitized, it's premised on ICT. Everything is digitized. Right from pillar 1 up to pillar 7 is digitized. Now, pillar 7 is governance and structures. We are within structures and governance. The local governments, which are doing all the monitoring and help on implementation, is pillar 7. So when I hear people say we're only emphasizing pillar 3, then they just don't understand the concept of PDM.
Because many would want to understand when and where are these other pillars, being strengthened.
Canary, I've just been explaining it to you. We are using, first, for example, pillar 6. Let me start with pillar 7, which is governance and structures. Right now, even what we are doing right now, the elections that are going on right now, in all the 10,594 parishes, they are electing their leaders. That is part of the structures. We have structures from the parish, even the LC ones that are, the elections that are going to go on, LC ones also have a role they play.
Okay, so what you're saying is that your office as a national coordinator is working together with other offices to make sure that these pillars are strengthened in their respective capacities.
Exactly, that is the
so not everything is from your office?
No, the purpose of my office is to coordinate all the pillars to make sure that they complement each other, and we move as a government, as one government.
What happened when one of the pillars is, in one or another undermined?
Well, I don't see any of them being undermined. So far, we have been moving well. Like I've told you, local government, the pillar of governance and structures is moving very well. Even right now, there are elections that are going to go on.
That's what I'm saying. These elections have been, we've been waiting for them for years. Every year they are postponed. There's money, we need 60 billion cannot be found.
But the structures are still there. So because there were no elections, were there no LC ones? They're there. The structures will always be there. And we always help them to do the work better. Pillar 6, which is ICT, we are disbursing all this money on digital platforms. And this is something that they keep on doing and keep on...
let me ask, how does the PDM isolate its contribution to any of the reported national poverty levels? Because earlier in the first segment, I asked you about whether it's performing, and you said yes, poverty rates have gone down. You cannot now say, oh, it's because of PDM that poverty rates have gone down. So
let me give you an example. Right now, our strategy as government is the 10-fold growth strategy. And for the growth, for you to measure growth, is you measure in GDP. One of at least the 2 measurements of GDP have been either by exchange rate or by PPP, purchasing power parity. Now, if I'm to just use the purchasing power parity, what does it mean? It is the standards of living, okay, isn't it? It is standards of living. It's a measure of the standards of living of a particular society, okay? How are they able to purchase goods and services? What is their purchase power? Now, you tell me today, if we are sending money, 1 trillion per year, 1 trillion per year, isn't it towards that particular goal? We are making sure that we are democratically doing it with equity, at least emphasizing it, so that every family, every homestead has the capacity to purchase a good old service. So the moment they have incomes, and that's what we are trying to work on, the moment they have incomes, then they will be able to purchase. And that also works very well with foreign direct investment. When an investor comes, the first market he's going to look at is the local market. Is there purchase power within the local markets?
Right.
So it definitely has done a lot. And I don't want you to look at PDM as just an isolated case of funds going to the family and some families misusing it. No. As one family is misusing it, someone is harvesting.
So either way, it's working. Let's take a break. When we return, talk about, are there key performance indicators that can track down the performance of PDM? And what about the concerns from the Auditor General on PDM? You're watching NBS Face Off. My guest tonight is Honorable Dennis Galabuzi Sozi, who is the National Coordinator of the Parish Development Model. Honorable, do the 2026 reforms announced by yourself sufficiently address the concerns of the Auditor General?
Well, I have not internalized the Auditor General's report very well, but I was talking more about diversion and quite a number of small issues that are actually solvable. The thing is, what we are trying to do right now is identify these gaps and close them up. And it's very good that the Auditor General's report always comes up with the auditors go down there and see these gaps. Where we can't see, they can see because they're professional. And we pick them up and try to close the gaps. So it's not alien to have gaps here and there and have some negativity within the Auditor General's report. But that negative, I don't want to call it negative reporting, but those negative aspects of the model also help us understand how better we can.
So either way, it's good feedback.
Yeah, it is good feedback because we need it.
In your office, do you have measurable KPI indicators that you're able to track the performance of the parish development model, but even track the impacts?
Yeah,
of parish development model nationwide.
Yeah, of course they're there. Number one, you see, we phased this the rollout. First of all, we had to put up structures. Now, we set targets, of course. When you talk about performance indicators, you have to have targets. So we set targets that within the first 2 years, we should have made all the structures. They should be complete. And we achieved that. So on that one, we got a tick. In the second phase, between 2024 and 2026, was supposed to be stabilization. We had to stabilize. Now, there are certain particular things we had to take care of. For example, we had to take care of the business development services. We had to take care of the financial literacy bit of it. We had to take care of digitizing, full digitization of the whole system, of the whole concept. So we achieved that as well. Now, the phase we are getting into is to now actually measure the economic impact within the communities. And for us, we want to call it communities because the communities are made up of households. Now, what we are doing right now is collecting information. We have something called the SPEAR. The SPEAR is the State of the Parish Economy and Asset Register. That helps us. Now, when we do the SPEAR, what the SPEAR means is that you are seeing the quality of life. And this is being done by UBOS together with the Minister of Finance and, of course, the Secretariat. We measure the quality of life with, of course, a benchmark because we already have that information earlier.
Right.
We measure the economic activities within that parish, and we refer it to previous years. We measure the number of assets within the parish. And when I say assets, that's the asset register. How many transformers are there? How many boreholes are there? How many health facilities are functional?
Does this also determine also how much money is dispersed in that particular?
Not necessarily, because some of those things, for example, like boreholes, when we get this information, it's going to help us plan better. Okay? Remember, the whole concept was premised on a bottom-up approach. We have to first get that information down so that we have evidence-based planning, and then later on evidence-based budgeting. So if we know that this village has only one borehole, yet it's supposed to have 6 for better livelihood standards, then we shall be informing, because the secretariat is made up of the different pillars and different representatives of those pillars at commissioner level. Then they can pick up that information, go to their ministries, and make sure that that is done. And that's how we have organized the parish development model. It's quite more complex than many people want to see it.
I've heard on several occasions the president complaining about PDM money being eaten. Who is diverting this money? At what level is it diverted? And are you able to track in the system?
Yeah,
at a certain point, and how long does it take you?
And you see, when he was changing modus operandi, many people had said, complaining that begabiraboka, as in the people he gives the things to give out, are distributing to themselves, friends and family. So he said, no, let's change modus operandi. Same objective, but different way of doing things. Let's send the money directly to the SACCO accounts. And these SACCO accounts are run by democratically elected members of the community, one of their own. So when it gets there, the biggest level of mismanagement is at that level. Actually, probably I would say the only level of mismanagement, because when it comes to the from the treasury, it goes there as a whole, nothing is touched. So we jumped all these levels of bureaucracy that used to be bottlenecks in service delivery. So it goes directly. So now the problem is, and I will tell you this, the problem is when they get to selection, favoritism comes in. That's when the corruption tendencies come in. Extortion comes in. If you want money, because there are very many people, if you want money, give me something, kidogo. And that is done by the SACCO members themselves. So we are sensitizing them, and one of the measures we have put is actually to change the leadership. So that people, and we have sensitized them and told them, you've been complaining about extortions, you've been complaining about favoritism by the SACCO leaders, but you're the ones who elect them yourselves. So this time, make sure you make very good choices. And we have also put there some...
You feel like you need to have a hand in the selection?
Yeah,
at the end of the day,
the whole parish,
goes back to you.
The whole parish has to have a hand. For me, what I do is regulate and give the sensitization. That is all.
Honorable Galabuzi, many thanks for speaking to us on NBS Face Off.
Thank you very much.
That's all we had for you this Sunday. Till next weekend, good evening. You're watching NBS Face Off. My guest tonight is one of the most vocal voices in Uganda's politics, Frank Gashumba, who is also a founding member of the Patriotic League Uganda. What does he think about the events happening in the country today? Frank, thanks for allowing to speak to us on NBS Face Off.
Thank you, Canary, for inviting me.
The Constitution says the power belongs to the people. When you see the events today happening in the country with military, UPDF carrying out arrests instead of police, what do you think? Do you think that power still belongs to the people, or it has shifted to the gun and those who control it?
I think power still belongs to people, the people of Uganda. And what I see in the country, I think we need a round table we need to sit on the round table and see what went wrong, how we can really rectify it. Because I think everyone now is living in fear. We don't know what will happen tomorrow.
When you look at military raids on opposition figures, why do you think the state is so much interested in silencing every dissenting voices?
Sometimes there are things I see, and at the end of the day, I end up wondering, why are they doing this? Because I think it was early this year, President Museveni won by 71%. That was a big number. President Museveni is still in charge of each and everything in this country called Uganda. Why would the military raid civilians? I don't support that idea. I believe there is a better way of solving problems in this country called Uganda than using the military.
You have defended the state before, and at different forums you still do defend it.
I've defended it and I've disagreed with it. That's me. If there's something good the state does, I will support it 100%. If there is something they're doing that I think is very wrong, I will come out and oppose it. Because we all have a stake in this country called Uganda. Canary, when a country boils, no one is safe. No one is safe. That's why we have an obligation and duty. When we see something good, let's come up and say yes to this government. But when we see something wrong taking place, we must stand up and be counted. Because when it boils, none of us is safe.
You were part of the founding members of the Patriotic League Uganda, PLU,
yes,
which has positioned itself as pro-people, but also patriotic.
Yes.
When you see what's happening in the country today, do you still think that there's a need to defend it, or do you think there's a need to correct whatever has gone wrong?
There are things we need to correct and there are things we must amplify. If we see something wrong, we must come up and correct it. When we see something good done by the state, we must always come up and say, this is amazing. Surprisingly, you guys in the media houses, you can rarely say that. When something good is done by this government of NRM, you can hardly see a media house coming out to sing praises. You always look for those negativities. Me as Gashumba, I have an obligation when I see something good. For example, this Hoima Stadium, where we all praised it because I think that's something very good. If there's a massive project being executed by the government of Uganda, we support it. For example, the SGR project. Kenya is done, Tanzania is done, it's only Uganda that is still remaining. If it kicks off, I will be the first person to say, thank you, God. That's me.
Do you think that the line between protecting the nation and controlling its citizens has blurred beyond recognition? No. I believe there's still a huge opportunity to fix each and everything. Everyone has always been afraid of a post-Museveni era. What will happen when President Museveni is no longer the president of this country? What do you envision?
Trust me, if you have children, we must work 24 hours we must work 24 hours to make sure that after President Museveni's legacy, we have a smooth transition of power. Because for the last 40 years, Ugandans have enjoyed peace beyond repair. They have enjoyed peace, meaning the worst thing that can come to this country called Uganda is turning Uganda into Somalia or Libya. That's something we pray day in and day out that will never happen to Uganda. Because you all know what happened in Libya. I think it's like 30 years ago now. See what's happening in Libya. So Canary, you have children. I have children. Everyone has a stake in this country, Uganda. If there are mistakes taking place in this country called Uganda, whether you belong to the opposition or whether you belong to PLU or NRM or other civic organizations, we need to sit in a conference room where we can reconcile and move on like true Ugandans.
Because everyone is asking, many Ugandans asking privately, if this continues, what kind of country we are going to hand over to our children? One where civilians fear dawn raids by their own army. What does that do to the social contract the government made with its people?
First of all, unless you are not monitoring what happens in Uganda, if you're really monitoring what is really happening in this country, you get worried. You get worried. And if when we get worried, we must find a way of making sure that our worries are stopped. We must make sure that what we potentially see doesn't happen.
You continue to fight many battles, the latest one having been, of course, the battle to make sure that the Banyarwanda in Uganda are respected and they enjoy their rights.
Yes.
What has that taught you as a lesson?
One thing I've learned that there are many injustices taking place in Uganda. Unless someone stands up to fight for their rights, you'll never know. Between 2017 and 2025, Banyarwanda, who are Ugandans, who are 100% Ugandans, there's no place they call a home apart from Uganda, were suffering injustices silently. They were being denied national IDs and passports. It took a person like Gashumba, Dr. Lawrence Muganga, Ngarambe, Kabagambi, and the rest to stand up and say, you know what, we must stand up and be counted. What I can assure you, Canary, the President of Uganda, after the President of Uganda listening to different voices, different organizations, he learned that there were injustices taking place in Uganda, and he issued an executive order guiding officials of Ministry of Internal Affairs and NILA on who qualifies to be a Ugandan. Previously, officials of NILA and immigration had successfully taken over the role of the Constitution of Uganda. The Constitution of Uganda recognizes over 65 indigenous communities, inclusive or including Banyarwanda, but they were being denied national IDs and passports because of their appearance and the name. So the president guided that the power to determine who is a Ugandan does not lie in NILA or Ministry of Internal Affairs, in the local authorities. Franka Gashumba, you want a national ID, go back to Villa Maria where you hail from. Let the chairman LOC1 confirm that you are Ugandan. Chairman LOC3, DISO and RDC. The moment they confirm that you are Ugandan, you'll be issued a national ID and a passport. And I can authoritatively confirm that nobody is being denied a national ID or a passport now. Everything was solved by President Museveni, and we're extremely grateful.
And what has that taught you? Do you think that the state sometimes looks at injustices and keeps quiet?
No. There are things that will take place without the state even knowing. First of all, the first time we met the president of Uganda, he thought someone was using us. He actually confessed to us later that he thought someone was using us. And he found out that the injustices we are talking about are real, they're on ground. You get it? The message in it, when you see an injustice committed anywhere, please, if you have the ability to speak out. If the Gashumbas of those days did not stand up, I don't know. Look at a young boy who has just graduated from Canary. 4 years on the road, he has no job. He's willing to go to Dubai, Qatar, or Oman to be an askari, and he's denied a passport. When you deny someone a passport, you've successfully crucified the entire family that feeds on him or her.
You said that is the same injustice that was mounted on Dr. Lawrence Muganga after being appointed minister.
Yes.
And Parliament rejected him.
Yes.
How is that?
First of all, Muganga was, in his wisdom as the president of Uganda, appointed Dr. Lawrence Muganga as a state minister for internal affairs. Muganga was carrying dual citizenship of Canada and Uganda. He appeared before the appointments committee, the Parliament of Uganda, and the deputy speaker of parliament crucified him, saying that he holds a Rwandan citizenship, which was false. Up to today, 4 ministers have not been sworn in. I think the president is underground finding out exactly what transpired in that appointments committee. One thing that I should tell you, Canary, even if it's 500 years from today, something is really confusing. There's an indigenous community in Uganda called Banyarwanda. The Constitution of Uganda recognizes them. Actually, the first census of 1921, Banyarwanda were counted as an indigenous community in Uganda. Census of the 1949 census, 1959 census, Banyarwanda ranked second in the entire country in numbers. And in Uganda, we are second in Uganda. But there is a big section of Ugandans who still believe the moment you say you are Munyarwanda, you don't belong to a country called Uganda. You belong to a country called Rwanda. And sometimes I tend to agree with them. A citizen of Rwanda is a Munyarwanda. Frank Gashumba seated in front of you is also Munyarwanda. It's very confusing. How do we separate Rwandans and Banyarwanda? That's why we had come up with an idea of calling ourselves Abavandimwe. Banyarwanda born in Uganda should be called Abavandimwe. That was our idea. It was fought by some conservative senior citizens, but surprisingly, 68% of Banyarwanda below the age of 50 still support that idea. We were looking at a long time. How do we cure this? If my son Rwabugiri goes to school with another boy called Mulindwa and another boy called Isabiri. Isabiri is a Musoga, Mulindwa is a Muganda, Rwabugiri is a Muvandimwe. When they grow up, they'll be, other friends will be knowing, I have a friend called Rwabugiri, he is a Muvandimwe. So we thought at a long-term solution to this nomenclature. We hired a private firm and they told us it was a brilliant idea having Banyarwanda in the Constitution of Uganda, but they used the wrong name. It's very confusing. That's why Muganga, you remember, on this, as he was stepping out of parliament, that's the same question that was asked to him. He said, I'm not Rwandese, but I'm a Munyarwanda. Oh my God. You cannot convince Ugandans. You are not a Rwandan and you are Munyarwanda. It's very confusing.
Let's pick it up from there after this break. You're watching NBS Face Off. My guest tonight is Frank Gashumba, one of the most vocal voices in Uganda's politics. Do you believe Dr. Lawrence Muganga was rejected by the Parliamentary Appointments Committee because he's a Munyarwanda?
Actually, let me tell you, the Appointments Committee was ready to vote him in. He was let down by Honorable Tayewa. This is how it started. The moment he enters the Appointments Committee, he introduced himself. They asked him a number of questions and he passed them. I understand one MP called Shaka of Entebbe moved a motion of voting. As they were going to vote, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, I call him Mr. Tayewa, I no longer call him Right Honorable because he no longer stands that test to me. He pulled out a file asking him, are you a Rwandan? He said, no, I've never been a Rwandan. Sorry, I've ever been a Rwandan, but I denounced the citizenship of Rwanda. And he told him, and Mr. Tayewa continued asking him questions. Have you ever lived in Rwanda? Yes. Have you ever traveled to Canada using a Rwandan passport? Yes. Then Muganga tried to explain to Tayewa. He was not given an opportunity. Tayewa could continuously tell him, you are going to be given an opportunity to answer back. He was not given that opportunity. He was told to step aside. The voting took place. So all members did not vote in for Muganga, thinking that Muganga lied to them. You know what I mean? Because he told them, I was holding two citizenships, one of Canada and one of Uganda. Before I entered this Appointments Committee, he had denounced the citizenship of Canada. So meaning he entered that Appointments Committee having one citizenship of Uganda. But successfully, Mr. Tayewa convinced MPs that Muganga is a Rwandan citizen. Muganga is not a Rwandan citizen. Shortly after his graduation from Makerere, there were no jobs in Uganda. He went to Rwanda for Cheyo. Those days, anyone that would go to Rwanda, it was easy for anyone to secure a Rwandan national ID or a passport. He secures a passport and national ID. After, he was awarded a scholarship to go to Canada to do his PhD. Reaching Canada in 2012, he started the process of acquiring citizenship of Canada. After acquiring the citizenship of Canada, he renounced the citizenship of Rwanda. So from 2014 to 2020 to 2023, he was using a Canadian passport till when he was issued a passport of Uganda. So in the mind of all MPs, they rejected Muganga thinking he was a Rwandan citizen. Muganga is not a Rwandan citizen. Muganga, he's a Ugandan. He was born in Uganda in Mukono year, schooled in Uganda. His life started in Uganda and it will end in Uganda.
Let's speak a little bit about the Patriotic League of Uganda, PLU. You were one of the founding members.
Yes.
And now you've been replaced.
Yes.
This week there was been a handover.
Yes.
Did that feel like, that replacement, did it feel like a knife in your back from people you called brothers?
Yeah, first of all, we never started PLU. We started from units. Many Ugandans don't know that. There were over 7 units. I belonged to Team Simba. There was Team Chairman. There was Revolutionary Guards. There was Avengers. Then I remember one day around 22, Balaam attended the last funeral rites of my father in Masaka. He found there many people putting on MK t-shirts and said, Frank, we cannot operate these micro organizations. Let's form one unit. Then we formed MK Army. After forming MK Army, there was MK Army, there was Team Chairman, there was Avengers, Revolutionary Guards, and other groups. In his wisdom, General MK said, we cannot operate these many organizations. Let's form one unit. Then he formed MK Movement. After operating for like a year, he said, you know what? When you say MK, everyone thinks that this organization belongs to me. Can't we have an organization that covers all Ugandans? That's when the idea of PLU came in. You get it? Many Ugandans, of course, know PLU. They don't know where we started from. I can tell you, if there is anyone who worked 24 hours in the formation of this MK brand, and there's only one person that can beat me. That was Baram Barugahara. The second one was me. So in 2023, in his wisdom, General MK appointed me to be his national vice chairperson in charge of Central Region. In his wisdom, he never consulted me when he was appointing me. So when he appointed a person to replace me, it's normal business. It's normal business. But what I can know, or what I can tell Ugandans, that, you know, we're even given numbers. I'm number 10 in PLU. As we speak now, I don't hold any portfolio in PLU, but I'm still a member.
You've publicly said you feel restricted
Yes.
to speak out, even inside PLU.
It's like a government. When you become a minister, you are restricted. When you become a judge, you cannot hang out with everyone. You know, when you work for an institution like NBS here, there are terms and conditions. There are things you can't do. For example, when PLU, I remember we've had SEC meetings. If SEC adopts a resolution, whether you like it or not, you must go by that resolution. That's what I meant.
General MK Canary has said that he's going to summon you over your old statements. I think referring to a video where you said that should the discrimination against Banyarwanda continue, might breed an M23 problem in Uganda.
First of all, that's an old video. In 2023, I was invited to a conference. It was organized by the Equal Opportunities Commission. It's about the rights of the ethnic groups in Uganda. Then, those injustices of denying Ugandans national IDs and passports were still on. I made those statements in 2023, that the injustices I see in Uganda, if they don't stop, trust me, you're going to see M23 in Uganda. But I've just told you that the national IDs and passports, the experiences our people were going through is done now. It was solved by President Museveni. I wrote to General MK, clarifying to him that, sir, that video circulating on the social media is a video of 2023. And he told me, we are going to have a meeting one-on-one. We haven't had one. You get it? If he gives me an opportunity, I will explain him further. Actually, there are even more videos coming out now. Statements I made in 2020. If there is a scenario that you can bundle with what's happening, they bring a video of 2020 or 2021. So that video is an old video. You get it? Because they were saying, Gashumba's assured Ugandans that if Muganga is not sworn in, you are going to see M23. They doctored that video. You get it? And you know, with the AI now, you can do anything with a video. It's an old video, it's not a current video.
Let's take it back to the context of 2023 when there was still discrimination against the Banyarwanda. What were you trying to mean here? Is it that the M23 you are using as a threat?
Yeah, let me tell you. If all doors are closed, what do you expect Ugandans to do? Look at a young boy, born and raised in Nakasongola or in Masaka. You have rendered him stateless. What do you expect him to do? To fight for his rights? That's what President Museveni and group did in 1980. Canary, if someone denies you a national ID, he has economically crippled you. Without a national ID, you can't buy a car and transfer it into your name. Without a national ID, you can't buy land and transfer it into your name. Without a national ID, you can't be even admitted in Makerere University. So those matters were very, very serious. Luckily enough, Yoweri Museveni, who is always ahead of everyone, realized. That's when he came in with the executive order, guiding officials of Ministry of Internal Affairs on what to do. Let me tell you what they would do. When a Muganda goes to apply for a national ID, for example, they will tell you, Tambula ngo Muganda. Basically, tell us your clan, where you hail from. After telling them your history, they would ask you which schools you went through. Let's say Mengo Primary School, O-Level, Makerere High, A-Level, SMAC. They will tell you, go to Chamboga and pick your passport. When Gashumba goes to apply for a passport, the questionnaire changes. Gashumba must prove with documents that his grandparents were in Uganda before 1926. Nobody in Uganda has such a documents. That's why we said, no. We must expose these injustices. Actually, before meeting the president of Uganda, we had thought of going to the Constitutional Court so that the Constitutional Court pronounces itself. We were stopped that you don't need to go to the Constitutional Court. This is purely administrative, and it was fixed. Again, I will tell you this. If all doors are closed, what do you expect Ugandans to do? They must stand up and fight for their rights. Nobody in Uganda has the right to determine who is a Ugandan and who is not a Ugandan. Because we all of us are below the Constitution of Uganda. I'm happy to tell you that as we speak now, we are enjoying each and every privilege of a Ugandan. You need a passport, proof, go to Masaka where you hail from, take those documents to NIDA. The moment you produce them, they verify them, they're authentic, you are issued a passport.
Let's take a break. When we return, is it such a big deal to serve under PLU? You're watching NBS Face Off. My guest tonight is Frank Gashumba. Frank, is it such a big deal to serve under PLU?
Let me tell you, every generation has an obligation to shape the next generations. Every generation has an obligation to shape the type of a future they want their children to live in. We started MK movement. What we are praying for is the smooth transition of power. General MK or General Muhoozi Kainerugaba has all the qualifications. He's a citizen of Uganda. Many Ugandans were abandoning him to his father. By the way, that was the biggest task that we faced. It was very, very important that we separate General Yoweri Museveni and General MK. Asking me, is it a big deal? Yes, it is a big deal. Because history will either write us off or it will write us right.
Many look at PLU or General Muhoozi Kainerugaba as relief, in the post-Museveni era. At the same time, it's also seen as a threat. Is it very difficult to differentiate between the two?
It depends to whom you are asking. There are some of us who still believe in him 100%, and there is a section of Ugandans who don't believe in him. It's up to him to prove to Ugandans that I'm the suitable candidate you've been looking for.
I mean, if you speak out like you did, even if the video was doctored and returned from the past in 2023 about M23, the cost of speaking out and your replacement, does that mean that some tolerance has limits?
But let me tell you, whether I'm in PLU, I can survive, Canary. You won't believe it, for the last 30 years that I've survived in Kampala, the only time that I've been closer to this government is when I joined General MK. You get it. But what is important, are you doing the right thing at the right time? The M23 video that has trended for a week or two, I believe you know the history of Banyamulenge in Congo, how M23 started. Banyamulenge are Congolese. They are Congolese like any other ethnic group. But the state in Congo had successfully rendered them stateless. They had to pick up arms to fight for their rights. They never woke up. Fighting is not a cup of tea. Fighting is not walking into Cafe Javas and have a glass of juice. You get it? They had no option. That's why I use that example. That if this matter is not solved, I can see an M23 in Uganda. And it was solved. For example, if you are driving to Masaka and you see a bridge, there is no sign that there's a bridge. You may go on your X, because I know you are very good at writing on X, that if this bridge is not fixed, or if there are no signs that there's a bridge under construction, trust me, you are going to see accidents. That's the example I was giving. Let me tell you, do you think Museveni solved that crisis because of my statements? No. He said, this is pure administrative. Banyarwanda are listed among the indigenous communities in Uganda. But I believe General MK, someone sent him that video saying Gashumba is threatening to bring M23 in Uganda. Wapi? Of course, there are many people who have fought me from day one. And I believe it's them who are doctoring those videos to suit the current narrative.
Do you regret the years you invested in PLU?
No, I don't. I learned a lot. I've learned a lot. A lot. First of all, PLU really exposed me to the real Ugandan. These are 4 things I've discovered in PLU, what Ugandans are looking for: social services, roads, clean water, good schools, hospitals, stable electricity. In every place that we've been to, the memorandum, that's what they will tell you. This is what we did. Go to Kapchora, same thing. Go to Sembabule, same thing. Go to Kabale. Go to Lakai. Go to Mubende. Social services. Actually, Ugandans, ordinary Ugandans, don't even care who is the president of Uganda, as long as they have stable electricity, running water, good schools, good hospitals. That's what I learned from PRU.
Looking at the former Secretary General of the PLU, David Kabande.
Yes.
Are you also relieved that he's no longer the Secretary General?
100%.
Why?
He had no single iota of a qualification to lead PRU. That one I can say it at 4 a.m., at 2 a.m., and at midnight. That one I don't regret it.
But he led you for 3 years.
Me leading who? I was led by JNMK, not Kabanda. I was led by JNMK. I salute JNMK, not Kabanda.
What about Kabanda and his qualifications?
No. He's not. I think he's not a leader. I tried my level best, not once, not thrice, talking to him. I even told him one day, if there's something I did to you, just forgive me so that we can move PRU. But the man was beyond anyone. It was not about me. Was he in good books with the Toyota? Was he in good books with the Baram? Cedric Babu, you know, the late Cedric Babu. He was heading the entire Kampala. He would not step in Agulu. The man had successfully closed his office. You get it? I was not in PRU because of Kabanda. I was in PRU because of JNMK. You get it? And I'm the happiest. Actually, I'm celebrating. PRU is back. You are going to see the real PRU now. We are going to support Fadil 24 hours. Ever since he was appointed, he has called me 17 times. Are you aware it's me and Baram who recruited him? It's me and Baram who recruited Fadil. And the first event we held was in Kapchorwa, in his own area. That's the first place General MK visited. You get it? And I have to thank General MK for appointing Fadil. A leader, you must be a listening person. How can Gashumba go to Naguru and have to fill a form? It's impossible. None of us would even step in Naguru there.
You're saying that he had made it his personal office?
Yes. Toyota would hold the PRU meetings at Skies. Gashumba I would hold my PRU meetings at Speak Hotel, below Sheraton. Sometimes in my offices. But I'm the same thing. And we had an office. You get it? MK appointing Chirowa to replace me, I can't even complain. I'm so relieved and happy. This son called PLU, the doctor that carried out, I always give this example. When you take your wife to deliver a kid, sometimes they are doctors to oversee the nurses. The doctor who oversaw this baby being delivered is General MK. The nurses who were there to see this baby, it was Frank Gashumba and Baram Barugahar. Kabanda was not there. You get it?
How then does he catch the eye of General MK?
Trust me, there are things he can do that I can't do. I cannot blackmail everyone. I can't. That's not me. That's not how I was raised. That guy carries what they call inferiority complex. He fears everyone. Everyone. That's why we say, you know what? We can continue supporting General MK without stepping at Naguru. That's why I was there today.
What does it say? What does his absence at the handover say?
First of all, it speaks volumes. It speaks volumes. First of all, he's a coward. It speaks volumes. And he's in the country. He told the people lies that I won't be in the country. He's in the country. He would have been there and hand over the office. You get it? I was there because I did not join the PLU for appointments or for positions. I told you I started supporting General MK in 2022. I had no portfolio. In his wisdom, he appointed me as his national vice chairperson in charge of the central region. He's the same person who has decided to say, you know what? You still hold your number 10, let Chirowa take over. That's why I was there to witness that are we stepping in Naguru again? And trust me, you are going to see a very vibrant PLU. We are going to support our new Secretary General beyond repair.
Many want to see PLU solve challenges in this country.
Yes.
But the leader of PLU is the one arresting opposition figures, is the one taking pictures of them during detention. Is the same person, issuing out threats and comments on opposition leaders.
I'm having a meeting with him. Trust me, I'm going to speak to him. And he knows me. I speak my mind. Because I told him from day one, I won't tell you lies. I will tell you what I know and what I think is the right thing to do. If he decides to take my ideas or my suggestions.
Are you disappointed or relieved?
What?
Are you disappointed or relieved?
Disappointed on what?
In your replacement.
No. First of all, the way how I was created, the first 5 minutes really surprised me. After 5 minutes, first of all, you cannot delete Frank Gashumba. I'm a leader without a title, by the way, Canary. You get it? And General MK knows my impact on PLU. He knows. I think he was misled that Gashumba is threatening to bring M23 in Uganda, and he acted on falsehoods. But I sleep well.
A whole military chief acting on falsehoods.
It happens. Hey, you are not aware that even a head of state can be misled. They had even successfully misled President Museveni about Rwanda. These officials of NIR and immigration had successfully convinced him that every person we deny a national ID or passport is a Rwandan. For 7 years, they had successfully caged him. If we hadn't fought so that he can hear our voice too. Because I remember there's a meeting where he brought in over 110 Ugandans whom they had denied the national IDs and passports. And he had personally done a due diligence on them. Can you imagine? 110. He had done a due diligence on each and every person. And all of them were Ugandans. And Deborah Amanya and the group had denied them passports. A CDF also can be misled. He's a human being. If they can mislead the president, how about a CDF? He can be misled.
Looks like it's you, the vocal ones, that are being purged. So is it his level of tolerance, or is it managed silence?
Let me tell you, if a club doesn't celebrate your talent, there are many other clubs you can join. You get it? If speaking out is a crime, my brother, I think I will end up in prison. There is no way I can stand injustice and keep quiet. How can Gashumba? My father was born in Uganda. My mother was born in Uganda. I was born in Uganda. and you deny me a national ID, and you think I'm going to keep quiet? That cannot be. That cannot be. If a price for living for many years is silence, I'd rather die next year and go. If there's a landmark that I've left in this country called Uganda.
If you've chosen to speak out, why are you speaking out selectively? When it comes to the issue of Banyarwanda, you're very vocal. When it comes to the arrest and detention of Dr. Chiza Besigye, in the manner he was arrested, or even Elias Lukwago, you're silent.
Oh my God. If there's anyone that have spoken about Dr. Chiza Besigye among the first 5 Ugandans, please include me there. I was on radio on Monday. I was praying that Lukwago should be given bail. Unfortunately, he was denied the bail. What do you expect me to do? To put up billboards on Kampala Road?
We know who ordered the arrest and who detained him.
And I'm having a meeting with him. I'm going to tell him.
Let's pick it up from there after this break. You're watching NBS Face Off. My guest tonight is Frank Gashume, founding member of the Patriotic League of Uganda. So many dissenting voices have been silenced, forced into detention, thrown in jail, threats on Twitter that they're going to spend years and years in jail. This is the same leader of Patriotic League of Uganda that you belong to.
I told you,
it's quite a contradiction that you see hope in him at the same time. He has this other face.
I think it's very important. I said it earlier. I think we should sit down as Ugandans. What type of Uganda do we need to live in? Is this the type of Uganda our children must live in? We must sit down. Uganda does not belong to anyone. This one, I can repeat it day in, day out. Uganda belongs to all of us. All of us. When an injustice is committed against one of us, it's an injustice committed to all of us. Unfortunately, I agree with you that many people are pulling back now. There's that fear in them. What can we do? What crimes has so and so committed? Has he been taken to court? Are cases bailable? Yes or no? If they are bailable, let him go home, return when court orders.
Is it possible that one coin can have two faces, but that are completely different on either extremes? That this other face is a face of hope, and this other face is a face of fear and intimidation.
It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. But let me tell you, at the end of the day, Canary, let me ask you, if 10 people advise you not to do something, will you do it? I think many voices must come up and speak to General MK. We love you so much. This is the Uganda we dream to live in. But I think there are other ways we can solve problems in this country called Uganda.
Under your service of the Patriotic League of Uganda, do you ever meet him? Did you ever meet him to discuss the direction of this country?
Surprisingly, the MK you see on X is totally the opposite of the MK you meet one-on-one. He's a jolly person. You talk, you chat, he advises you, do this. When you call him, he will advise you. When you communicate to him, he will advise you on what to do. Actually, the MK you meet is not the MK you see on X tweeting. Sometimes I think, are these doctored tweets? You get it? He's a very jolly person. And he listens a lot, surprisingly. He listens a lot. I remember one day, we were talking about how civil servants are looting this country day in and day out. And he told us, you guys, I wish you knew what I found in Imbuya. It was unbelievable. And he has brought sanity in Imbuya now. So he's a listening person. And I believe at the end of the day, he's going to listen to many voices.
What stake does PLU have in this country as we speak today?
Stake?
Yes.
What do you mean? First of all, PLU is a civic organization. It's not a political party. When you say a stake, it's NRM, and NUP has like 60 MPs. PLU, we are just a civic organization.
But the civic organization that has the power.
The anchor that we have is that our chairman happens to be the CDF and the son of a president.
PLU has the power to choose parliament leadership and even enact bills in parliament and laws. It's not just a civic organization.
I don't think so. I don't think it's NRM. It's NRM. You people, Canary, don't underestimate this general called Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Well, let's just say it's an extension of state power.
Let me tell you, never dream, snore, and write off this person called General Museveni. General Museveni is still in charge of this country. He's the chairman of the NRM. Those MPs belong to NRM. There's no political party called PLU. You get it? I'll give you an example. It's the NRM SEC that endorsed or both, right? Was it PLU SEC? It was NRM SEC members. From NRM SEC members, they introduced or both to the NRM Parliamentary Caucus. Who is the chairman of NRM? Who is the chairman of NRM Parliamentary Caucus? When I see Ugandans saying that General Museveni is not in charge of this country, you're kidding. That man works 18 hours every day. He knows, I think, 80% of what happens in this country.
Is it possible that because of institutions like PLU, power in Uganda has been captured differently? And therefore that has created different centers of power? Hence giving the thought to Ugandans that maybe President Yoweri Museveni is no longer in charge.
Please don't even discuss. He's still in charge of this country. MK being a CDF, he's in charge of the military. He's in charge of the entire security. By the end of the day, there is the commander-in-chief. That's President Yoweri Museveni.
What do you hope to see in Uganda's future? What do you envision?
Unfortunately, the Uganda I dream to see, unless there is a miracle. I pray for this country every day. And if you have children, if you have a family, we should pray for this country called Uganda. And we should make sure that nothing terrible happens to the future of this country. Because I see Ugandans have really done a lot. When you travel the entire country, massive projects coming up. One slight mistake can reverse those projects into the next 40 years. So in everything that you do, we should make sure that there is a smooth transition of power.
What is going to guarantee that? What is going to guarantee that?
We Ugandans, we must have a stake in this country, Uganda. All of us, not one person. The Ruwero War was not fought by General Museveni alone. It was fought by Wananchi. Everyone owned that Ruwero War. That's why they managed to take over power. So all Ugandans must have a stake in this country called Uganda. Failure to do that, you tell me.
As the father and community advocate, what future do you fear for young Banyarwanda in Uganda? If this issue of identity and belonging are not genuinely addressed, because you said it had been solved, but then you say Dr. Lawrence Mugume, for example, was rejected because of his origin.
Yeah. Another thing, you're saying which fear do I see?
What future do you fear for young Banyarwanda in Uganda?
They should stand up and be counted. They should be proud of being Ugandans. That's the most important thing. They should be proud of being Ugandans. Let me tell you, it's me and the Pastor Bujingu who reintroduced this culture of our people putting on our traditional cultural dresses at Kwanjura. You get it? It's me and Bujingu. Now everyone. That's another way of fighting stigma. When you see a Munyarwanda putting on our cultural attire for his or her Kwanjure Mishanana, the next weekend they are going to do the same thing. We should first of all, we the leaders, we should first fight stigma in our people. Our people have fear that I don't understand. Actually, when I started fighting for the rights of Banyarwanda, I was assured they promised me death. Human, they are going to kill you. How do you dare discuss such topics? I said, come on. I'm a Ugandan, like a Muganda, like a Mucholi, like an Atesot, like a Langi. Now, people started believing in me. Last year, this year, January, we had the first ever Abafandimwe Carnival in Rugogo here. We advertised it for 1.5 weeks. it was maximum. This year we have the same in Lugogo. In November, we are fighting stigma in our people. Why we want such events? It sends a big message to other Ugandans that these are Ugandans like them. Then it fights stigma in our people. When someone travels from Lakai, Teso, Masaka, Mubende, and they converge at Lugogo, say, hey, I'm not the only name on Nyarwanda in Mubende, there are other Nyarwandas in what? In Uganda. So it's another way of fighting stigma in our people. What I can tell you about Nyarwanda, simple thing, stand up and be counted. Be law-abiding citizens. That's the most important thing. Be proud of a country called Uganda. Be proud of a country called what? Uganda, because you are Ugandans.
Frank, it's been a pleasure having you on NBS Face Off, and thanks for making time.
Thank you, Canary, for inviting me.
That's all we had time for here on NBS Face Off. Till next weekend. Good evening. For more than 2 decades, East Africa has sought for deeper regional integration through the East African community. But beyond the speeches, beyond the protocols, beyond the summits, many citizens want to know what tangible benefits can they point to today. In this segment, we assess the real impact of the East African community, the East African Legislative Assembly over the last decade. And my guest tonight is former Yala Member of Parliament, Dennis Namara. Thank you for speaking to us on NBS Face Off.
Thank you very much, Canary Mugume. I'm glad to be here. Good evening, viewers.
You get out of Yala just right before your term ends. You had 1 year to go, but because you're now a national elected leader at the level of Parliament, you had to resign from the Yala. What would you say your term has been like, your 2 terms have been like inside the East African Legislative Assembly?
Well, first of all, I thank my party and the leadership of NRM for entrusting me to represent Uganda at the regional level for 8.5 years. I started in 2017, and after 8.5 years, you know, first we have what we call term limits in Ayala. You cannot serve for more than 2 terms. So I exited at the time when we had done a lot of work for the community. But the most tangible, what I see, is that we have to look at the 4 pillars of integration. Because whatever we're doing, whatever every person is doing, every country, we are trying to push towards achieving the 4 pillars of integration. And that is the customs union, the common market, the monetary union, and of course the political federation, which is now a political confederation. So in terms of the achievements in that area, I can first talk about that particular area. We are able to pass several legislations regarding customs union. How, for example, now we have the single customs territory. We amended the East African Customs Management Act, where now we have a single customs territory, meaning when you have goods of Uganda arrive in Mombasa, they are cleared at the point of entry the same time. So there is no wastage of time. Number 2, for the vehicles to be able to move from Mombasa to Kampala, it used to take 21 days. Now it takes only 3 days, what we call the turnaround time, for a businessman to bring his container from Mombasa to Kampala and go back to Mombasa. Only 3 days. Why? Because of still the customs management protocols that were passed. But most notably, if you go at the border, there's what we call the one-stop border post, where the immigration of Uganda, the immigration of Kenya sit in the same building. So you don't have to clear with the immigration of Kenya when you're entering Uganda. I don't have to clear with the immigration of Uganda when you're entering Kenya. So within 5 to 10 minutes at the border, you are cleared and you go. So in that area, I think we have achieved in terms of the customs union. Now, the common market is about how we can sell goods in East Africa. The pool of the customers that you can get, what we call the common market. The population now close to 400 million people when you amalgamate the population of East African partner states. So that big population is the market. As you produce in Uganda, as the president is talking about the 10-fold growth strategy, when you produce, you should be able to sell somewhere. Otherwise, those who are producing will blame you that you made them produce without a market. That's why we are very passionate about creating a market for East Africa. As we speak now, I can honestly tell you that Uganda exports a lot of goods to DRC, even with the challenges which we have with the DRC as a region because they don't pay their subscription. The same with South Sudan. We export a lot of goods to South Sudan. So the issue of bringing these countries together, bringing Kenya, bringing Tanzania, but most notably, bringing South Sudan and DRC has been a game changer for the production capacity of Uganda. So that's the second achievement, which I can say, that we're able to sell our goods across the whole of East Africa, regardless of the challenges. We have NTBs, yes, but at least most of the goods are able to be sold within our partner states. You see now when there's a blockade on sugar, where Tanzania is putting quotas, now the price of sugar, the price of cane in Uganda has gone down because Tanzania is giving us quotas. So those are some of the issues we have to work on. But another thing, you're able to travel, Canary and all East Africans, you can travel from Uganda by air or by road using just your national ID without using a passport. You can move to Kenya, you can move to, I think Tanzania now has also been able to work on their delays. You can move to South Sudan, you can move across the region, apart from Burundi. But the rest of the countries, you just have to use your national ID and you will travel. Then we have the East African passport, which is the same for all the East African countries. So some of those are tangible benefits we have. But most important also, in the area of security. Uganda is now stable. Why? Because Kony cannot hide in South Sudan. Kony cannot hide in DRC. Because of bringing these countries together, we're able to go inside and handle them. Somalia, the terrorists cannot hide in Somalia now because Somalia is part of East Africa. So there are some tangible benefits to the people of Uganda and East Africa.
Well, you're looking at those benefits, then why does intra-regional trade remain just below expectations?
Absolutely.
Despite the common market,
yes,
and protocols that you've signed.
It's a big challenge. That one is still a challenge. Actually, it's one of the issues we have been talking about. Intra-regional trade is still around 15-17% within East Africa. That is too low. That's too low. But baby steps, at least we're able now to go. We can be able to travel and go to another country. As I've told you, countries have a tendency of protectionism. A country is protecting its identity, yes, but they protect, if they're producing a good, they don't want another country to produce that good. Like Tanzania now, we have quotas on sugar. Kenya, the same. You'll find they're importing a lot of cheap sugar from Brazil and other countries instead of consuming. So it is about the politics, about some dragging around here and there, but I'm very sure with the right momentum, with the right leadership, with the right ministers, with the right members of parliament, we shall get there.
The Monetary Union has repeatedly missed deadlines. Would you say that the East African states, member states, or the Legislative Assembly that you've been part of has not pushed the member states real enough?
You know, one of the challenges we have as a parliament of East Africa is not like Uganda. It is not autonomous. you cannot do much. The treaty says you are autonomous, but in terms of practice, we are not autonomous. So there's a big challenge with that. Of course, the Monetary Union is one of the biggest, could be one of the biggest achievements that we could have as a region. But you know, to achieve micro and macroeconomic stability is still a challenge. When you look at the inflation rates of Burundi, you look at the inflation rates of other countries, South Sudan, DRC, because for you to say that you're going to use the same currency, you must be able to stabilize the inflationary rates of the different partner states. So as we speak now, some are up in the roof, others are coping up. But I can say that there is still a lot of challenge with policy at policy level. And that's why I urge the ministers. I don't think the ministers of ESC are doing enough in terms of deepening integration to ensure we have a common currency. Take an example of the West African countries. For them, what they did, they said, let's have a common currency. They had around 4 countries. They had a common currency. And they're moving on as they solve the other challenges. The other proposal we have given governments is, if Burundi, if South Sudan, if DRC they are not at the same level of macro and macroeconomic convergence with Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. Why don't we do the coalition of the willing? We start, because we have it in our treaty, variable geometry. You can go with Uganda, you go with Tanzania and Kenya. You have the same currency. And then you tell those countries that once you have uplifted your levels to the levels of Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, then you rejoin us. So those are some of the proposals. And unfortunately, it is the work of our ministers to push that. That's why I urge Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga and Honorable Magodi Ikuya. Now it is within their docket. They should be able to push other East African countries to ensure we have a common currency. That one, there's no question about it. There's no question about it. If you go to Burundi right now, they are failing to pay. Do you know why? They are saying they have Burundi francs. They don't have dollars for them to pay their subscription to ESC. So they say, if you can take our Burundi francs, no problem. We shall pay you the $7.5 million in Burundi francs. And we can't use their money in Tanzania. It is difficult. So it is something that we must push for all of us as a concerted effort.
So in the 8.5 years you've been at IALA, what would you say is the biggest or most fundamental or critical policy shift you've witnessed as IALA?
For me, I think the biggest was bringing on board of DRC. To me, it is one of the biggest achievements to bring on board DRC, because DRC gave us a very big market.
Many people look at it as a burden. You bring on board a country that does not want to pay its dues.
You see, paying dues is something else. The question people should ask themselves, especially Ugandans, how much do you export to DRC every year? And how much in terms of subscription are you talking about? If you're talking about $1 billion exports to DRC, and then here you're talking about just $80 million. In fact, if I would advise President Museveni and other partner states, other presidents, I would tell them to pay for DRC. They can take on the responsibility and say, let's pay for DRC. Who are the biggest beneficiaries of DRC and South Sudan? Uganda and Kenya, and partly actually in Tanzania. So me, I would propose Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania should pay for the other countries, like Burundi, which is still dragging on because of their challenges, like South Sudan and DRC, because we are the net beneficiaries of these countries. They are our market for all our products.
Do you think that for countries that do trade with Uganda, when they're trading with Uganda, making that decision, they look at Uganda as part of East Africa, or they look at Uganda as an independent country?
The other countries, like,
when they're assessing their market?
Of course, they look at Uganda as a market because almost 50 million people is also not small. But also Uganda is a stabilizing country. It's in the middle of the Great Lakes region. And we have a president who is the father almost of East Africa. So most of these presidents, what people do not know, most of these presidents of East Africa look at President Museveni as an icon. Some of them have actually joined the community just because they don't want to annoy President Museveni. I'm telling you the truth. I don't think if President Museveni was not a president, that some of these countries would have joined. Number three, they want to be part of a community to protect themselves against the aggression of neighbors. You know, some of our countries, the aggression. DRC is now quarreling with Rwanda. So the president of DRC thinks by being part of the East African integration, the other presidents should be able to tell Rwanda and bring in peace between DRC and Rwanda. So that's one of the things that I'm looking. South Sudan is the same. The president of South Sudan knows that for him to benefit so much from his presidency, he needs to be part of East Africa. Because we saw the other day when there were rebels disturbing South Sudan, Uganda had to send in a contingent to be able to help. Why? In the spirit of brotherhood and East African integration.
Well, the countries that have been brought on board are the same countries that are also overly subscribed. They subscribed to the East African community, also subscribed elsewhere.
Yes.
In the case of the DRC, subscribed in SADC.
Yes, even
and
Tanzania.
Therefore, and Tanzania. And therefore, their loyalty is divided. How then do you deal with such a country?
Well, there's no law which stops a country from belonging to more than one regional bloc, as long as they share neighbors, they share borders with those countries. The question is there willingness? First of all, the problem of subscription is not the big problem. The problem is the political goodwill. For DRC, for example, their non-payment is just because of political badwill. That's all. They have told us, their members of parliament told us, if you want us to pay, you go and stop Rwanda from interfering with us. Rwanda is saying that the people you are calling Rwandese, these are people who, because of the borders, found themselves in DRC. Therefore, in Rwanda, they have no space. So I can tell you it is a tricky but manageable situation.
Looking at Yala as a legislative assembly, which law has been has had the most visible impact for the East Africans?
I think the most visible one is the East African Management Act. That is the most, and it's the one we are implementing because it concerns customs of the whole of East Africa. Unfortunately for us, which Yala, the challenge we have is that all the bills originate from the Council of Ministers. If you bring a private member's bill, you can bring it, but there's a possibility that it will not be assented to. So that's one of the biggest challenges. So we always wait for bills from government, from the ministers. And unfortunately, these ministers don't bring these bills. Actually, in terms of legislation and the laws that have been passed, Yala is maybe at 20%. The only serious law I see that is helping East African is the East African Community Customs Management Act. Why? Because these ministers are comfortable in their partner states. I would want to bring a proposal to the presidents. If I ever meet President Museveni, I will propose ministers of East Africa should be resident in Arusha. Even their offices should be in Arusha. Someone should not be a prime minister and then again is the minister of East African Affairs. Why? Because if there's an activity in the office of the prime minister and an activity in Arusha, they prefer to do an activity in Uganda as a prime minister than Yala. That's why you'll find that most times the ministers don't attend parliamentary sittings. The front bench is always empty.
So you have a Minister of East Africa who is also in the office of the Prime Minister at the same time a member of Parliament.
Absolutely. So it is a challenge actually. These ministers should be members of Parliament of Yala. They should be full members of Parliament of Yala. In fact, to me, I would propose that one of the members of Parliament who is elected, or two of them who are elected from partner states, should be ministers of ESC and should be resident in Arusha. Even their offices should be in Arusha. Because these ministers, I can tell you without any shadow of doubt, they have done a disservice to the integration. They don't bring bills. They don't bring anything tangible to Parliament. The only thing they bring is appropriation bills. When the financial year is ending, supplementary bills. It is the only thing. There are so many appropriation bills that we have passed, but there are very few tangible acts of Parliament that the Parliament has passed.
Let's take a break. When we return, one of the biggest promises of regional integration has been, for decades, free movement of goods. But why aren't goods moving freely across regional borders here in East Africa? We'll return with that conversation after this. We complain about roadblocks, taxes, delays, and even conflicting regulations in East Africa, despite the biggest promise of free movement of goods across the region. Why is that happening? My guest tonight is Dennis Namara, former Member of Parliament at the East African Legislative Assembly. Honorable, why do these barriers still persist?
I think it's very much Canary. I think the biggest problem we have with free movement of goods is political goodwill. Because NTBs are a big challenge. The law is clear. You are free to move your goods across the region without any interference from anyone.
Paint for me a picture.
Yes.
Heads of state sit in the meeting and agree that there's going to be free movement of goods.
Absolutely.
Members of Parliament sit at Yara in Arusha, they agree.
Yes.
And then what happens in between there? What is the challenge? Where is the gap?
I think first of all, the people in governments, these governments of ours, most of them do not understand integration in the first place. The policemen, they don't understand integration. So for them, once they see a truck that's carrying goods through Kenya, they want to stop it for Kintu Kidogo.
Shouldn't a law be a law?
Yeah, the law is the law.
Sometimes it comes from the above, because I remember President Ruto being involved in the case of the blocking of dairy products from Uganda.
You know, actually there is a protocol. A protocol is not a substantive law. It is not even passed by Parliament. It is passed by the ministers. The protocol on the free movement of goods. Now, the challenge is that there is the problem of domestication of the laws and other subsidiary legislations from the regional parliament to the national parliament. If you go in our parliament here and you ask members of parliament, how many of them understand regional integration in its depth? I can tell you that very few. So one of the problems we have is sensitization. There's a need to sensitize, first starting with the technocrats, with the government, to ensure they understand what integration is all about. Because anyone stopping the free movement of goods is an enemy of the people of East Africa. People are producing, as you know. Me, myself, I'm a farmer. I produce a lot. So the ones who consume my products are the manufacturers, the ones who produce sugar. So if right now the price is halfway, in 2024, the price of the ton of cane was 180,000 net. Right now, net is 70,000. Why? Because there is a blockade. Sugar is not moving in South Sudan. When it reaches the border, somehow, because of the politics and the people not understanding regional integration, the goods are blocked. So that's why the biggest challenge is. The technocrats, the technical people are not doing their work, but also the political goodwill from the countries. When you find countries conflicting, you find the leadership, even when they pass it in Arusha, that at the summit level, that we should remove all non-tariff barriers. They even did it the last summit to eliminate all forms of non-tariff barriers. But you move now from Malaba as you go through to Nairobi, you're going to find a lot of roadblocks. You're going to find a lot of blockade. So it's a challenge. It's still a challenge with sensitizing governments and sensitizing the technical people to understand the importance of integration. That's what I think.
Do you think that the expansion of the East African community, admitting in new member states, made the implementation of this particular protocol more difficult?
Of course, certainly. Because as new member states come on board, they start from zero. Now, like DRC, they have come on board, but they still have challenges, structured challenges, policy challenges. To an extent that their members of parliament who were in Arusha were not elected by parliament of DRC. They were handpicked and appointed by some people. That's what I was told. So new governments, when they come on board, they normally give them enough time. Even the summit gives them enough time. And they say they fast track their full integration into the community. So they understand the protocols, they understand the laws, they understand the vision where we are going. So, but I know if the political goodwill is there, if the president decide to be tough on the technocrats, this issue can be resolved.
I've not seen Uganda block any products from any of our neighbors.
Yes.
It's always other neighbors. Tanzania blocking sugar. You have Kenya blocking up dairy products, and then the other neighbors. Why does it feel like it's only Uganda pushing for this integration?
Because we have a president who understands the importance of integration.
Who understands, or who has been here for quite a long time?
He has been here for quite a long time, so he understands better why we need to integrate. He understands the philosophy, the political economy, the science of how you can remove your people out of poverty. President Museveni is aware that for you to produce goods is not enough without creating a market. That's why he's fighting so hard to ensure we bring in as many countries as possible to expand our market, regardless of the challenges that we have. So for the president, our president here, he's a gift to East Africa. That's why even when you go to Kenya, when you go to Tanzania, they all understand. Now, regarding the quotas, for example, there's what they call protectionism and cartels. In some countries, the mafias themselves, who are in government, are importing sugar, cheap sugar from abroad and other products. So you'll find that the products within ESC, the ones we produce, they lack that market at that level because of the politics that's in the country.
Well, you've been an MP at the East African Legislative Assembly and seen the different chairmanships of the different leaders. President Kagame, the Burundian President Ruto, and then now President Yoweri Museveni. Do you think that East African community now stands a better chance now that President Yoweri Museveni is the chair of the ESC?
Absolutely. I can tell you that when President Museveni is a chair, even the Secretary General of ESC feels relieved because the president here is able to call his colleagues, and given his seniority, they listen to him. Whenever Uganda has the chairmanship of summit, you know the way ESC operates, that if you have the president as the chair of the summit, all the other organs, like for example, the Council of Ministers, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga is now the chairperson of the Council of Ministers. The judiciary, you have Attorney General heading that one. So what I feel is we have a big chance, actually, and I want to appeal to our president. I wish he can use this 1 year of being a chairman, because he was a chairman like 2 years ago. Then he went to Kenya. They brought it back they brought back to him to be the chair. I would want him to use this opportunity to really talk to the presidents, the heads of state, for them to be able to take East African community very seriously. This is the only way, the political goodwill.
What exactly don't they understand?
Well, for example, if a country is
President Ruto has been deputy president there. He understands.
Yes.
He's now president. President Paul Kagame has been here quite some time also. Felix Tshisekedi has also been here some time. Maybe president of Tanzania, who has also been vice president and now is president elected. What I don't understand is what is hard to understand about integration.
It's not that they don't understand integration, because that's why they accepted to come in the first place. But what is the big picture? There's someone saying, I will not pay because you have not resolved my issues with another partner state. Should that really stop you from paying your dues to the community because you have issues with another partner state? So, if you have a country, Burundi have their own challenges, yes, but $8 million, $7.5 million really, for a country, you cannot say you are failing to pay. You don't have $7.5 million in terms of the currency. The same with DRC, and the same with Somalia. So really, it's but because the president is a big brother to them, when he talks to them and shows them the big picture, they will be able to. Are you aware, Canary, and that since October last year, I exited in May without being paid a salary from October last year. That's how serious it is. You are supposed to get gratuity. There's no money, there's no payment. How do you run a community without paying salaries?
So you went 8 months without a salary?
10 months. Up to now, they're not earning a salary. They even have no parliament sitting. They have been having, since October last year, there was no parliamentary sitting. How do you pass these policies? How do you sensitize? How do you do activities of the community?
Has East African community lost relevance?
No, it has not lost relevance. We have lost, the people who are implementing the programs of ESC have lost track. They don't understand what's going on. Let me give you a very good example. You have a budget of $110 million as a community. This is a small ministry in Uganda here. That budget, 50% of that budget is funded by donors. How can you allow your budget as a community to be funded by donors who don't want to see integration? It doesn't make sense at all. The donors who are fighting integration not to take place, they are the same people who are funding activities of your community. All the partner states are only paying $50 million combined. So we really need to wake up and do what we're supposed to do as a community.
There's a change of leadership of the members represented at the East African Legislative Assembly. And there's even term limits. What I don't understand is the change of leaders at that level, issues remain the same.
Actually, it's even worse. Because
do you as Iyala need more teeth to bite?
Yes, absolutely. Iyala needs to be helped. Number one, it should be autonomous. In the Parliament of Uganda, the Parliament has powers of the High Court. The same with the other side. But if you summon, for example, a technical person to appear before a Parliament in Iyala, they will not come. Because in any case, you can't do anything. You don't have a police. You don't have an enforcement agency. In Uganda here, if we summon you to a committee, you don't come, police will come and arrest you and put you in for contempt. But in East Africa, so Iyala should be given its mandate, as we have said, to bite. One, should be autonomous. Number two, which they have done, which is good, that now the salaries of members of parliament in Iyala will be paid by their partner states. It has a twofold, both ways.
So in this case, the budget of the Iyala MPs will be part of the budget of parliament here?
Absolutely, for payment of salaries. The budget of Parliament of Iyala for payment of salaries will be part of our budget here. So that these countries that are not paying, take an example.
If you cannot solve the issues of East African community, why should you be paid?
Yeah, because you can't meet. You see, one of the reasons why you cannot solve the problems is that you cannot meet. And you cannot meet because there's no payment. There's no payment.
So it's a cycle.
It's a
no payment, no meeting, no challenges solved.
Yeah, because you can't travel to Arusha. There are no tickets. There are no air tickets for members. I see now they're even going, they have told them, because normally when you're an MP, you are supposed to travel business class, according to the benefits. But they're now all going economy for plenary. A plenary which was for 21 days, they're now going for 7 days. Plenary of 7 days. To scrutinize a budget that is so big, 7 days, what are members going to do? So really, I would want to request our president and all the partner states to help us to ensure we cannot survive without integration. I can tell you this. we cannot survive. For us, when into production, we know the meaning of you producing your product, and you stay with it, and you cannot sell it anywhere. Our market as Uganda is very small. It's very small. It cannot consume whatever we produce in Uganda. So we must look at the regional market and the African market.
Let's take a break. When we return, have the national politics and economic interests of the member states interfered with the wider dream of regional integration? But also, what would a political federation or now configuration look like in East Africa? The East African Legislative Assembly was created to think beyond national borders and advance the interests of East Africa. But critics argue that the national politics and economic interests of member states often take precedence over regional goals. Why is this? My guest tonight is former Member of Parliament of the East African Legislative Assembly, Dennis Namara. Honorable, do Yala debates when you're in Arusha, do they really focus on regional priorities or national interests?
Both ways. Actually, one of the biggest challenges Canary have seen with our parliament of Yala is that the national interests supersede the regional interests. Because when there's a matter, for example, if we talk about blocking of goods of Uganda, South Sudan, the members of South Sudan will raise up in arms. They forget that they are not members of parliament of South Sudan. They are members of parliament of ESC, East African Community.
Also, when they're in Arusha, for
Yes.
them, it's the representation of South Sudan or representation of Kenya or Tanzania,
It's supposed to be...
as opposed to representing East Africa.
Absolutely. The same with Burundi. If a matter is concerning Burundi, they even walk out. Some members of some chapters walk out to deny you quorum because you are discussing a matter that is sensitive and is touching their country. Tanzania, the same. If you are discussing anything in Tanzania, I can assure you the members of parliament of Tanzania will either walk out or they will protest.
Are there incidents where East African Legislative Assembly members of parliament have challenged their own governments
It is
for the interest of regional integration?
I have not seen it. I have not seen it. Because if that was the case, we would see most of the issues, for example, of blocking of the borders when people are actually talking about it. But however, there are some members of parliament who do that, actually. Who do that. For example, if it is Uganda that is blocking anything, for us as members of parliament from Uganda, we shall be on the floor and even task our minister to explain why Uganda is doing this. I've also seen it with South Sudan, our comrades from South Sudan. Sometimes they criticize their own government for blocking certain products. There's when we lost some young lady in South Sudan when they shot the young lady in South Sudan. I saw the members of parliament of South Sudan confronting, actually, they were telling their government to be serious. But some countries, some of the countries like Tanzania, like Burundi, I can tell you they will come up with all the armory to protect the interests of their country, even if it is wrong. That's one of the challenges I saw.
How do you change the mindset of these members of parliament to be regional leaders as opposed to having Yala like a collection of national delegations?
The challenge comes with the expectations from the partner states. For me, when I'm debating in Arusha, Tanzania, I don't have to first consult a lot with my capital. But I can assure you some countries like Rwanda, before they debate anything on the floor of parliament, they must first get instructions from the partner state what they have to say on the floor of parliament. And should you go and say anything against the interests of the country without consulting them, you're going to be fired from being a member of parliament or the position you hold. The same with Tanzania. So the leadership, some of the technical people who are in the Ministry of ESC in Tanzania will be guiding the members of parliament what to say when the matter comes up, especially when it concerns, like when we are amending the East African Customs Management Act.
Isn't that a good thing that members of parliament from Tanzania consult their leadership in Tanzania before they say anything?
It's a very good thing, but it's also a very bad thing. It's a good thing in a way that you don't want to say something that is going to put your country in a bad light. But it's also a bad thing that you must protect everything even when you know it is wrong. That one is the disadvantage of it.
What's the case for Uganda?
Uganda, for us, we consult with our minister, yes, but on critical issues. For example, when we had an issue concerning Uganda and Rwanda, you remember when we had those issues of Uganda and Rwanda, we were consulting. On that one is a very, very sensitive issue. We are consulting seriously. But other functionary discussions like a bill has come on the floor of Parliament, I have to look at the wider picture of East Africa. I don't have to look at Uganda only. If it comes to tourism, and maybe some tourists are being blocked in Uganda, should I defend Uganda saying, no, they are doing a good thing, when actually they are against the law in terms of blocking some tourists? If some tourist areas, they are doing what they are supposed to do, I'm supposed to bring it out and say, in Uganda, that's what happens. On sensitive issues, we consult the capital. But on other usual discussions of Parliament, as a member of Parliament, honestly, I don't think it's necessary to consult on some of them.
And how has this really created a disconnect between the wider dream, which is regional integration, and national interests?
Yeah, because I even directed, when I was, I was a commissioner of Parliament of EALA, and I was the chairman of budget committee. I used to tell my colleagues that, please, whatever discussion we have on this floor, it should be in terms of the 4 pillars of integration. Every law we pass should be on the 4 pillars of integration. But you are there, someone is bringing a bill on culture. How does culture have to do with the 4 pillars of integration? Gender. They bring that one. Sexual reproductive health. They bring a bill on that one. But, so it has created, because of the policy people, the ministers, failing to bring business to Parliament in terms of bills geared toward the 4 pillars of integration, members are forced to start fishing around for whatever they can bring on board to ensure people see them that they're actually working and creating business. But otherwise, that disconnect of the regional vision and the national interest is caused by failure of our ministers to guide the discussion on the floor of Parliament. I put all the blame on the ministers.
For the case of Uganda, are there incidents where national politics have interfered with your work in the East African Legislative Assembly? For example, you have served with members of the opposition in the same assembly. Are you always on the same line?
Yes, actually, very interestingly, our colleagues from the opposition were always on the same line. That's why I told you that when you go to ESC, as a serious legislator, you understand the integration. You remove the jacket of being Ugandan. You put on a jacket of being an East African. So I commend our colleagues who were there in EALA, the 4th EALA and the 5th EALA, were always moving in tandem. There was no any point where we would find that we are scattering ourselves. Even when we were looking at positions like commissioner, like chairperson of committee, we always agree. And say this time around, opposition, I think you should take this position. NRM, take this position. We agree. Even on national issues, honestly, the opposition, our colleagues from DP and UPC, because those are the ones I've served with, they have always come to support the interest of the nation, regardless of their political inclination.
Now that they leave the national politics here and look at the bigger dream, do you think now there is need to sort of find ways on how each political party represented in Parliament represented at the East African Legislative Assembly? Actually,
it is impossible. There's even a proposal to reduce Parliament. I don't know whether you've heard about that. Some people are saying Parliament, 90 members are many, and they say they should be reduced, which is very unfortunate. It is very difficult to have all the political parties represented because the treaty is very clear that you must represent as much as it is feasible the different shades of opinion in Parliament, the special interest groups, gender, political parties. So that's why we say for the NRM, because of numerical strength, because it is in the treaty, takes 6 members. The opposition bring 3. That's how they normally do it. But now the question is, what is the constitution of the opposition? Now the politics of course come in. If it is NUP, which is always against NRM, the party of course fears that if you send NUP to go to the regional parliament, they may use it as a platform to fight government. But the good opposition like DP and UPC, as Mzee always says, they always move in the same direction with the NRM ideology at the regional level.
And you never have any issues when you're in Arusha?
Not at all, not at all, not at all.
That also feels like NRM deciding who should represent Uganda at EALA or not.
Well, you know, that is the politics. You can't avoid it because it's an election in Parliament. And fortunately for NRM and unfortunately for the opposition is that NRM has majority members. So NRM will choose even from the opposition whom they want to go through for purposes of ensuring that the regional agenda is not diluted by some of those who have a negative attitude towards government.
Do those in opposition that you have served with under EALA, do they believe in the vision of President Yoweri Museveni for East African integration?
100%. I've served with the Honorable Poka who was from Opoka James from UPC in the 4th Yala. I served with Honorable Mbide, Mukasa Mbide, from the DP. Honestly, there was no point at all where they would not support the idea of President Yoweri Museveni. They always supported him. So maybe that's why he calls them the good opposition.
Let's take a break. When we return, we talk about the budget of the East African Legislative Assembly. How can it be justified? And yet there's unfinished business. Questions about funding, accountability, and effectiveness continue to follow regional institutions. With contribution from the different member states, there are budget pressures, there's slow implementation of key goals, and most importantly, people asking whether Yala remains fit for purpose. My guest tonight is Dennis Namara, former Member of Parliament at the East African Legislative Assembly. Honorable, in your own opinion, is Yala delivering value for money?
Well, I would say a Yala would have delivered value for money, but as of now, it is not delivering value for money. Why? One, the roles of Parliament, which is legislation, oversight, budget function, and representation, are not being performed because of the budget issues, very serious issues. Out of 8 partner states, only 4 are paying. Out of 8, it's Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda. They are the only ones who are paying. Now, you have a budget which is supposed to run for a whole year. By the time you reach December from June, the money has been exhausted. So that's why you see in the second half of the year, of the financial year, Parliament is sent on leave at home. No activity, nothing, you don't hear. So how are you going? And yet, those other technocrats are receiving money from donors. Who is going to do oversight to ensure the money is not stolen or misused? Parliament is at home. So there's a big problem. And I think this is not only corruption, I think it's even corruption, but I feel it should be handled because a lot of money could have been misused and you do not have any means to go and look at audit. You have like an audit function to go and see. We have Public Accounts Committee. They never sit in a whole financial year. Public Accounts Committee does not sit. So there is the value for money is being affected by lack of funds for Parliament to function.
So what do you do for member states that do not meet the financial obligations they're supposed to?
Nothing. The treaty is very clear. The treaty provides for sanctions. But unfortunately, those sanctions can only be implemented by the presidents themselves. And the other unfortunate bit was that for you to constitute the summit, all members must be present and decisions are arrived at by consensus. So if one member refuses, it means whatever you have discussed does not happen. If one member does not attend, then you have no functionality at all, nothing happens. But the recent summit, they have amended. They have amended, I think they have put 3/4 of the members present for you to make a decision, both at the level of ministers and the level of presidents. So really, it's, value for money is lacking because of Parliament being sent at home on forced leave. Yes.
In 2026, what does political federation mean? Is it still relevant? Is it a debate that is still critical for integration?
Political federation is not a matter of semantics. It is a matter of survival. We either politically federate or we are crushed in the next few years. The president has been talking about it. We have people going to the moon, the Americans. People have sent spaceships in the space. They are looking at us as we are here. They are monitoring whatever we are doing. So if we cannot be able to get synergies, to get enough funds, because as Uganda, we may not have the funds to send a spaceship, but as East Africa, we can actually get funds to send a spaceship. Collectively, because of the funds. So it means we must politically integrate. It is a matter of survival. Number two.
You have countries that are completely different. You have Anglophones, you have Francophones. To be able to politically integrate can be quite difficult if you have to look at it.
That's why they have now changed. The summit has now changed to political confederation. Political confederation means you cede certain powers, but you remain with some powers. You can say now, maybe we shall, let's confederate in the issue of security. We have one standby army. under one commander-in-chief. Then you can say, for purpose of presidency, let's have different presidents. That one, you leave it there. You politically confederate on some issues that you feel are not touching so much the politics and the sovereignty of the states. So that is where we are going, and the constitution is being drafted for the political confederation. And you know, the President Museveni was actually put as the chairman to ensure it is fast-tracked, and is doing well. We must politically confederate for purposes of national and strategic security. There's no question about it.
Where do you find what about the other countries like Somalia, like South Sudan? Most of the times feel like they're not part of this debate.
No, they are, because you see, South Sudan cannot survive on its own. The aggression on these countries is not only Uganda having aggressors, even South Sudan. It has enemies who would want to destabilize the country. Somalia is the same, you know, with that big ocean that they have, the longest coastline. Somalia has the longest coastline. So they need, actually, the president of Somalia was so passionate of joining the integration that he had to appeal to President Museveni to ensure that he finds a way of how Somalia can be part of the group. He knows very well that Somalia will survive with the stability which is there. They need East African integration. East Africa can send, even now, AMSOM, whatever is there, it is because of the integration. So East Africa can send soldiers to stabilize that country. And if we send Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, we'll send there a standby army. Which, if we have one army and you are disturbing us in Somalia, we send our army there as East Africa. I can assure you, Somalia will be stable. The same with the DRC. The conflict they have with Rwanda, if we are only one standby army, we shall not require the army of Rwanda to go to DRC. Neither shall we require the arm of DRC to go to Rwanda. But however, whatever decision they decide at the level of summit, they send that one army to stabilize that country.
And yet they cannot sit on the same table.
Absolutely. They do sit on the same table, but they don't agree. That's why I'm happy with the amendment, which the president suggested, that you don't need...
The amendment, because the earlier structure was such that by force you have to sit on the same table and talk. But now it means that even if you do not show up, as long as there's 2/3,
absolutely,
there's quorum.
Absolutely. That's what it means, this is a game changer, by the way.
It's disintegrating further.
No, it is a game changer. What was causing the problem was that issue of consensus, of saying that there was just bad politics, bad will from some partner states and members, that all of you must agree. Why is that in the whole world? It doesn't happen. That even in the family, even if with your wife and children, you cannot agree on everything. So the previous one was saying in the treaty that the decisions of the summit and the ministers are by consensus. Consensus means all of you must accept. But now they are saying three quarters. So that's very good. That if 5 countries out of 8 accept, then you, the few who don't accept, you must follow suit of the majority's decision. Let's
talk about the budget of Yala. Can it be justified when major integration goals remain unfinished?
Actually, Yala has a very small budget. The budget of Yala is $17 million. I think now it's $15 million. $15 million, can you imagine? That's about 50 billion for the whole financial year. What do? Most of it goes paying salaries of members of parliament and the staff, the technical staff. So it's a very small budget, and they don't even achieve it. For your own information, out of $15 million, they only achieve $5 million. Around 40% budget, they only execute. Only 40%, because the money does not come through from partner states. It is justifiable. Parliament is very important. It is the one who checks. We had a Secretary General called Mathuki from Kenya. It is Parliament who chased him because of misappropriating some funds. He was chased by Parliament. So the accountability part of it, the making those who are technical accountable. People are controlling $100 million. If you don't have a body that can scrutinize, and it is only Parliament which can look into what's happening with the budgets.
And I think that's why the issue is that as much as you say 50 billion Ugandan shillings, 50 million US dollars for the Yala budget is small and manageable, you still don't achieve it 100%, but you are unable to push member states to act on some matters that do arise.
Yes, do you know why? Because you don't have that mandate.
That's what I'm saying. So therefore, it's not. It's difficult to justify that kind of budget if you do not have mandate to do anything.
No, for Parliament, really, I think the reason it was put there was mostly to give face to integration. To give face to integration. Because I
think that's a fairer point.
Yes, to give face to integration. Because other regional blocks, they don't have full-time members of parliament. For example, if I'm an MP in Uganda, I can also go to
Yala.
To Yala. If someone's an MP in, like how they do in African Union, Pan-African Parliament, the members of the Pan-African Parliament are members of the national parliaments. But they wanted ESA to be different. And honestly, I think if Yala was given its mandate to function and become autonomous and given power by the president, they will do a lot of work. Just even sensitization. You know, Canary, if they tell you that the 63 members of parliament of East Africa are in Uganda, they are moving all villages, sensitizing people about integration. Even if they did only that work, moving together to educate people about integration and sensitize them, that alone is impactful to the community. That's what the president even had said, that if you guys cannot do anything, at least move and sensitize the masses about integration. But you can't move because you don't have even the funds to do that.
If you are to propose reforms in East African community or even Yala itself, what would you propose to be game changers?
The first game changer, which I wish they can implement it, for me, I had said the first one would be, in terms of payments, they should come from our imports, not leaving the role to partner states. For example, if we are going to pay $10 million as Uganda, let it be charged at the imports in Mombasa. If it reaches $10 million, you stop. The same with Burundi, the same with Tanzania. If they did that, I can tell you the truth, that we would have this payment, all of it coming in the shortest time possible. But partner states don't want. So that would have been my first proposal. Change the financing mechanism to have money, the dues or the obligations charged on some few goods at the point of entry. And then when the money has been achieved, you can cut off and people continue with their work. Number two, make Yala autonomous. Give it the power to be able to implement the activities. Number three, make sensitization as a priority in terms of the representation role of members of parliament. Make sensitization as a priority. Actually, I would request that the partner states here, like Uganda, should put in the budget some reasonable money for members of parliament of Yala working with the committee on ESC in Uganda to sensitize the masses about the importance of integration.
Yeah, because they are not felt on ground. It's not until you come across a car on the road,
yes,
with an ESC number plate, and then you remember, oh, there's a East African Legislative Assembly existing.
Absolutely. But the corner, I told you that for me, I'm now a member of parliament. I went through my election, completed the election. Since last year in October, I have never gone to Arusha for any work, or have I ever had any activity. But they were paying me as a member of parliament. So that's not value for money. That we are paying members of parliament, but you don't want to give them money for them to function and do their job. It is part of the big corruption, according to me.
Dennis Namara, many thanks for speaking to us on NBS Face Off.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hosting me.
That's all we had for you this weekend. Till next Sunday. Good evening. Tonight on NBS Face Off, my guest tonight is Honorable Ssemujju Nganda. The man who has come out as one of Uganda's most critical parliamentary voices. We sit down with him after 15 years in parliament. What lessons has he learned on Uganda's politics? Honorable, many thanks for allowing to speak to us on NBS Face Off.
Thank you.
What has been your proudest moment in parliament for 15 years?
It's very difficult to recall everything that has happened in the 15 years. I chaired a committee on COSASE 2014-2016. Did a report, 2 reports. But the most important one for me was a report on human resource in public enterprises. Not because of the statistics generated out of that report, because 49% of the CEOs were all coming from Western Uganda, 9 from the north, about 21 from the center. And when I hear the president saying he has transformed Ankole, he wants people to go and visit, that transformation has come with many things, including those kind of appointments. So my work in COSASE, I am very proud of what I did. I don't want to judge others, but I am not sure there is anyone who has done the kind of work that we did.
Now, I'm curious, do you think that, for example, someone deliberately creates a move to have CEOs recruited from one part of Uganda? It could have been a coincidence.
I think human nature, we looked at human resource in all the enterprises. There was a CEO in one of the electricity companies from Masaka. The biggest percentage of staff in that enterprise were from Masaka. We had someone from Bushenyi who was running a post office. The biggest number of staff were from Bushenyi. So the tendency by human nature is to serve people that you know, people that are close to you, people are from your area. That happened almost in every enterprise, that the home district of the CEO would benefit more. And we made the recommendations because there are many people who came in as interns, as part-time, as what, and then they ended up becoming staff. So any avenue that could facilitate recruitment from the home area of a CEO were exploited. Some of them legitimate and are part of the human resource manuals in those organizations of how people can join. But they exploited, but I am not happy particularly for that report, but I am happy that we were able to do work which I am sure nobody has done since we left that committee. My work in the budget committee and the committee on finance, something I am very proud of. I have left Parliament, I am still being invited to discuss finance-related matters. Yes, I am not an economist. There are economists in the country. I am invited to discuss budget. Recently, I was invited by economic students in Makerere, only to be stopped by the administration. Say, don't bring SMG here. You can imagine students of economics inviting a journalist to speak about budget and finance. So the one thing I discovered is that the moment you dedicate time, it's always not too late to learn. Even things that you didn't know, if you dedicate time, you can learn and even do them better than those who are qualified in those areas. So I am very proud with my work in the budget committee, my work in COSASE. The rest is no more parliamentary business.
So someone who has written about power and served around and inside power, I would consider, for example, the legislative arm of government power, or being a national leader as a member of parliament power. What has this experience taught you about raw politics or raw power in Uganda?
There are many things that happen that first you may not publicly say, but also that because around Parliament many things happen. The discussions, I discovered, for example, the Parliamentary Commission, and that's why the levels of accountability are low. The connivance of the elite, many of the things that you're going to do when you're in those offices, they are going to be done behind the cameras, they are going to be done in confidence. A lot of negotiation. So the faces that you see in public are not the faces that run things. But they can pretend. What they present to you is not what they are doing. What they state as a purpose is not the purpose. So if you are around Parliament, if you are in cabinet, the advantage that you get a lot of information, and you get to know who is influencing, who is doing what, than ordinarily what is said, what is reported. If everybody who has been in the power and around power one time ever gives you his story, I mean, people will be shocked. People will be shocked.
This connivance that you talk about, now that you've stepped outside Parliament, has your view of Parliament changed?
My view of Parliament,
serious debate.
My view of Parliament hasn't changed. I look at Parliament as a platform. If you're opposition, there are many things you can do. You don't have to win a vote in Parliament. You do advocacy, you will mobilize. There are things that government will do or stop doing just because of agitation, just because of pressure, because you also mobilize in public. So my view of Parliament is still important, but I think it has been dismantled systematically and progressively. If you're going to compare the 6th, 7th, and maybe the 11th Parliament. The new MPs were very angry with me when I said this is the 12th Parliament is likely to be the worst Parliament. I was invited to a training session of those new MPs, and they said I judged them harshly. But I think Parliament is not going to change. I don't think there will be any improvements. The handling of business can change, but the outcome is going to remain the same. But still, Parliament is still important. At least it gives you an opportunity to know, and a lot of information is made available to MPs. If you process it properly, the trouble is that there are almost no standards in Parliament. I looked at the policy statements from one of the presidency. If you are very critical in a report about them this year, next financial year, they will withhold all the information. I looked at the vehicle utilization report and the personnel. Nobody did an analysis. In the subsequent policy assessment, they didn't bring it. They just brought almost nothing. That happened with the defense. So Parliament is whose duty is to hold the government accountable. A lot of time is lost. People never sit down there to do the work for which I'll include myself, for which you are paid. So it becomes a ceremony that you will do this, you will do this, and at the end of the day, whether the government has met standards, whether they have not met them, you continue making decisions in their favor.
Well, it would be quite unusual for you to expect MPs to have standards for a position whose qualification is just A-level certificate.
Even if you are O-level, if you say every policy statement must contain a vehicle utilization report, must contain a list of human resource and their remuneration, etc. Even casually looking at the statement, you will know that this one doesn't have it. But even when you raise it, they will find technical explanations, and the matter ends there. And this Parliament, the new one, has started from where we stopped. They bring ministers with the dual citizenship nominees, and the Speaker, a distinguished lawyer. Instead of guiding the committee to say these people don't qualify, he says, why don't we vote on this matter? How can you vote on a matter of law? And then they vote and say they have passed them. Yesterday they told me I didn't follow on Wednesday that they had loans to process. They haven't this parliament hasn't been properly constituted, fully constituted. There are no committees. They said they will suspend the rules because there is a requirement that for every loan application, the Committee on National Economy must scrutinize, look at the terms and conditions and many other things. Because the Minister of Finance recently released the report, they looked at 50 foreign funded projects, 50. They usually call it external funding, money we have borrowed to execute different projects. And out of 50, I think 46 were either delayed, stalled, or even abandoned. You have 50 projects for which you have borrowed money. So before you sanction a loan, there are a few things you must ask, because most of the loans we obtain, no visibility studies. Government doesn't have money for counter-funding. If you're going to do a road, you're supposed to compensate people and they give way, and so on and so forth. But they told me they are going to suspend, and before I know, they have already passed the loans. So the parliament has remained the same. You always want to join, but the decisions are going to be there, no standards. You just do work every day.
Let's continue that conversation after this break. For an entrenched system, where is the country headed? We talk about that through the eyes of the seasoned legislator and journalist after this break. You're watching NBS Face Off. My guest tonight is Honorable Sam Uganda, the Secretary General of PFF, seasoned legislator and journalist. You served with your colleagues through FDC and now PFF, and then you also had an opportunity where the National Unity Platform was leading the opposition. What surprised you the most about your colleagues in opposition, especially after testing the parks of power?
First of all, in Parliament, you work together. You work together, whether it was under FDC or under no, you'll have a cabinet comprising all political parties in Parliament. But outside, you are elbowing each other. Outside, you can't. So I think we all pretend that we are fighting to remove a government, because this government has entrenched itself. This government has taken over, captured the state. So the arsenal at their disposal is such that no one can confront it. You can't confront it alone. The same way we work in Parliament is the same way we should work outside. But I discovered that many of us who go to Parliament go there primarily because Parliament pays a salary, a huge salary. I joined the Parliament in 2011, where I think about 61 opposition MPs. But to get the 61 MPs to support one opposition was always very difficult. On average, you have just about half who will support an opposition-generated position. I was chief opposition whip during the 10th Parliament, and I declined because when General Muntu asked me to serve as chief opposition whip, I said, no, MPs have no discipline, I am not interested. I keep reminding people, Muntu told me, we are training you to be a leader and you're not going to choose how we're going to train you. Eventually I accepted. The discipline, so you want to hold the government accountable, but you are doing the same thing. Sometimes you are calling ministers are not in the Parliament, but even your colleagues behind you are not there. People don't read, people don't prepare, whether opposition, because the moment you don't have the numbers, you must excel. I told the people that the opposition must always win the argument. You may not win the numbers. But colleagues with whom you're in opposition, some of them are not even interested. They are not in parliament. They don't prepare. Their pursuit in parliament is just the salary. They are as bad as NRM or as anyone else. So even the little that you should be able to do, you end up not doing it. When I supervised the committees, one time I did a report to Afro, who was the leader of opposition, looking at the performance of chairpersons of accountability committees. You generally say you need to go and find out. There are chairpersons of accountability committees who never filed a report. 2.5 years, no report, not even a report of 2 paragraphs. But they are conducting meetings every day. Conducting meetings, rolling people in the mud, insulting them, abusing them, and there is no report. They move from one organization to another, URA, NSSF, what. The one thing I have discovered, private companies have targets, and those targets are supposed to be met for them to survive. I think governments and public institutions ordinarily don't have targets, and they can survive without meeting any. Because that parliament, for example, the budget of parliament has now risen to 1.2 trillion. What is the target? How many bills must parliament process? How many motions? If they don't meet them, what is the sanction? I looked at the judiciary. One time I used to sit on a committee on legal and parliamentary affairs, and they tell you the case backlog. You go to the lower court, the magistrate court, and out of either 30 or 40,000 cases, they have done about 20. You go to court, the magistrate will arrive at 11, adjourn all the cases, and she leaves. Right now, we are in the High Court with the Dr. Kiza Wisje's case. The judge put it at 11. Sometimes he keeps them, sometimes he doesn't. Then at 11, Ruzira hasn't delivered the message. So the level of inefficiency, even if someone, because there is, people usually spend a lot of energy on corruption, because corruption in Uganda, people think it's just stealing money. But if people are stealing time, you pay people for work not done. The other day we went to the pension office in Parliament. I become a pensioner. I saw an MP I have not seen in 5 years. I asked Honorable Abdul Katun, is this guy an MP? For 5 years I have not seen him, but every month he's paid. So the lack of standards, the lack of accountability, the cheating, because people think cheating means stealing money, but you are cheating time. So coming back to the question I asked the opposition, because you want to go into government, saying that these people have failed this and that, and that's why General Muntu kept telling us at FDC that if we continue behaving the way we are behaving, it could even be worse when we get into government. And I saw a little bit of that from colleagues. And I'm not saying I am an angel, but you want to try and try with everybody.
Is that to say that the current faces we have in opposition, it would be very rare for them to step into government?
Not all of them. There are people who do a fantastic job. But there are many that if I am in charge of government, I wouldn't allow to access a public office, either because of their conduct or because of the levels of competence. People are usually very angry with me when I speak about competence, because you are running a country, people's lives. Every decision that you make has a consequence of either improving or not improving people's lives. People who don't have the basic competence, I wouldn't encourage them, and I have seen them, because it doesn't mean that NRM, because you see, NRM has a luxury. Even when they have people who are competent, they never allow them to do their work. And that's why competent and mediocres will mix freely. Because those with competence, there is no room to exercise that competence. If you're a mediocre, because you're doing nothing, so all of you are going to be judged. If you want to take over government from NRM, the levels of seriousness and the levels of competence should be different. And I have said, people get angry with me. There are many, sometimes even more than 60% of people in opposition that if I had a way, I would never allow them to be part of government. But because you are few, so you cover up for each other.
In many ways that you've spoken out widely about power in Uganda, how would you describe power in Uganda? Many think it is concentrated in a few leaders or few family members. But when you look at sometimes decisions that are made, you question yourself whether these very few individuals actually have power, or there are certain technocrats that have captured power unknowingly.
We've moved from institutional to individual and eventually to family. At the beginning of President Yoweri Museveni's administration, I think because many of his contemporaries were still around, he would influence decisions. He would work so hard to influence decisions, but there will be institutional decisions. Because if you have Kategai around you, you have Mushega, you have Opakaburo, you will want to convince them before you make a decision. And it becomes if you look at the first extension, was it 1989? 1989, after 4 years, because NRM had said they will be here for 4 years, and then they will hand over power to civilian rulers. So that extension is something that they discussed and agreed that we need to do a constitution, we need to do the following, prepare the country, then you can call for competition and whoever wins takes over. The contemporaries, because Museveni has been very consistent, intelligent actor, started with the military, people who held power in the military started moving one after another. If you read Museveni's book and look at the formation when they are taking over power here, I think they had the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, I think they later created 9th and 11th Battalion. People who commanded these battalions at the time they took over power, one by one, they were removed from Kashiringi to Chihande to Samson Mande, Chakavale, etc. The ones who remained, like Ivan Koreta, were sometimes removed and put on what ordinarily was being called a katebe, passive employment. So Museveni took over the military slowly, but he also created the military within the military. What began as a presidential protection unit of about 500 soldiers eventually grew into a presidential guard brigade. At the time it was a brigade, because a brigade is 21,000 soldiers. At the time it was a brigade, it was more than a division. Then it became now special forces. It has now become the army. But at one time Museveni spoke proudly about his army and what he called the Sareze army. So the people of Luwero and those that they recruited outside his arrangement were Sareze army. So he had his own army. Even in the politics, he started creating his own politician within the larger NRM politics.
But let's speak about Anita Among, Parliament's legacy, loyalty after the break. Former speakers Annette Among's downfall was quite dramatic, but then we also saw the rise of Jacob Oboth, now through the eyes of someone who was in parliament when the two leaders chaired different committees, later rose to speakership, and then the downfall. Honorable Semjunganda is our guest tonight on NBS Face Off. Honorable, were you among those who celebrated Anita Among's downfall?
No, I didn't. Because there was nothing to celebrate. You celebrate because you are sure there will be a change. Look, we have had two decisions to make in Parliament. One was the vetting of cabinet. They almost have done the same thing that Anita Among did. She only was She was basic, ordinary. There will be a little bit of sophistication with the or both. But the things are going to be the same. There is no change.
So you would not look at her downfall as a win for Parliament's independence?
Because some of the things she crudely did them, there will be a change. She was so informal. She did conduct herself like she was running a public office. She was very informal. You will now have formal processes. But I have said Anita Among is my friend, but there is no group that will ever make her a speaker. I don't think anyone will. Because no experience, no knowledge, no sophistication. And she just woke up one day and she's a speaker with the promotion of President Museveni. I said the time I was contesting to be a speaker against Kadaga and Olanya. My first press conference, I said we will need a lawyer to be a speaker. And I called upon the Honorable Segona, the Honorable Asumani Wasariwa, and the Honorable Nwagawa. I said one of you should contest because the opposition must have a candidate. I still stand by the same position that Parliament is better off chaired by a senior lawyer, because you're going to be making legal interpretation on many issues every day, and you need to read and understand these things. So Anita Among, like many NRM MPs, lacked the basic requirement, sophistication to be a Speaker of Parliament. She also lacked the crowd experience and so on and so forth. So that's why she did things her own way. That's what she knew. She had been a mobilizer, a Museveni mobilizer, participating in influencing decisions in Parliament. Now she came to do the work. I mean, there are simple things, and I kept reminding her. At one time she used to call me Mr. Procedure, because there are procedures already in the rules, and she didn't seek to follow any.
Interestingly, how you keep pointing out sophistication as quite a big thing in managing power. Why is it important?
It is because even if you make a mistake, it must not be fatal that people withdraw trust completely. You see, Museveni has been around for many years. There are people who still think that he's a good leader because not done things the mean way. He does the same things, but differently because of his levels of knowledge and intellectualism. The packaging matters in all these things. If you are dealing with Parliament, and that's why I am shocked by the behavior and conduct of Justice Mugume. We appeared for the VSJ case under Justice Kanya. She gave us a very bad judgment, but she listened to us politely. But Mugume is behaving like a court-martial general. So Anita Among, even where she's, because the results are going to be the same, even under or both, but allow processes to evolve and then arrive at a decision. I keep telling people in America they still have a death sentence. They don't hang people. They will inject you and you slowly die. So they don't look as cruel as Uganda who are hanging people. But the outcome is the same, that you're all killing human beings. And I think Anita Among is like a Uganda, that she can't inject you, she will hang you. So I didn't celebrate her downfall because it brings nothing. Look at the way both was brought. First, the military, through Museveni's son announcing that you will be a speaker. Why? Even UPDF supports you. And then the rest of the process was just a ceremony. Then Museveni's son announces the deputy speaker will be a woman. Later he says, no, I have consulted my father, the deputy speaker will be Tayewa. And you are the ones who are supposed to check cabinet, check Museveni and his ministers. But the son is the one appointing you, I think in a consultation with his father. So even if you want to celebrate the downfall of Anita Among, you want to celebrate because Parliament is going to be run and will make decisions differently. I don't think that will happen.
So when you see Jacob both pledging to fight corruption inside Parliament, pledging loyalty both to NRM, to President Yoweri Museveni, to PLU, to the CDF General Moses Kainerugaba, you insist it's just going to be the same, just different levels of sophistication.
Loyalty to CDF, but you are supposed to be the boss of CDF.
Do you think that Jacob both would, for example, push against certain unpopular policy?
He cannot.
For example, the UPDF Amendment Act,
but he's the one who brought it.
Bill or the sovereignty bill.
Or both
someone who served under his leadership
as a Minister of Defense. He's the one who brought the amendment to reintroduce the military court trial civilians. He chaired the committee. I was on the legal committee during the removal of age limit, and he kept shortchanging us. I went with the parliamentary sports team to Tanzania. Both had adjourned our committee to after Christmas and New Year. And that's how we left. We were in Tanzania playing football, and we were told both has called a retreat in Munyonyo. They want to, this matter of the age limit removal done within a week. I couldn't return, but some MPs were facilitated by Museveni to return. I am telling you, he will not do things the way Anita Among was doing them, because Anita Among is a very ordinary woman. But he's going to do the same things or even worse, and it's even more painful. That's what I kept telling. Personally, like Professor Chiduma Kuya, the late, the first Ugandan to get a first-class law degree in Makerere was Dean of Faculty of Law. He's authored many books, but he was behaving as if he didn't go to a nursery school. It is more painful. I can forgive Anita Among, because, I mean, she's very ordinary. But both, he was not at the second as a classmate. They were one class below me at the university. So you have the knowledge, you know the law, and then you begin misapplying it or misinterpreting it.
Because you're saying Anita Among, Jacob both, same loyalty, just different faces or colors.
It's different handling. But the results are going to be the same.
Let's take a break. When we return, I'll ask Honorable Semuju what he thinks about his colleagues in the opposition. Watching NBS Face Off, my guest tonight is Honorable Semuju Nganda, Secretary General of the PFF, giving his views on matters politics. Honorable, you don't seem to rate Bobi Wine highly, at least from the statements I've seen you make. What would you consider his biggest strengths as a leader?
I have known Bobi Wine as a musician. He one time invited me and I visited his Kamocha base, took me around. At that time, we were involved in a walk-to-work protest. And he told me I had composed a song, Baleke Batambule, and he was asking me if that song will be of help. I think from my knowledge, either he was a supporter of Dr. Besigye or he supported FDC, I don't know. Because when I contested for Parliament in 2011, he used to facilitate my team that we are moving in Magere. At that time, I was MP for Chadondo East. So he's made his contribution. And his rise to even become the main opposition presidential candidate, I think must also have surprised him. It's not something that I think he prepared himself. One time we get arrested during the age limit remove. We were put in the same van. I was with him, Alan Sewanyana, Odongo Oto, Sechikubo, Gerard Karahanga, Oguzuli, driven to Nagarama. One group was left in Chira. On our way to Nagarama, we stopped near that residence of former Vice President Specius Awandera Kazu. They had locked the vehicle, he couldn't breathe. And he said during his campaign that brought him in Parliament, he had said, Bikwase Kyagulanyi. And he said, I didn't know these things are going to be like this. Tough. So he's made his contribution. But from his background, he doesn't have capacity to construct a political party in the real sense of a political party. And usually the supporters in Uganda even make things worse. I saw that in FDC. That people thought Besigye should be bigger than FDC. As long as Besigye is there, it doesn't matter whether you've institutionalized and built a stronger party. And one time I had a fight with them because I kept saying and giving examples when I was heading Montu's campaign, I consume services of MTN, Airtel, and others. I don't know who the CEOs are. They have concentrated on building brands than on building themselves. In Uganda, I think Bob Wine, he has concentrated on building himself more than building an institution that will have a lasting impact. And that's why his absence can easily be felt. That's a war I fought in FDC, and I told the people, yes, Besigye is a human being. There will be a day when Besigye is not there. We should concentrate our efforts on building an institution and not on building and glorifying individuals. But also you must understand, I mean, the truth should be said. Where was Bob Wine maybe 7-10 years ago? What experience does he have to run the country and to run a political party? He's very popular, he was eloquent, and he easily won following. But is he able to process that following into managerial capabilities? That I think I doubt, and I want to be truthful. I like him, we've met before, we may disagree in the politics, but I don't think he has capacity to process his popularity into as I said, the managerial capability to run a party, but also to run a country. That I don't
does that mean that for one to be a leader in his capacity, you need certain level of experience to lead the opposition?
You're going to run Uganda. A country. First of all, even if you don't run Uganda, even the opposition itself, I have worked with Besigye. He has his own shortcomings. Maybe because the ideologies and the background is different. Besigye believed in working with everybody in this struggle against the life presidency and family rule. I think Bob Wine believed in himself and his group, and then they thought they should be the one to do this. The rest, you can go home, we will do this work alone. So I celebrated when he came in, because in the past you had only politicians participating. When you begin having other people, musicians, lawyers, and so on and so forth join, you have to celebrate it. But along the way, we lost it because he became a property of his own group, and the group was using him as a weapon against any other. At one time, the fight against the opposition was even more fierce than the fight against NRM. And the moment you begin fighting yourself, certainly, you see, when Museveni was in the way of fighting, there were other groups. Nkwanga was here, Kaira was here, even Moses Ali was in Western Nile fighting. They had meetings, and at one time, they said, we will need to work together, even if every group stays where it is. But we need to be working for the same goal. And that's why after capturing power, Kaira was in government, his death, a controversial death, notwithstanding, Moses Ali was in government. So you've got to learn to work with others, because even if you take over government, it's not going to be a government of your own supporters. It's going to be a government to serve the whole country. But as I said, his background, and because he rose very quickly, becoming an MP, becoming a presidential candidate, forming a party, and running for president. That period may not have prepared him, but moving forward, he will need to learn to work with others.
Would you say opposition under him has been weakened, or it's stronger?
It's not him who has weakened it, because even if it was Besigye or any other person, Museveni may have taken advantage, because all of us have our weak points, and Museveni may take advantage of your weak points. The weakening of the opposition is something that Museveni has been working on for a very long time. You even become weaker the moment you seek to work alone and with only your group, because you become the target for the regime. The way they have targeted NOP is the same way they were targeting FDC. At the beginning, the FDC survived because they had many leaders from everywhere. So even if they concentrated on Besigye, there will be Muntu, there will be others, the Latigos, and so on and so forth. There was Nanas, the Mushegas, and so on. The moment you become alone and seek to elevate yourself above everybody, you're going to be a target, obviously, And then it is easier to crush you, because in the mind of Museveni and his group is that the moment we finish this one, this group is finished.
Is that a major mistake you hoped you should have avoided?
Yes, because when you work with
you were serving alongside him,
we have had a discussion. He has even
to offer advice.
He has even visited my home. We have had discussions, private. Agreed. Sometimes you may agree, because human beings are human beings. Today you agree and someone does something, but he has come home and we've sat in my sitting room and I've told him I don't think this is right. So I didn't want to offer my advice publicly to him, but we have had a discussion. Anyone who wants to fight the operation in Uganda must do so with others, even if you have the following of everybody. Because you may have the following, but you are not going to deploy yourself everywhere. You need to deploy people. I remember when we were in Walk to Work, those protests that followed the 2011 elections, we formed committees for health, for legal, for finance, for everything. There are people, when Museveni was fighting in Iruwero, the fighters, the real fighters were shooting. They thought they were the only ones who were fighting. They were calling Mbabazi and the Rukairis, their external committee in Nairobi, cowards. At one time they even said they should court-martial Mama Mbabazi. That debate was there. Who is the fighter? Is it someone who carries a gun and he shoots at the enemy, or someone who plans the war, or someone who finances it? In this struggle, everybody is important, and you have to reach out. And the moment you seek to do it alone, people will step back and then leave you to do it alone.
As we end this conversation, my last question is going to be, if you were to draw the most possible scenario of what happens post-Museveni, what would it look like?
Of what happens?
Post-Museveni.
Chaos. Because
after 40 years of stability?
I don't even call it stability, because even Libya was stable for actually 43 years when Gaddafi was in charge. But because he undermined institutions and elevated himself above institutions, the collapse of Gaddafi meant the collapse of Libya. Up to now, they are still reconstructing. I don't know when it will end. What Museveni has done is what all strong men in Africa do, maybe, and in the world. Because today, you had a discussion within the NRM at the beginning. I remember one time, Manya Mushega told me they had a discussion at Parliament, Wapakaburo, Mushega, Kategaya, everybody, about the future. Museveni thought that these fellows, the direction they have taken, you may end up with Wapakaburo as a possible success. That's why he removed him from Parliament. I have told you he dealt with his contemporaries in politics, in the military. At one time, Mama Mbabazi thought I would be the successor. That chapter is now closed. These fellows that you see running towards Muhozi, not because they love him, but they think that the indications are that Museveni is going to hand over to his son. But his son is reckless. So here, I only pray that Museveni can step back. I have told him this when we were on one of the talk shows. Do this country a favor. Don't take us that direction. You may put everybody in prison, you may subjugate everybody, but you are laying a foundation for Uganda to explode, and doesn't matter how long it will take.
Honorable Sam Uganda, it's been a pleasure having you on NBS Face Off. Thank you for making time.
Thank you.
That's all we had for you this Sunday. Till next weekend. Good evening.
There's a new medical internship policy that government has introduced. The Uganda Medical Association has opposed it. It describes it as unrealistic, unfair, and exploitative. Let's get into the details of that policy and why it's become so unpopular. My guest tonight is Dr. Frank Asimwe, the president of the Uganda Medical Association. Dr. Asimwe, many thanks for allowing to speak to us tonight.
You're most welcome. I'm glad to be here, and greetings to the viewers.
How, in the most simplest terms, would you break down this policy for the better understanding of our viewers?
Draconian, shambolic, and dead on arrival. It's unimplementable. And that's the quickest I can describe it, and I can break down that a little bit more.
What was it like before, and what is government proposing?
Let me turn back the clock to my internship days, 30 years ago. I finished my medical school in September 1996. I went and sat home and relaxed because I knew I was embarking on a long medical journey, which I'm still on. November 11th, I reported for internship, so 3 months of wait, pretty much standard. And a few months before I reported, the interns in Mulago had participated in a strike. And one of those interns was Honorable Balyomunsi. And because of that, the salary of the interns had just been raised from 90,000 shillings to 180,000. So I came in at a time when there was a salary increment, so to speak, doubled. I began earning my salary. My salary came on time, and it helped me do many things. For the record, I took my first loan as an intern using internship money, and that was not to buy gifts for my girlfriend. That was to save my father's land. My father, before he died in 1995. He had taken a loan and had literally gone south. He died when he had a debt of up to about 56 million, and all of us had to chip in. I took a loan basing on my internship salary. The person who lent me that money was actually my supervisor, and he told me every month I'm going to knock off 100,000 from a salary, and I happily did that. We need to begin putting a human face to this discussion. We're not dealing with goods in a container, cement which is stuck at a border. We're not dealing with metals, iron bars which are stuck. We're dealing with human beings who have got lives to live, who have got dreams and aspirations. By the time you join medical school, you are fairly a right-thinking person. You probably have some future plans. You go through a 5-year rigorous training. Remember, you leave senior 6 and you join university with colleagues who are going to do 3-year courses. When you're going to 4th year, the people you started with have finished. By the time you're finishing 4th year, they are 1 year in the field, earning. Are you stupid? Are you daft? No. You are pursuing something. You go for the 5th year, they're in their 2nd year, earning. Must I say that some of them probably joined Uganda Revenue Authority, which was and still is one of the biggest paying institutions? They are driving. They are having families, and you are still studying. And all this rigor, you are acquiring knowledge and skill. Now, after 5th year, you don't cross over unless you've passed the final exam. Many failed that exam. We started as 52 in my class in 1991. We finished as 41, 42, I don't remember exactly. 10 fell along the way. So by the time you finish the 5th year, the training has been rigorous. You have acquired knowledge and skill. The only thing you are missing is that you have not yet been permitted to work independently. Therefore, as an intern, you have passed your exams, you have your transcript or a note from the university, which you take to the Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council. They license you provisionally to work under supervision, but gives you a leeway, a degree of responsibility. Now, 30 years down the road, I'm an intern supervisor. I've been doing this since I finished my own internship. What does the supervisor do? I find Canary has finished his 5 years. He has been registered by the council. He has acquired all this knowledge and some degree of skill. I just want him to cross over So I show him this is how scissor is done. And he's not seeing it for the first time. He has been seeing it as a third year, as a fourth year, as a fifth year. So now I'm allowing him to touch. It takes 1 or 2 if you are sharp. By the second section, you can do it on your own. And as the supervisor, I step back because I must let you drive. Then you can hone your skill. And I can only let you drive because 1, you have been qualified, you are an MBCHB holder. You may not have been awarded that ceremony, but you have qualified, you have satisfied the requirements for the award. You have been registered by Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council. You are on the road to acquire skills. Now, secondly, you have a livelihood. You can concentrate. You can report at 8. You are there through lunchtime. You are there at 4. You are there at 6. You are there at midnight. You only leave when the cases have stopped flowing or you have sorted the ward out. You are not hurrying to sell gonja. You are not hurrying to go and buy chicken to sell, to have a livelihood. So if you have no livelihood, if you have no qualification, because the university has not yet declared you, if the council has not yet licensed you, because the council has no right to license medical students, they license you as who? The university must have said you have satisfied.
Right.
If all these things are not in place, how are you going to hone your skill? How am I, as your supervisor, going to give you responsibilities? That's why this bill, this policy was not well thought out and will not take off.
In short terms, there are 2 things here that we're grappling with. Number 1, that you're not going to be given your degree after your 5 years until you finish internship.
We must dig into that.
But also number 2, the internship allowance starting July 2026 will be scrapped off.
Those are the 2 elephants in the room. You know, they're trying to play tricks here. We all know in medical school, I did in Barara, we finish in August. But graduation can be any time. Can be next year. We graduated in February 1997. So the actual ceremony of graduation is not what we're talking about. We're talking about you being given your transcript and being able to use it to be registered with the council, or if you don't want to practice medicine, there are many people who don't want to practice medicine, clinical medicine. They want to branch into other things, business, other branches of medicine which don't require practice, bedside practice, like lecturing in basic sciences, physiology, anatomy, microbiology, epidemiology. All these you don't need to be a bedside clinician. You can straight away enroll in a master's program. To have a master's in anatomy, a master's in public health, a master's, those things don't require you to have done internship. So if I want to go down that road, why is my transcript being withheld? And worse still, why am I being forced to do an internship which I have no interest in at my cost? Dead on arrival. It won't take off.
Why do you think government is avoiding paying interns?
It's not government.
Intentionally.
It's not government.
Intentionally calling them students.
It is not government. It is certain people who are caught pants down. And I'll justify what I'm saying.
What would be the interest of just individuals influencing government policy?
Caught pants down because they did not participate in what should have been an anticipatory, in medicine we call it prophylaxis, planning, preemptive planning. I'll give you a bit of the genesis. Barara University was opened in 1989. I was the 3rd batch. Makerere University to 1990, 24, 22, 24. Fast forward, more universities begin coming on board. Are you going to still be producing 100 students, 100 doctors per year? You are licensing. So the same government is licensing universities. I can give you the chronology. But by 2010, we had about 5-6 universities which were in action. The numbers were bound to increase. But the planners did not see this coming. By 2012, the numbers being admitted were sizable. 5 years down the road, 2016, 2017, boom. What had been 300 interns now is 800 interns, it's 1,000 interns. And they were caught unawares and they say there's no money. Of course, there was no money because they had not planned for it. And in order to justify the fact that, to hide the fact that they were caught pants down, they label that as a problem. These universities, they're producing numbers. Whoever refuses numbers, let me give you 1 million Uganda shillings. Let me give you 1 billion. Let me give you 4 billion. Won't you fetch a Rolls Royce? Whoever refuses numbers. Let me give you 2 houses. Who has ever refused numbers? You plan for the numbers.
But what is at risk? Let's return with that conversation after this. And already faces a severe doctor shortage. The health workers in the hospitals are not enough. For to go by the standards of the World Health Organization, the ratio of doctor to patient should be 1 to 1,000. But Uganda's stands at 1 to 25,000, far below the WHO recommendations. And yet, the medical interns do hold this burden because they form a very formidable force amongst the health workers. And now, government says they should not get their degrees until they are done with internship, but also their allowances should be scrapped. My guest tonight is the president of the Uganda Medical Association, Dr. Frank Asimwe. Doctor, the doctor shortage in hospitals and then now this policy, is the crisis going to become bigger?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for bringing it from that angle. There is a complete disconnect between the reality and what is being proposed. The reality, I had the opportunity of campaigning across the whole country. I went to all the regional referrals, actually at all the internship training centers. Our staffing norms stand at between 23 and 26-27%. That means where you should have 100 health workers, you only have 23. That's how appalling it is. What should be our conversation? How do we close this gap? How do we increase these people? How do we absorb people into the system? But unfortunately, the policy is holding people at bay. First of all, it's pausing to complain about the numbers, which to me is a real shocker. I will give you only 3 scenarios where numbers of human beings should be complained about. If the numbers are of those who are falling sick, if the numbers are of those who are dying, if the numbers are of those who are going to hell, there should be a complaint. But even if they are immigrants, you should celebrate that these people have escaped a tragedy. They have escaped a conflict and they are being housed here. Even if they are people who are escaping a mudslide. So numbers must be celebrated. So at the time when we have 2,000 doctors being churned out of the universities in Uganda, we must be celebrating that number and therefore plan how do we absorb them. We must have a roadmap. You've given us a very good statistic. We stand at 25,000 per doctor. I'm supposed to take care of 25,000 people. And as a urologist, it's even worse. As a transplant surgeon, it's even much worse.
Let's just maybe put it in perspective.
Yes.
You're supposed to be attending to half of the entire seating capacity, or rather half of the seating capacity of Namboole Stadium.
Absolutely. And the WHO recommends only 1,000 for me. If for as long as I'm seeing the 25,000, one, I'm very tired. I cannot do a good job because when you walk in, it means behind you there are another 24,000. So I must see you in a hurry. The resources of my energies cannot be enough. So I'm not giving enough time because I cannot divide the 24-hour clock or the 1 year into these numbers. So we should be seeing how do we absorb these people into the system. We should be having a plan that now that we stand at 125, in the next 5 years, let us reduce it to maybe 1 to 15,000. In the next 10 years, to 10,000. Kenya here in our neighborhood, they are around 5,000, 1 to 5,000. Rwanda, 1 to 8,000. Tanzania is around 1 to 12,000. What went wrong? Where?
Coincidentally, my previous guest on the show was a medical doctor and the director of public health under the Ministry of Health, a scientist. I was also shocked learning from him that government on the face wants to look like it prioritizes science and scientists. But on the inside, when the numbers come in, it actually does not. Where would you say the gap is that government does not even have a plan on absorbing all these numbers?
First of all, I want to exonerate our planners. We've got very good plans, but they never brought in light. Why? The sharing of the national cake, the appropriation of funds. How much money are you putting to the human resource in health vis-a-vis how much money you're putting the human resource in parliament, for instance, or in defense for that matter. And I don't want to go on with many examples. I might step on too many toes. The prioritization. Do you know we've been having a ban on recruitment in Uganda on health? I'll use myself as an example. I have stagnated. Right now, I'm a consultant urologist. I have sat on this post for now 7 years. I should have been promoted, or I should at least have been eligible for promotion 3 years down into that appointment. So I am 4 years overdue. Before I was promoted to consultant, I sat on the post of medical officer special grade for 11 years. Stagnation. Why? Because of the ban in recruitment. The Health Service Commission will be waiting for someone either to die or retire. They are not creating more space. And yet the people to be taken care of are there and increasing. So at this time, we should be planning to have people join the service. People to join the service, we should not be complaining that the people are many.
In terms of already first delayed payments, not just that, expensive postings. Someone who has been studying in Kampala is posted in Arua or Lira. Difficult working conditions. The hospital resources are not even enough. Uganda Medical Association saying that removing all these allowances for them will shift the burden entirely, not just to the students, but also to their families. What happens if the medical intern cannot afford one extra year?
Thank you. Let me answer this with the question we ended on the segment. If this tragic policy goes through, because government is powerful, they can decide that the road will pass where NBS is, and even if you shout and somersault, they will go through your building. Just for the sake of argument, let's say it goes through. One, you're going to have disenfranchised doctors. One whose degree certificate is being withheld, whose decision, whether you've, I don't know, you've all done exams. You know the anxiety to know whether you've passed or not. That is being held for a whole year. You finish your 5th year. They're going to hold the results. So for a whole year, you don't know whether you passed or you didn't pass. 2, you are coming in an arrangement where you have no sustainment. You have no transport. You have no food. You have nowhere to stay. Let's put a human face to this. If there is no salary coming to you, you have been in school for 5 years. Your father, your mother, your parent knows you have finished. Then you're going back to them, getting money which is supposed to go to your brothers and your sisters, if it's there anyway. Some parents sell land, knowing that this child is here for 5 years, and they get a loan of 20 million, 30 million, and they pay. Now you finished, you're expecting that same parent to be sending the money. Now that student, now you're calling him a student, walks onto the ward, and you come there, you are bleeding. Are they going to handle you properly or handle you at all? Can they make it to work if there is no transport? Now, again, like I told you, me as the supervisor of the intern, there is no way, if he's not registered, I'm going to give him responsibility. So the skills acquisition, the polishing of the medical graduate into a practicing doctor is going to be greatly compromised. And this is self-defeating, because in that policy, one of the things they're trying to address is quality.
Right.
And quality is soothed over. Like you have a finished rough product and it's taken to the smoothing and the painting and the, internship is supposed to do that. If I'm therefore not able to turn this medical student into a refined product, are you achieving anything in quality? No. So the Ugandans
when you talk about quality and the Ugandans at risk, it makes me think that this should not be a fight for Uganda Medical Association, all the interns. It should be a fight for all Ugandans. All Ugandans should be pushing against this policy.
Absolutely.
Because the burden is not going to be pushed on to the families of the interns, but all of us who seek medical care in these hospitals.
Let me paint it better for you. Government can have its way. I am here talking myself hoarse, but I don't have the last word. Let's make no mistake about that. If this policy goes through, they are going to unleash 2,000 angry, hungry, recoiled, resented, now they'll call them students, on patients. That patient could be you. That patient could be me. I had an unfortunate opportunity of getting an accident. I was managed by an intern. Any one of us, you get any problem, you go to any government hospital. 70% of the work is done by interns. Now, if that intern is recoiled, resented, hungry, angry, you can fill in the gaps.
The risk is on all of us.
It's on us. The joke is on us. And who is putting that joke on us? Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance.
From when you joined the campus to study medicine, this is in 1991.
Yes.
We're talking about more than 35 years later. The situation is still the same. Medical interns were striking then, and now we have a problem of medical interns. You're the president more than 30 years later. Why isn't government prioritizing medical interns?
A luta continua, because from time immemorial, and I'll give you the exact timing, 1976, His Excellency Idi Amin raises the salaries of all doctors, and he says the lowest paid doctor should get so much. I don't remember the figure, I'll find it out. Let's say 200 shillings. And because the seniors at that time, either out of envy or ignorance, I don't understand, and specifically the dean of the medical school at that time, when His Excellency Amin drove to Davis Lecture Theatre and called all doctors who were striking, the dean of the medical school said, Your Excellency, interns are not doctors. And His Excellency Amin said, let the interns get out because you're not doctors. And how many people remained in that room? A handful. He said, so why are you striking? They said, Your Excellency, we're not the ones striking, it is those interns. But then you say doctors are the one. That is when the cherry was poisoned. The greed, the envy, not to let the intern partake of what is due for them by their seniors. Do you know how many seniors we have in the Ministry of Health? It is you, our seniors. By them, I'm more senior than some of them.
Let's talk about the seniority.
Who are poisoning the cherry, and it keeps surfacing, bring its head up again and again. And unless and until we redefine what the intern is, or reinstate the definition that an intern is not a student. They are a doctor who have finished their requirement, and they are doctors, and they're just having an apprenticeship. And therefore, they are employees, they are employed. I was paid all my internship allowance. I've told you what we had in
Doctor, let's continue this conversation after this break, because the incoming Minister of Health is a incoming Minister of Health, Dr. Chris Baryomunsi. It's not his first time in this docket. However, he has been in the docket before. The interns are striking one more time, and this keeps happening year in, year out. But this time for different reasons, that their allowances are going to be scrapped. Their degrees will be delayed until their internship has ended. My guest tonight is Dr. Frank Asimwe, who is the president of the Uganda Medical Association. You studied with Dr. Baryomunsi, the incoming Minister of Health.
He was 1 year ahead of me.
Do you think that perhaps he will see things differently now that he is the head of the docket?
I pray so. I pray so. And, but he's inheriting from another doctor, and the PS is a doctor, and there are very many doctors in that docket. So I don't quite know why they're not seeing these things. I will not go there. I'll speak for myself.
You talked about the greed of the seniority.
They're jealous.
Why would the senior government official be jealous of an intern? Make me understand that.
Professionals are very funny people. You need to be touched by the blood of Jesus and redeemed for you to be out of that funny mentality. When you are a professional, you underlook your juniors. And you forget that you are once a junior. We forget very easily. And we also forget that sometimes those juniors can actually be brighter than ourselves, can actually get better grades than ourselves. The only thing you have over them, over the juniors, is just your age. Having gone through, I don't want to be vulgar, the gates of whatever you went through before others. That's all. Otherwise, they are as brilliant, they have as good IQ or even better, and they are capable. And this malady is sometimes manifested in seniors making students fail. I'll give you an example. If I got a 63% in a certain subject, surgery for instance, some seniors will swear that no one they are teaching will ever get above that. That is the malady in professionalism. Thinking that you are the bar, there is no one who can be better than you. That is a problem. If you got a salary as an intern, what makes you think that those coming after you now should not get a salary? Did you not have a parent? All of a sudden, these are the ones who have parents. You didn't have a parent.
Okay, so you're saying that Dr. Badiomunsi, Dr. Diana Twine, all of them were paid for their internship.
Yes. Oh, yes.
And now they're pushing for a policy that scraps allowances for interns.
Allowances. It is only as recent as August last year, the current batch, that 300 interns were struck off the payroll. And we have lodged the case in court. And government is going to pay them and pay them with interest.
You said that government can have its way. I saw the Uganda Medical Association X account making sense of the numbers, that government can afford to give each member of parliament 300 million shillings for a new car to all the 529 members of parliament. And that costs about 130-something billion shillings. But a mere 50-something billion shillings for medical interns cannot be found. You think there is no political will?
The only thing I can say is that the money is there. I've said this before on this show, when the interns were sitting down at home and the money was found, and 2,700 of them were dispatched, were deployed. The money is there. Where it is, you people, you know where it is. But for us Ugandans, we know that the money is there, and interns deserve to be paid because they do 70% of the healthcare provision that is done. And the money is there. The money must be found, and these students must be acknowledged that they are doctors. They must be paid their money.
Is it possible that hospitals can absorb interns without affecting quality?
Oh, yes. You see, quality begins with the human resource. Where you have got the human resource in the right place, first and foremost, you are on the road to improved quality. Then you give that human resource the tools of the trade, what to use. Then you continue improving their own personal improvement. In the Uganda Medical Association, we've got what we call CPD, Continuous Professional Development. What you knew yesterday is not enough for today. Today you must add on, and that is an ongoing process. I must not be judged by what I was when I came out in 1996, there was no treatment for HIV. HIV, the treatment was supportive management, symptomatic management, and then you wait for your time. What is current now? HIV has become a chronic disease. So you cannot judge any product of any university, even by their quality when they left medical school 3 months ago. 3 months down the road, they are better people. And it's down to the individual who has set his mind and is motivated. That's what you forget. That's what people forget. Once someone is motivated, knowledge is not up there in the sky. Even in the sky, it's pulled down. People can acquire knowledge and skills, and it's an ongoing process. So the whole shroud of quality must not be used to implement draconian things.
Who is most likely going to face the consequences the most?
The Ugandan. The Ugandan. Because worst case scenario, government puts its foot down, you must do this, we are going to make noise like we are making, we are going to go to court, by the way, they can change the laws, they can judge differently. I'm now scenario playing, worst case scenario. Then you have got 3,000 doctors put on the ward, they are stripped of their title as doctors, they are called students, they are stripped of their allowances. Would you want to open your chest for that person to put their stethoscope on your chest?
Could rural hospitals even face bigger shortages?
Everywhere. The human resource. Once I am disenfranchised, once I am unhappy, I will lash back in various ways. And we don't want to weaponize the interns. You know, they say might. Sometimes they think might is right. You can force these doctors to go and work. But what they do, you have zero control about what they do. Or what they refuse to do, you have zero control. We can show up. We are on the ward, we are walking around, but am I going to be at my 100%? Can you force me? You can only motivate me. Are you motivating me by withholding my transcript? Are you motivating me by stripping me of my title as doctor and calling me student? Are you motivating me by withholding sustenance? The answer is no. So I am demotivated. Who will suffer? The patient. And who could that patient be?
Doctor,
you can answer.
If you broaden the problem, when you look at it from a perspective of a professional, when you go to the lawyers who have finished their 4 years at the law school, when they get to the LDC, they face the same issues. They are apparently deliberately failed. They do not get to get through LDC. Do you think that Uganda is facing a crisis on professionals, a crisis on labor, a crisis on a workforce?
I don't want to talk about professions that I am not very familiar with, the details. But generally speaking, because of the good policies of this government, not this one, not inclusive, and that's why it's going to fail. It's wrong. It's very wrong, by the way. But because of the good policies, there has been an increase in the human numbers, and therefore the training, the education levels have gone up. Schools have come up, universities have come up. So there are human people, there's human resource which is skilled and knowledgeable. The crisis, if you can call it a crisis we are facing, is failure to harness that bumper harvest. You have graduates. All of a sudden you're calling them a problem. You have people who can speak English. I have traveled. I've been to Tanzania. I've been to Congo. People struggle with English. When they hear you guys say, Mama, this is very nice. But we are not harnessing that. So our failure to harness this bumper harvest of educated people, trained, skilled people, is what we need to get over. But also suffice to say that the people to deal with this problem are also there. So it's just a matter of time that once we join the right dots, the right people to sit in the right positions and make the right decisions, and then what is being thought as a problem. I'll give you a last scenario. I bring sand, I bring bricks, I bring stones. And then someone comes and says, hey, look what this guy has done. You show up, you say, okay, let me bring cement. And before you know it, there's a house. Aren't you better off than this person who was crying about the sand and the bricks and the stones? That's what needs to happen. Uganda has the sands, the stones, the bricks. We just need people who can turn that into buildings and structures.
What evidence has government given you as a medical association to support such a draconian policy?
They are so far still grandstanding. I know. I am 54 years old. I can look at the face of Honorable Mugume. He is just grandstanding. He knows inside himself that what he's defending is indefensible, but he's grandstanding. And what is the problem? Politics. We need to separate politics from technocrat business. If you are supposed to be a minister, you are supposed to give the right advice. Say, this is this. 1 + 1 is 2. But when you bring politics in, 1 + 1 can be 11. The other day someone was asking, 1 + 1 is what? We say it's 2. Say, you mean 1 goat + 1 cat is 2 goats. So when politics comes in, it changes reality. We need technocrats who are completely divorced from the politicking. That is our Achilles heel. We are politicking in everything.
Let's take a break. When we return, could this draconian policy on medical interns increase the medical interns, that their degrees wait a year longer, but also their allowances scrapped? Now, Uganda Medical Association says it is in support of different reforms in the medical or medicine industry. However, it needs government to do broader consultation and practical solutions before implementation. What would be the best reforms around the medical interns that you would support as UMA?
Thank you very much. And I would like to applaud those who initiated the idea of having a policy. Although I would quickly say that that's a departure from the norm. When I did my internship, 1996, and up to like 2010, there was never need for a policy because I had an appointment by the civil service. I was a civil servant. I was a medical officer on probation. So the standing orders sufficed. There was no need for a new law. But when they began tinkering with the pay, basically the pay, we must not mince words. It's all about pay. Then they began down-toning them that they are students. That's when the policy came in. We have been part of Uganda Medical Association since 2017. Yes, we requested for a policy to come up. What were we trying to address? One, issues of quality. Where do we begin quality? We must set a bar on the entry points. So this policy addresses that, and that's very good, very commendable. By the way, there are some good things in this policy. So entry points across the whole country, there must be a bare minimum. True, some universities can take triple A's and stop at B's, others can stop at C's, but there must be a bar that you don't take OOOs and OOFs. You must put a bar. That's one. Two, numbers. How many students must each university admit? What do you base on? Okay, fast forward, you can base on our ability to absorb them, so they can be input on the absorption, but also on what does the university have? How many lecturers? How many lecture rooms? How many laboratories? When you come to the clinical subjects, how many hospitals? There are many universities without hospitals. That must be mandated that you must have a hospital. How many tutors in these hospitals? Then finally, is the National Council of Higher Education checking on these universities to see that they are enforcing these? Or are they sitting in Kampala? Why can't the National Council of Higher Education have branches? Because there are universities all over the country. Finally, this business of having a pre-internship exam. If someone has done a final exam and has passed and is now a doctor, you are giving him a pre-internship exam to do what? If I ask any of those, Honorable Bariomunsi, he did his MBCHB, I don't know when. I don't know his last degree he did. Let me talk about myself. I am a transplant surgeon. The last exam I did was in urology. I'm a urologist. If you gave me a urology exam now, what are you trying to prove? If I fail that exam, what happens to me?
Where would you be failing it, and yet you've been practicing it?
Have you ever sat for an exam?
I've sat for an exam.
Do you know the dynamics of an exam? The failure and passing does not only depend on the amount of knowledge in your head. It depends on many things. My point is, the only exam that the medical student should be subjected to, the only exam that should qualify you as a doctor or not a doctor, should be the 5th year end of course exam. We can make that a national exam. Whether you're at Makerere, Busitema, Kabale, KIU, you do the same exam. Once you've done that, then we know that as Ugandans, this is a Ugandan doctor. I can assure you, you put pre-internship exam, people will fail them and they will hang. And those are the people who are going to be opening quackeries. We call them quackeries. In villages. Because they finished their 5th year, they passed it. Now they have failed to pass this pre-internship exam. Quality does not always have to be tested by exam. It can be tested in other ways.
Are we likely going to see doctors like yourselves go to work in other countries? Because the policies here just are not any good for you.
First of all, for me, I'm a villager. I will never leave Uganda. I've had an opportunity being offered, but I refused. It was a very hefty one. 5,000 USD, cash, mkononi, housing covered, travel back home covered, and I refused to go.
Why would you be stuck here?
I love my Uganda. I love my Ugandans.
There are people who do not think like you do.
Yes, now let me address...
And are attracted by the bag, probably because they also need to, put something on the table.
That should not be criminalized. It should be okay. And as a trainer, I've been teaching. I am an associate clinical professor at King Caesar University. I teach at Makerere. I teach IU students, Islamic University. I've been an external examiner at King Caesar, Kampala International University. I've been an examiner at Mbara University. We teach our students to be global. When they come out, they should be able to work anywhere and everywhere. My last fellowship that I sat for was a COSEXA, College of Surgeons of East and Central Africa countries, 14 countries. Any doctor in Uganda should be capable of working anywhere. The reason for not going should not be because they are being impeded, their papers are being held, should just be by choice.
Okay, so
that's my first caveat.
So this unpaid internship policy, could we see more doctors leave Uganda?
Yes, it will, and it will be unfortunate that we lose our best brains and we're not making an effort to attract them and keep them, and we are losing them to other countries. Why did I refuse that offer? because I wanted to return to Uganda and I could get a job in Mulago and work in Mulago, and the rest is history. But if we don't give these people a chance, if we disenfranchise them, why should they not look for better spaces to work in?
As a professional body, were you consulted by government?
That's a sad story. No. And I have it on good record. Uganda Medical Association was not consulted. The Pharmaceutical Society was not consulted. The Nursing Society was not consulted. Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council was not consulted. The deans of the medical schools were not consulted. Remember, they are changing it from 5 years to 6 years. Who changes a curriculum by a flip of a coin without consulting the universities? The evidence they have may be different. I'm a Ugandan. I've told you I'm an old man. I know. You just get a list and say, Canary, please sign here. There's even an envelope. You sign, you take your envelope. Now me, I put a header, a meeting in Seta for dealing with. And they say, but Canary represented NBS.
No, make this make sense for me. There are few individuals inside government that are shifting government policy by a mere flip of a finger.
And I can make it even better at the risk of many things. They twisted the Minister of Education to sign it so that they silence us. We know what you did.
What next? Are there avenues to address this concern?
There. And
you said you're going to court. How far
our
can this go?
leadership is not the same. There are those who will listen. We made a case against the Sovereignty Act, and our voices were heard. We've made noises about many things. For crying out loud, we asked His Excellency in 2017 to give these interns. At that time, they were getting 750,000. And he decreed. And they got 2.5 million for about a year. And then these same people reduced it to 1 million. And they reduced it to 0. And they want to reduce it to 0 for everyone. So there are those in government who will listen to this. And I can assure you, this draconian, shambolically prepared policy will not roll because it is unimplementable. You finish 5 years. That's the contract you signed with the Kampala International University or Makerere University for that matter. Where does the 6th year fit in? Do you pay tuition? Do you belong to Makerere? Where do you belong? But if you belong to Makerere, now they've sent you to Yumbe. So what control do I have over you when you're in Yumbe?
Dr. Sima, maybe this could be a policy introduced so that your minds are diverted. Instead of pushing for an extra fee on top of the 1 million shillings of allowances, that your mind is diverted now to fight a wrong policy.
You've got your finger on the money. That's it. We were not even just going to complain about the 1 million. We're not going to ask for a reinstatement of 2.5. We're going to take it further. I will tell you, I was part of the genesis. When we went to His Excellency in 2017, when we went to strike, I was the chairperson on welfare. We were negotiating for 5 million for the medical officer, and he agreed. And our argument was that the intern is a medical officer on probation. According to the standing orders, you are then entitled to 75% pay of the person or of the job that you are doing probation on. That would work out 4 million. In principle, he agreed, but negotiated that it comes down to 50%. That's how we got the 2.5%. That's what we are going for. That is what we are going for. The interns deserve 4 million, not 1, not 2.5, 4 million, and the money is there.
Even the 1 million they've been getting has been scrapped.
4 million is what they're going to get.
Dr. Sima, your last word on the show. What message does this draconian, shambolically prepared policy, like you call it, send to the future doctors?
It is very disheartening, but it's not the first time it has happened. The good thing that comes with gray hair, which I'm beginning to have, is that you have seen some of these things. So though we look shocked, we're not shocked. It has happened before. We've won previous battles. Even this one will win. And our doctors will not be disenfranchised because their voices, their ears of reason, which are going to hear our cry. We thank you, media, for propagating this message. Let this message get to everyone that they are weaponizing the intern. And they will not let it happen. The timeline is August. That's when the first batch is going. This is June. We have got 2 months of unrelenting activity. And we're going to do it. And it's going to be reversed.
Our cameras are on, our microphones are on. Wait to see what happens by August 2026. Dr. Frank Asiwe, many thanks for speaking to us on NBS Face Off.
Thank you.
That's all we had for you this weekend. Till next Sunday, good evening. The Bundubujo Ebola virus outbreak that was announced on the 15th of May 2026 in Ituri province in the Democratic Republic of Congo has produced hundreds of suspected cases and now deaths, but also has confirmed spread into Uganda through cross-border travel. Uganda has since closed borders with the Democratic Republic of Congo. Questions remain on why the outbreak escalated so quickly despite prior experience from Uganda managing Ebola outbreaks. My guest tonight on NBS Face Off is Dr. Daniel Chabainze, the Director of Public Health, Ministry of Health. Doctor, many thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me here.
Doctor, as of mid-May 2026, DRC reported hundreds of suspected cases and dozens of deaths in Ituri province with laboratory confirmation of this Bundubujo strain. Uganda then recorded cases that were imported. Why did detection delay for weeks?
I wonder which detection was delaying for a week, because for us, the moment we got the first case, we were able to detect. Uganda was able to get the first of Ebola it is and how it's related to the past recent outbreaks. Because you can genetically type, you can say we can be able to fingerprint to critically identify what kind of Ebola you've gotten. The outbreak in Congo was announced late, because if you have multiple suspects, you've already had deaths, and they have had challenges in diagnosing the disease. That means they told the world very late to be on their guards. So that was the delay. That was the first delay. The second delay is that because the Bundubujo strain is slightly different from the other two strains, the Zaire and Sudan, probably their kits were not yet optimized to pick the strain. But that's what is on the other side of the border. When your neighbor gets trouble, you can't be safe. That's the neighborliness we have. That's the neighbor we have. And what happens at our neighbor, of course, ends up spilling into our compound.
We know that the neighbors in the DRC have had a lot of trouble dealing with outbreaks like these. Why hasn't Uganda increased surveillance across the border? For example, why is there no screening at the border to detect anything that is suspected to be Ebola?
Okay, so we live in what we call the yellow fever belt along the equator, where the vegetation and climate is so optimal, both for animals and human beings. So we live in a place where the animals roam the wild. We have other illnesses which are still are common in the tropics, what we call tropical diseases, which are difficult to screen. Ebola is one of them. How do you screen for Ebola? Screening Ebola, the symptoms come after within 21 days of being infected, and they are not specific for Ebola until their late symptoms. So there's nothing you can critically screen other than using information at the border. You can screen for temperature, but malaria gives you a temperature. You can say anybody with a fever, a headache, all other diseases give you headaches and fevers. So it's difficult to screen. For cholera, people will start having diarrhea, and even with Ebola, people will have diarrhea. But the difference is, are you able to pick what is causing the illness? One of the cardinal illness, which when it's about to manifest, is that you hear sporadic deaths of people living in a common community who interact. So even, in fact, the media can easily pick up an outbreak before the conventional medical teams pick up any outbreak. because it's a disease passed by contacting somebody, you're in close proximity, I have touched your body fluids. I've either touched your tears, your sweat, your excreta, poo-poo, or vomitus. I have cleaned the place, I have washed your dishes, or washed your linen, or touched a dead body. Or the spillover from animals, you've been eating bats, you've been eating monkeys, and have been infected. So these are the sources when it moves from the vibe to the human beings. So it's been difficult. You can't control and monitor and keep screening for Ebola the way we would screen for other illnesses which we know which present. And because of the long incubation period, it becomes a challenge.
I hear you, but now we know that Welwujo strain has no The first Ebola case in 2026 was announced on the 15th of May 2026. 2 weeks later, Uganda decides to close its border with the DRC. Why did it take Uganda 2 weeks while other countries did close their border with DRC much earlier? My guest tonight is Dr. Daniel Charainze, who is the Director of Public Health under the Ministry of Health. Walk us through the decision making, and maybe is it because we do not have cabinet in place that the decision could not be taken to close the border? Because other countries like Rwanda closed their border with DRC much earlier. But why did it take 2 weeks for Uganda?
So we cannot say, so Uganda recently, yesterday, announced that it's closing the borders and only leaving limited movement for cargo and trade and goods to be transiting from Congo to Uganda. The first people, the disease was introduced in Uganda by people who were seeking medical care, what we call medical tourism, into Uganda from the Congo. At that time, Congo had not told the world that there is an outbreak of Ebola. So it has taken us time to understand what is the likely source of reintroduction of infection into our country. So we've done an assessment. We've seen that the first 4 or 5 patients were all through the same chain of transmission from the people who introduced the disease through coming to get treatment in our health facilities, in the private health facilities. First of all, they came in as paying patients, and we knew that this was still a limited mode of treatment. But as word goes on, that people who come to Uganda are being given care, and there is hope, there is a worry and a very likely risk that more people coming in will come to seek care. Let me take you back a little. When there was an announcement of outbreak of Mpox, we discovered that Mpox was introduced into Uganda by 2 pregnant women who crossed the border to come and get antenatal care on the side of Uganda, because you know that the healthcare systems in Uganda do work. And that's how Mpox got introduced into Uganda. The same way, 2 people have moved into our health facilities and they have introduced the outbreak into Uganda. It has taken time, because what do you need to know to close the borders? You need all multi-agencies to pack. It's not about only health. You can disrupt families, you can disrupt livelihoods, you can have to understand who is traveling, why, where, and what are the conditions of why people travel.
Well, doctor, all that has already been disrupted now with
Yes.
What looks like a ban on crowds,
Movements.
And movements, and then now closing of the border with the DRC. One wonders, is it systematic failure that Uganda did not move faster?
Because now we have had a chance that Congo, we have had a cross-border meeting held here in Uganda last Friday, a week ago, when we had the Rwandese, when we had the Congolese, DRC Minister of Health and the one of South Sudan and Africa CDC coming and meeting, and we're having a tripartite meeting to understand the extent of the disease. Now we know what the extent of disease in Congo is. So it necessitates, because the outbreak is in multiple places. So if we were to close the border between Congo and Uganda, where were we going to close? Because now we know the outbreak is in Ituri province, North Kivu, and I think the lowest one near Goma is what? I think that's North Kivu province. There is a Ituri province. Those are the ones which directly border Uganda western border with Uganda. So these, whereas we have some natural barriers, you know, the beauty is that we have Lake Albert, it's a natural barrier. We have River Simliki, it's also a barrier. And also in the south, we have the Rwenzori Mountains, which are also natural barriers. So these are easy to say we've closed and monitor. However, there are so many porous areas where people can come and seek care. You know, when people are seeking life, they become desperate. So once we don't do something drastic, then we may be overwhelmed. Whereas we mean well, because we are all in the East African community, we need to understand where is the risk and how do we intervene. And I think the closing of the border at this time was well timed, having assessed the risk and also having taken stock of what we can do in the limited time. What is critical is to stop the rapid transmission or cut all transmission and then put countermeasures to stop the spread while within our borders. And I think it will also be prudent for Uganda to now go and help, because you don't only stop a fire in your house, but you need to go across the border and stop the fight, stop the fire as well.
One wonders why you've not improved medical access in areas around the border. Why was the first patient detected on the 10th of May and then public announcement was on 15th of May? Why were they being treated in Chibuli Hospital? I can imagine a health worker being trapped in that ambulance with an Ebola patient from the border with the DRC all the way to Kampala.
Without divulging into the way the people came into Uganda, because this is private information, we do keep confidentiality of the people we care for. They are not just numbers for the sake of numbers. However, I can tell you that when you walk into my health facility and you say you have a fever or you have a headache, I will not think you've come for Ebola treatment, because there is no outbreak in my country.
I hear you, doctor, but we now know that DRC, there's imported cases of Ebola every now and then. This is not the first strain that you're dealing with.
Yes, yes.
Why not then improve medical care around the medical facilities around the border with the DRC?
So we may think that the outbreak will come from along the border with DRC and it comes from South Sudan. Similarly, when we had Marburg, it was on the Kenya-Uganda border. When we had the last Marburg outbreak in the East African region, it was on the southern border. So we need to put healthcare all over Uganda. We cannot say we will put only along one side and neglect the rest. So healthcare services and service delivery is a process, is a developmental process. As we get more resources as a country, we increase the services to be at part everywhere. But for global health security, which this is a really health security, we need to put facilities which can help to detect high consequence pathogens like the ones we're handling. We do have a lab in Arua, which was initially started up as a yellow fever and West Nile virus set in Arua. And that's where we are doing the testing. So it's along the border. We do have a mobile lab in Kasese, Mpondo region. We also have another lab in the border areas in Western Uganda. So the facilities to detect or to diagnose now, because detecting and diagnosing are different. Detecting is you're thinking that we shall predict before an outbreak is. It's not always possible to detect that at times, but you prepare that when there is an outbreak and that now you confirm there's one, how do you respond?
Yeah, but that's just 50%.
Yes.
The other 50% is the treatment.
Yes.
Why have you not increased Medicare around now the treatment if you have improved detection?
So what does government do to prevent illnesses? We do immunization. That's the first one. For the whole of Uganda, you've seen that the coverage of immunizable diseases has increased from 5 killer diseases, 6 killer diseases. We're now offering 14 immunizable diseases to prevent. So if there is an outbreak, which could be caused by a vaccine preventable illness like yellow fever, that we've already done. And you've known that we've given yellow fever all the country, and it's been offered in everybody. So if there is a vaccine, like for soon, if Ebola vaccine becomes available, then Ugandans will be able to receive it, because that is something which we are at risk of such outbreaks continuously.
What is the problem here? Why don't we have a vaccine for the Bundibugyo strain?
There is none in the world.
That's why I'm asking why.
Why?
Is it a problem of funding? Is it a problem of science? How could you basically explain to an ordinary viewer why there is no vaccine for the Bundibugyo strain?
I'm going to be a little selfish. I'm a researcher myself. So I'm going to turn around and say, why? I think government must give us more money to do research, medical research, and invest as part of global health security into doing research on these high consequence pathogens, so that we have our own countermeasures. We should have diagnostics for Ebola made by Ugandans. We should have a vaccine made by Ugandans or in collaboration with everybody in East Africa. And so are the medicines, antiretrovirals. If people are investing in their research, we know how countries invest millions of dollars in their own local researchers, in their own universities, in their own scientists, and they give grants, like we had grants during the COVID outbreak. You remember STI had grants to give people to do research in drugs like COVID-X. And so we should continuously increase the amount of money. So the ball is back to the government to give us more money. The scientists are there. You sit at the highest rank in the Ministry of Health, one of the highest. How do you explain to a viewer that 18 years later, after the detection of the first Bundibugyo strain, that there is no vaccine? But let's answer that after this break. NBS Face Off returns in a bit. With repeated Ebola outbreaks across the region, questions remain on whether Uganda should go ahead and continue receiving refugees from South Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, and other neighbors. Is our own open refugee policy acting against us? My guest tonight on NBS Face Off is Dr. Daniel Chabainze, who is the Director of Public Health under the Ministry of Health. Doctor, the refugees that arrived the whole month of May, I know there could be some suspected cases. I cannot, maybe you can confirm to me if there are any cases that have been confirmed from the refugees. But this open refugee policy, has it given you trouble as people working under the Ministry of Health? You know, Uganda currently hosts almost 2 million refugees. And people don't become refugees by choice. There is a war. Your life is in threat. You are not sure you'll see next tomorrow. That's why you decide to walk the many kilometers or take any flight to get you to Uganda. Anybody will go to Uganda for safety. Anybody. That's the policy, and that's what our government has continued to live out. Our role is to make sure that when people come into Uganda, they are sure to live. That has, to everything that has a consequence. They do come with whatever there is. First of all, they walk through so many forests and they pick diseases along the way. Those who come by foot have picked everything. Is it malaria? Is it dengue? Is it yellow fever? Are we sure they are vaccinated? Have they picked HIV? Have they picked Mpox? They come alongside with whatever there is. So when they come into Uganda, that introduces a new risk that they spread the disease they came with. Secondly, then we start sharing the little resources. If we've budgeted and you arrive in a health facility and the resources we had were for only Avuru or a health facility like Chilio health facility, and then you come and you all swamp to be treated because you've come, then you are going to stretch the health system. But in terms of also coming, I believe in Jesus and God. He says, love your neighbor as yourself. If your neighbor is in need, we cannot turn them back. Until Uganda changes that policy, our motto says, for God and my country. So if we have an opportunity to help those who are in need in terms of refugees, they will soon also go back home. I think if we pacify the countries around, if we support them to have more stable government, more democratic approaches, people will want to go home. There's no place better than home. But as long as they're in Uganda, they're drawing on the resources, and that's why the rest of the world should come to our support, because we are hosting many people, and if they say they have humanitarian support, they should come and bring the humanitarian support so that we sustain and live with the people until at a time when it is safe enough for them to go back to their countries.
When they strain the resources, especially on the medical facilities, they sort of slow down Uganda's response. Isn't that a problem?
I have been to one of the big refugee hosting districts like Chiriandongo. You can see lines and lines of people coming to seek care. Government has deployed, but also UNHCR has also supported, and there are also other agencies which are working. So government is not left on its own. But that can only be so much because they also put pressure on the host communities. What has happened is that when they help the refugees, the agencies which are supporting refugees are now also extending a hand to the host communities so that there is no rivalry, there is no hostility with the host community. But yes, they do stretch the resources.
What is Uganda's current testing capacity for Ebola?
We have limited capacity. There are still gaps because the kits which we are using are all imported. The testing kits and algorithms and the multiple kits you're using are stretched and limited. And once you get these high consequence pathogens, then you stop using the normal platform. For instance, if I'm going to test your blood for doing a full blood count, I'm going to do your malaria test, I'm going to see how your body work is doing. As long as I suspect Ebola, then I cannot use the same platform. I need to use what we call closed system. So then my cost of doing a simple test also becomes more expensive because I'm trying to keep myself secure.
Right. I have seen the Ministry of Health asking media houses to dedicate 30 minutes of prime time on educating people on how to deal with Ebola. You never do the same for other things like road safety. Road safety kills more people than Ebola has ever killed. Malaria itself. What is it about Ebola that you do not want to tell us?
Wow. But thank you for accepting to give us the 30 minutes per day for educating Ugandans. I have said the only tool we have left to combat Ebola in the shortest time is information sharing. And the only people who can share information is media. And people are tuned in, people are listening, so we need to educate them. Ebola is a new disease in the country. It's not one which is a day-to-day disease that everybody has information about. So the little time that we are receiving is to disseminate and keep Ugandans safe. By somebody tuning in today and listening to what I'm saying, first of all, they're going to believe there's an outbreak. Otherwise, if there was an outbreak, why aren't the media talking about it? Because when we create people doubting what they're hearing, then they will not believe what they do, and then they will put their guards down.
And I hear you, and I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong.
We've not done
what I'm saying is that road crashes kill 14 people every day. Malaria kills 3.5 more times than that every day. You're never pragmatic like this.
I'm going to ask now if you media houses to use this opportunity to say, please give me 20 minutes every day for malaria, and I'm happy to use it. We have had to do this approach because, as I said, it's an outbreak, it's an emergency. It's going to become a humanitarian catastrophe if we don't act now. The cost of not acting and using the media now will be so expensive if we try to do it later.
I hear you. How do you respond to claims that this is a money-making venture? I've seen reports going around saying that you now need 90 billion to deal with Ebola. Many people out there in the public are thinking this is a money-making venture, and the more you talk about Ebola, the more you're setting traps for money.
Okay. I want to step back and say, okay, who of those people who say that is willing to come with me to that Ebola treatment center today? That's where I'll start. Somebody is putting their lives out to keep the rest of us safe and alive. It costs money to move me from where I stay here in Natete to the post and make me stay at a border point like when I was in Rakai. All the 6 weeks when we are keeping that border closed. I need to feed, I need to find a tent, I need to be using materials to inform the community. It takes money. It's the way you deploy the soldiers. I don't think you can get an infantry or battalion and put it somewhere and say, oh, we put you there because we want to get money. No. So the mentality is, if people are in luck, they are projecting their luck that everybody else is trying to use unethical means to get their ways. But I know that the medical teams and the health professionals in health have dedicated their lives to keep others safe.
Right. My last question is going to be, there's now a ban from the Ministry of Health to prevent crowds and how to deal with crowds. People have cancelled meetings, big meetings, they have cancelled conferences, they have cancelled marathons, but the bars are open. There's congestion in there. There are so many places where people converge. That begs the question, how effective is this ban on crowds from the Ministry of Health?
I wish the bars were closed fast, but it's impossible to close bars. I remember during COVID, people would even sneak in from the back door to make sure that the bars are closed in the front and open at the back end. It's risk perception, which is going to cause people. And government has not cancelled any engagement which can be managed in terms of obeying the SOPs. I don't think that was the guidance. The guidance was put this in place, screen people, have adequate numbers, make sure you know who is coming in the crowd. If you don't know who is going to come in the crowd, that's why the Namugongo Matters Day was suspended, because we know people trek even from Congo and everywhere. But all other things are still open. The churches are open, the weddings will happen on Saturday. All you need to do is to social distance, sanitize, let people know.
Do you feel like you've communicated that effectively?
We are now trying to use the media time you've given us to communicate effectively. Effective communication will happen when people have heard and are complying. That's when you'll measure our impact of communication. At the moment, we're just starting.
And lastly, I saw the Canadian visas being suspended. Those who are supposed to travel to Canada
to watch football.
Yes, to watch the World Cup. Uganda has suffered.
It's painful.
When do you think we'll get out of this?
As long as I can keep one Ugandan alive, I don't care what else I have missed. I have contributed. There are certain things we'll need to put comfort away. There are certain things we are going to lose in the short term. We shall recoup the money. When we had COVID lockdowns, many people lost money and lives. When we stayed alive, we are able to make the money. There's a local saying, "Zikolebwa mulamu." You can only make money when you are alive. So as long as we can keep alive and safe, we shall recoup. Maybe we shall work the other World Cup if we've missed this one, or if people have missed major conferences. What breaks my heart are the people who are supposed to go for medical treatment and they can't travel.
Right.
That's really painful. The people who are supposed to go and study, if they can't go, that is also a heartache. But I know, even in those countries, there are measures. They can take them and quarantine them in their country and then let them be. Because they have not experienced these outbreaks elsewhere, they cannot imagine that they are manageable.
Dr. Chawainz, it's been a pleasure having you on NBS Face Off, and thanks for making time.
Thank you. It's been nice having you.
That's all we had for you this Sunday. Till next weekend, good evening.
NBS. Always.
Your faith should never be out of reach. No power? Do not stress. Move to your smartphone and stay right in the moment with AfroMobile. And for the Muslim community, every teaching you need is ready to listen to anytime, anywhere. Wherever you are, whatever the time, AfroMobile keeps you connected to your faith.
What makes us who we are is that we are freed. But when we are freed for service.
There's been dramatic events, controversies and party shifts as the 12th Parliament does form, but specifically on who should lead it as Speaker and Deputy Speaker. Amidst all this drama is a newly elected Member of Parliament for Masaka City, female representative, Honorable Justine Namere. She did show her early support for the former Speaker, Anita Among, and amidst all this drama, was arrested. She says that was not an arrest, it was an abduction, and later released. But what exactly went on, and how or what plans does she have for the people of Masaka City in the 12th Parliament? Honorable Namere, thank you very much.
Justine Nsubuga, you forgot the Nsubuga name.
Honorable Justine Namere Nsubuga. Thank you for speaking to us on NBS Face Off.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me, Canary.
You aggressively mobilized members of Parliament for support of Anita Among. What was your motivation?
No, everything I mobilize, I'm aggressive. Because that's who I am. I'm a mobilizer. Everything that I mobilize for, I am aggressive. That's exactly how I won the election under the NRM ticket in Masaka, which was for a bit of time now. A significant amount of time considered an opposition stronghold, significantly. But because everything I mobilize with all my heart. That's how I won the election in Masaka City. Whether I'm mobilizing for President Museveni, I go to the extremes. Whether I'm mobilizing for NRM councillors, for the very first time, Masaka City has the majority number of councillors as NRM. Out of 74, the majority are 46. I was the team leader in that mobilization. So that's how I am. When I mobilize for anything, I go all the way to really mobilize and advocate until we get the results. So something is, when we were, campaigning for not just Right Honorable Anita Among, but also Thomas Tayebwa, the Deputy Speaker, there were all these early backers even before me. But because I always stand out in my mobilization.
And in the standing out is what I want to question.
Exactly.
Was this your own thought that the party should shine in Masaka that has predominantly been dominated by opposition, or were you promised personal or political benefits?
No.
For her continued speakership?
I just believed the people of Masaka needed to work with the party in government. And my message was very clear when I was campaigning. I said it's very important. You cannot detach a city from a ruling government. You cannot completely close out a government in power if you want to develop as city dwellers of any city. So I told them, if there is some other government in power, go ahead and support it. But for as long as you know that it's the NRM government in power, we need it. It's just like a chapati maker and baking flour. You cannot say I'm a chapati maker, but I hate baking flour. So I told them. So because I come up and use all these slogans, even in my own campaigns, even in the president's campaigns, Mamito, Jajato, and what. So it was just, when that was done and that battle was gone, then there was the speakership race. And I found myself being some type of glue and magnet in the entire team that was campaigning for the speaker. Plus, among all the people that were campaigning, I probably had a bigger media presence. So when
it wasn't just the media presence, Honorable Namere.
Yes.
There are reports that you are dishing out money to members of Parliament. How
true
I wasn't. Are those reports?
I wasn't. I don't have to dish out money. If I can convince the opposition in Masaka to shift the president's support from 7,000 votes that he got in 2021 to 20,100 votes that he got in 2026, and to have an NRM member of Parliament for the first time, and to have a division mayor NRM member of Parliament for the first time, and to have majority councillors, I can as well convince another member of Parliament to say, this lady looks like she has something good going on. You need to vote for her. So then I don't need to use money to convince anybody.
How do you respond to claims that this support that you are rallying for Anita Among, those early backing, was financially motivated?
It wasn't financially motivated. Okay, of course, those are claims from Kabanda. I've worked with Kabanda before. Not even worked with him, but I've been in the same, system of youth politics while he was there. So I know that he can go to the extremes of, making any allegation.
Okay, so for you, this was pure principle.
It was pure principle.
The genuine support for Anita Among.
It was genuine support. And the president is aware that I am a very referential person. I asked him in March.
Why didn't you wait for the party position?
No, I asked him casually. I asked him as a party member, not as president, as a party chairman and member. And I said, we have our sitting speakers, the deputy and the head, interested in coming back. But we also have the Honorable Namuganza, who's, a personal friend of mine. And we also have Honorable Mao, who is not hostile towards us. I mean, I've hosted Mao in Masaka even before he became a Minister of Justice. He came to help me mobilize the DP block of that site. And, a lot of votes came from them, for me and for the president. So I casually asked. And, well, I wouldn't say he said no or yes, but he said, well, there's a policy. And some of the SEC members, majority, seem to be backing it, that let's go with the policy.
That's what I'm saying, that you did not wait for a resolution from SEC.
Mm-hmm.
You picked your candidate and mobilized for her early enough. That's what I'm saying. It could be more than just principle. There could be factors behind this support.
Come on. Let me ask you something. I just need you to be honest with me. When people are contesting for all sorts of positions, right from SEC to Speaker, even Speaker Kadaga, Speaker Honorable Jacob Olanya, Right Honorable, may his soul rest in peace, people campaign. This is an institution. People campaign. Even before people are vetted, people campaign. And besides, the recommendation came out. We saw a document that came out. Actually, for me, I started to talk about her and to campaign for her after that recommendation. You didn't see the SEC recommendation. You posted about it. You posted about it, Canary, on your accounts. What were you posting?
That decision was supposed to go to the NRM Parliamentary Caucus, where you do sit now and, given a final decision. You did not wait for that.
Why didn't they wait for the caucus to release the decision? After all, the decision was supposed to go to the caucus. So why didn't the decision wait up to the caucus? So look, what
I'm saying is that the resolution was not final.
I'm not an MP in isolation. I'm an MP with honorable colleagues. And I'm a first-time member of parliament who came to parliament and there was a debate going on. And I couldn't say, there was a debate going on of who will be the next speaker. There is this one, and everybody was campaigning for whoever they wanted to campaign for. Even the candidates were campaigning. Not just Speaker Anita Among, everybody was campaigning. Mao was campaigning. If DP, first of all, by SEC recommending those two candidates, Right Honorable Anita and Right Honorable Taebwa, by SEC recommending them, it was signaling us that these are the candidates for NRM. So if DP could come out and say we are supporting the NRM candidate and so many other parties, what about us, the NRM members?
For everything that has happened in this last couple of days, tomorrow we'll be electing the speaker. Anita Among is out of the race, like she did post on her socials, if we were to go by those words. What has these last couple of days taught you as a new member of parliament?
No, for me, look, how I live life is my matrix is honesty. Honesty. As long as I know that I'm being honest, it doesn't matter. Some things could happen and, oh, yes, there are job hazards, or, we have a few criminal elements, or we have a few saboteurs in the party that could plot anything for Namere. It's okay. Those are job hazards. There are saboteurs in media, there are saboteurs in business, there are saboteurs everywhere. So for me, what the last few days have taught me is exactly what life has taught me over time. It's not any different. It's just as long as you're being honest, you're safe. No matter what happens to you, the truth fears nothing.
Were you being honest by supporting a candidate whose name is tainted?
How was her name tainted? How was her name tainted? I thought her name was tainted and then she was vetted for number 3 in the NRM. Just when we thought her name was tainted, because there's all these things that have been going around, the NRM leadership vetted her to contest with the Right Honorable Kadaga. And we went for the NEC, National Executive Conference of the NRM. And everybody said, let her go on and contest with the Right Honorable Kadaga. And guess what? She garnered over 10,000 votes in a college. And she went on to become the second national vice chairperson of the NRM, female. So, we are politicians. And all members of parliament are politicians. And all of us in our constituencies, whether you're active or reserved, whether you're quiet or loud or social or antisocial, there's been things said about us in our constituencies. Many of them untrue. So we treated the things that were being said about her as maybe some of those things that are said about somebody, and they're untrue.
Okay, let's take a break.
So in terms of one of the things that informed us that, oh, she could actually be innocent. Of course, the questions were there. I cannot say, honest as I am, I cannot say, oh, we never ever heard of anybody, picking on all sorts of things about the former Right Honorable Speaker. But then, the SEC vetted her.
Do you now still hold the same views?
The SEC vetted her, and she went on to become the second national vice chairperson of the NRM, of the party in government. Actually, for me, being the second national vice chairperson, that is even almost more serious than being the speaker.
Okay, let's take a break.
When we saw that, we thought, okay, maybe SEC has cleared her of whatever has happened.
Okay,
so while I'm seated in this chair answering these questions, I think SEC should be right next to me.
Let's take a break. When we return, we want to understand what exactly happened on the fateful day when you were arrested, or rather you choose to call it abduction.
I'm not going to answer that.
NBS Face Off takes a break. You're watching NBS Face Off. My guest tonight is the female representative of Masaka City, Honorable Justine Namere Nsubuga. Honorable, you had quite a dramatic night a couple of days ago. It involved guns and firing of shots.
After going around the entire Masaka City and celebrating with my Ivana Masaka.
What happened?
Well, is it something we have to discuss? I feel like I've discussed it everywhere.
You do not think that your supporters need this information?
All right, maybe my supporters look like they already have this information, but let's just say the supporters that are watching Face Off, nothing much really happened, apart from the fact that I saw a mismatch between my security and some soldiers that came around. And they claimed, at first they didn't really speak. They just came wielding guns and, being quite aggressive. And my security was, countered and said, what's going on here? In as much as you have guns and some of you are in uniform, UPDF uniform, you don't just pick up somebody. What's happening? She's been in Kampala. Because they asked them, where are you coming from? And they said they're coming from Kampala. And they said, but the MP has been in Kampala. She swore in today. Why didn't you summon her to wherever she needed to be summoned? So anyway, in the middle of the scuffle, my supporters, that because we were in a drive, and the drive has cars and people on foot and others on borders. So my supporters surrounded the vehicle and also my security, and they said, you can't take her, she's not going anywhere. First of all, they were claiming, their biggest claim, the supporters and the security, was we don't even trust those drones. We hear a lot of stories on those drones and when they pick up people and what happens. So, taking her anywhere. So of course, shots were fired from my side and their side. But later, when they realized there was more resistance from people that were surrounding my car, then they started to fight physically. Blows were being exchanged. One of the soldiers fell down with the gun. So when I realized that nobody was shooting on people, nobody was shooting humans, I realized, I think this group is probably a group attached to these halabalus that are going on of the speaker race. Probably one of those people that are not happy with my opinions is the one who has sent them. So I got out and asked, do you have a female officer on board? And yeah, they did have a female officer. And my security said, we are going. If the MP is going, we're going with her. So, of course, there was another scuffle where they were trying to stop my security from entering the drone, but then they fought, and I think one of them consulted, I don't know who they consulted on phone, and they said, no, it's okay, her security can come with her. So my security came in, sat with me and the female soldier, and we moved. But then somehow my people communicated to the president, and he sent someone he sent a group of people.
Who sent those soldiers?
To also save me. So while we reached Mpigi, they were also waylaid by another vehicle. The ones who waylaid us were also waylaid from Mpigi. And I'm laughing about it because I felt like it was such a petty fight. I felt like everything that happened was so petty. It was so uncalled for, you know. I mean, I'm a law-abiding citizen. You know, you can invite me anywhere. You can.
What was the reason for all this drama?
I didn't, the moment the other vehicle that waylaid us from PG and said, because they also asked them, where are you taking her? And they said, we are taking her home. And they said, you're taking her home where? And they said, to Ntinda. But I said, I don't live in Ntinda. So how can you say you're taking me home to Ntinda? Asking the ones that picked me up from Masaka. The new group that picked me up was asking the group that they phoned me with. And then one of the heads of the group that came for me from PG spoke to these ones, and I don't know what codes they exchanged, and there was still a bit of exchange of anger. The group that came for me was very angry at these people. Why are you doing this? Why are you embarrassing government? Why are you embarrassing the forces? That was not called for. Why did you go and shoot when this person is with her supporters? Those are NRM supporters. So anyway.
And in this whole drama, you found a moment to communicate to the president.
In which drama?
In all this drama that was happening right from when you were picked. You found a moment to communicate to the president amid shots being fired.
While we were still, yes, of course. When you're a leader, when you're in politics, you expect anything. You expect anything, especially with this. I don't know why tempers are rising over the speakership race. Anybody can be a good speaker of parliament. So, but because we have people that want to overemphasize their presence and their participation in these matters, that's how you end up having the army and these ones picking up this one. But after weighing the entire situation from where we started from and where the other group saved me from PG and took me home to Chigo, it was just misuse of, it was just using undue force. It was just it wasn't reasonable force. So I will leave it at that. But what I would say is, of course, I would thank the president for he came to my rescue. The president knows me as his fighter. He knows me as somebody who my intentions are always, first of all, open. Number two, honest.
Isn't it quite a privilege that a member of parliament can communicate to the president directly, a privilege that not many leaders, even on national level, have?
I don't know if it's a privilege or not. It depends on you communicate to him about what. Maybe I have been able to get that attention because all the issues that I bring to his attention are really about me. Actually, I think that's the first issue where I ever communicated to him. And even then, I left my phone, my second phone, with my husband who I told to communicate to him, because the people that were taking me, I didn't know them. Plus, all Ugandans, if Namere had been arrested by police, I'm not saying I'm above the law. I can be arrested like anybody else. A significant number of ministers have ever been arrested before, or even MPs. So I can be arrested like anybody else. But if you come with a drone, nobody is introducing themselves, you are beating up supporters, you are not clear where are we going, what have I done? Because under normal circumstances, the army is supposed to communicate to the armored brigade commander, or rather it's now a division, armored division commander in Kasijagirwa, that we are coming there for ABCD. Which commander can even tell me that present yourself here and here, these people need to go with you?
Okay.
So the fact that all that wasn't done, and then even how they came to get to my vehicle, it wasn't easy for them, because when people suspected that there were wrong elements, they tried to block them. So they went on knocking vehicles, knocking borders. You know, when you're in a thresh of, you're in a convoy. So they went on knocking people, knocking borders just to get to me, pushing people, shooting pavements, shooting in the air. So I wasn't very sure, where are these people taking me? Okay. Plus, I had seen...
Let's take a break, Honorable. When we return, where does Honorable Namere's loyalty lie? With the party or in Namere Nsubuga? Honorable, what should the people of Masaka City expect from you for the next 5 years, adding on to the kind of work you've been doing?
The people of Masaka should expect a more hands-on approach in terms of household incomes. In the last 5 years, when I was senior presidential advisor, I was more focused on issues that fundamentally blur the vision of government for the people of Masaka. For example, you cannot tell a person that government wants you to be rich. Government has brought parish model when somebody's taking their land. You cannot tell a landless person who has been chased away from the lake for illegal fishing, and then the rich people have been left chased away from the swamps, but then the rich people have been left in the swamps, chased away from the mining areas that we don't, but the rich people have been left there. You can't tell them that government is here in equally for you all. So first we fixed the unequal application of the law. We did our best to fix the land grabbing, fought with the clerks, the town clerks and the city clerks to make sure that trade orders are quite fair for the low-income earner, fought a bit of corruption, or we had a major issue of corruption in government programs, cutting across, whether it's parish model, whether it is vaccines in the hospital, whether it is public schools where people were charging as high as 150,000 school fees in a government school. So now that we have sorted most of those problems, in the 5 years, we're going to focus on incomes. We have a mismatch between opportunities and labor. We have too many unemployed people in Masaka. We have too many single mothers who don't know what to do, who don't know what next. So what I have come up with in the short term, of course, long term, I have bargained with the president, and he accepted to have most of the investors that have come to him. Most of them are going to be channeled to Masaka to start to have the industrial park function in Port, because we have the land. It's now even, some of it was, risking being grabbed. We have had grabbers that we have had to take to court and, push off the industrial park land because it was idle land anyway. So the president promised that we're going to have these factories turn into a reality in Masaka, but now that is long term. To build a factory is going to take you at least on the minimum 6 months or a year. But in the short term, we could have an approach of skilling of last consumer type of economy, where this parish or this division, Chimanya Kabonera, all the chalk that is used in the schools in Chimanya Kabonera is processed, because those are now small processed products. Those are products that can be processed in SMEs or even smaller mediums. So all the chalk that is to be used in Chimanya Kabonera can as well be processed by the single mothers there. All the foils or packs for medication for all the clinics and pharmacies and even the regional referral that is used in that division in Domukungwe Chimanya Kabonera can be processed by the youth or mothers there. However, when we're in Chankwanzi, I put up a negotiation for Masaka City particularly. Government declared in Chankwanzi, one of our resolutions is government is going to give out coffee seedlings throughout the entire country. Even the areas that are dry, government will buttress irrigation systems in those areas and they will be able to plant coffee. In order to back up the Africa coffee, it needs a lot of coffee. Its capacity is beyond what the country has right now. So government wants to beef up that capacity by having all districts grow coffee. So I put up a serious negotiation for government and I said, at least for half of the country, let us have all the seedlings done in Masaka City, which I'm following up with the Minister of Agriculture. He told me the President had bought in and we just need to get down on where will this be done. Of course, one of the reasons I gave them is in as much as we're an agricultural city, we literally don't have arable land anymore. The population density is through the roof. We have very little land that you would call meaningfully arable land, even for the 4-acre model. It's rare to find a family in Masaka City, not the district, not the local government, but the city. It's rare to find even a family that still has 4 acres lying comfortably for them. So I told them if we could shift to intensive farming, but also if we could get that leeway of having the seedlings for the entire country done, or at least for some of the major regions like Western region, Buganda region, Eastern region, done from Masaka City.
It could put money in the pockets of the people.
It could be a life changer and a game changer for that city. It will unlock a lot of potential. We shall have, because now we have a lot of influx. Many of the problems that are happening in Kampala, the people you're chasing away from here are coming to Masaka. The people being chased away from the lake in the rural district are coming to the city. The people being chased away from the forests in Rwengo, and everyone believes if I go to the city, I'll find a way.
Okay.
So they are all, coming to Masaka, and we need to find a quick solution.
You have caught the attention of many, but also there's now questions around your close relationship with the president. There's supposed to be, a petition, and that did not happen. I saw that they wanted to unseat you because of the vote recount that happened and how everything transpired in Masaka City on the D-Day the votes were counted. My question to you is, do you think this close relationship with you, with the president, or what I want to call privilege, could be abused later in the future?
If it was to be abused, it would be abused by now. I've been a senior presidential advisor since 2021. And most of the efforts that we have made in Masaka City with the other teams that I work with, like the office of the RCC and all that, most of the efforts, we have been assisted a lot by the president. The area where he deployed me had major issues like land grabbing, issues like illegal fishing, issues like grabbing of forests. These are not simple matters. These are matters that involve first-class mafias. So for us to really grab those problems by the horns, at some point we needed to hear from the president. And that's how I am able to get his attention, because he knows what I have been dealing with in Masaka are serious mafias. It's not any privilege of any sort. Even I would not want to deal with all those problems. I wouldn't want people to send me drones so that I start crying and looking for the president in the evening. No, even me, I wouldn't want it. But I am able to get his attention because there's a background of serious effort where I have been involved as a frontliner, seriously fighting with wrong elements, and especially syndicates that involve serious mafias. That cannot be abused. I have completed my 5 years of the office of Senior Presidential Advisor on Greater Masaka without any claim of involving myself in land grabbing or all those problems that I was fighting. Any claim of corruption, any claim of anything that is tainting. If I was to abuse that channel that I'm able to communicate to His Excellency, I would have done it then, because there was a lot of money in the vices that were fighting. It would have been the perfect chance to say, now that I communicate to the president, let me connive with ABCD, and people do it. People do it. They abuse the fact that they communicate to the president and do wrong stuff or engage in theft or connive with the same groups that they were originally fighting, and then, to their benefit.
So now that you're a member of parliament,
I can't.
Where does...
At no time am I ever going to abuse my communication with the president. And I've told you, by the way, I'm being very clear with you, Canary, and everybody watching. The reason he is even able to entertain that communication from me is because he knows 9 out of the 10 times I'm telling him issues to do with people, and I am telling him nothing but the truth.
Now that you're a member of parliament under the NRM ticket, where does your loyalty lie? With the president, with whom you communicate to directly, the party, or other individuals that you do work with?
The president is the chairman of the party. Every time, it's just that Ugandans forget easily, and sometimes some people don't listen enough. But every time the president is submitting about almost all issues, be it security, be it development, be it the youth, be it women, be it health, be it anything, be it physical policy, he's always very clear that this was the vision of the NRA, which turned into NRM. It's always the NRM is the baseline. The NRM is the baseline. So you cannot say you believe in the president and you respect him and you see so much good in him, but you're going to throw NRM under the bus. No. And that's how some of us have actually, been misunderstood by some people. Because for me, if a document comes from the NRM Central Executive Committee and it says, these are the candidates that we recommend. The word recommendation was there. You can flash the document on the screen. The word recommendation was there. My next role as an NRM mobilizer and an NRM MP is to support whoever has been handed to us. And I couldn't take it for granted that, you see, Right Honorable Anita is very strong, Right Honorable Tayebwa are very strong. You can be shocked. In one of the elections of Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Muhammad Nsereko almost defeated the Right Honorable late Jacob Olany. Yes. So, I felt like we needed to keep going and we needed to keep making a case for the candidates that the NRM Central Executive Committee has recommended.
What has changed since? What sort of guidance did the president give you after your arrest? Guidance on moving forward on the speakership race?
No, he didn't even give me guidance. It's me who sought it. It's me who asked him. I don't want you to categorize that. I don't want you to categorize that episode as an arrest. I believe it was an abduction because I didn't have any case. I'm not saying I want to have cases, but I'm saying how it all went down and the fact that I was rescued by another group of security. It means the first group that picked me had not done it right, or had not, probably the intentions were not very straight or legal. So I don't want to keep categorizing it as an arrest, because an arrest has a chronological order.
Honorable, give me that response after this. Yes, face off. My guest tonight is the female member of parliament for Masaka City, Honorable Justin Namere Nsubuga. Honorable, you still do not want to reveal to the public the guidance you got from the president?
I don't have any problem revealing to the public what I have spoken with the president, because like I told you, everything I say to the president, or every discussion I hold with the president, comes from a very honest place. So, of course, we discussed a number of things about the speakership race. I don't want to hold my discussion as the formal position of the president, because that was my discussion with him.
Did he ask you to drop your support for Anita?
However, I will just give you the conclusion that from that discussion, I noticed that Anita, Right Honorable Speaker Anita Among, had been told to step down after another caucus that wasn't the NRM caucus, after another engagement that involved her and a number of other leaders. And of course, that meant she's no longer in the race.
Many people in Masaka feel like you should focus on the real issues you've been focusing on as senior presidential advisor on Greater Masaka affairs, issues of infrastructure, issues of health. But what makes news is your fight, public wars with fellow members of parliament, like Kabanda,
who?
like Honorable Kabanda.
No, which other one?
Your responses to the CDF and many other things, should those public wars...
I didn't fight with the CDF.
Should those public wars with a fellow member of parliament...
The CDF. There's no difference between Kabanda and the CDF.
Should those public wars with your fellow member of parliament be making news about Justin Namere?
Fellow member of parliament, not fellow members of parliament. No, you cannot. Do
you have a personal score to settle with Honorable Kabanda?
Not really. I just know him, and who he is who he is. For me, all I did was to challenge him. I am an advocate against corruption, a very open one. And even in Chankwanzi, I was one of the most vocal voices against corruption. But I told him that if you're coming out to condemn the Right Honorable Annette Among about corruption, yet you have been the same person literally in her daily life. Every minute you're with her, every trip you're with her, every day you're with her. And you've been a beneficiary of some of the things they're accusing her about. Things like flaws in procedure, things like flaws in procurement, things like all these shortcomings and grave mistakes that she has done. You, Kabanda, have been one of the biggest beneficiaries. You're driving a vehicle that is meant for commissioners. You're not a commissioner.
You're saying that he's an accomplice?
Yes, you have a card of fuel of 25 million Uganda shillings per quarter, which is meant for commissioners. You're not a commissioner. Kabanda himself has been going for trips of benchmarking and all these things that they call them. He goes for a trip, spends 3 days, but he's given per diem of 2 weeks. So I said, while you are coming out to condemn the speaker, could you be very, very honest about the fact that you have been a beneficiary?
You have a direct line to the president. Why don't you tell him these things?
No, is the president Kabanda's father? I had to tell them to Kabanda because they are both Kabanda.
This is taxpayers' money. If we were to go by what you're saying, if it is true, this is taxpayers' money.
And the things I'm talking about happened in the 11th Parliament. I'm a member of the 12th Parliament. And that's why I was challenging Kabanda, that you as the member, as one of the members of the 11th Parliament, as you come out to show all this disgust towards the speaker, because besides the document of PLU or General MK that Kabanda claims for him, he's just a messenger that read a document. Besides the document, he followed this document with a barrage of tweets talking about the speaker, talking about how she has done this, how she has influenced judges. Even at this, even the speech I saw, actually I think on NBS, of the speech that he gave at the party of Honorable Oboth. I mean, he had all these. He was in full condemnation of everything to do with how the speaker managed Parliament. But then he was in full enjoyment of the benefits of how Parliament was being run. So I said, as we fight corruption, we're going to bring everybody to accountability, not selectively, which he took very personally and twisted it into a war. All he had to do was come back and challenge me. Plus, the speaker and her team were making very grave allegations that Kabanda and 2 other individuals from PLU were asking them for 3 billion each, which comes to 9 or round off to 10 billion, in order for them to save her, in order for them to get the endorsement that she needed from General MK. And I said, I told him these are serious allegations. But besides that recent allegation, you have been a clear beneficiary of this system that you call very, very flawed under the
Honorable Namere, the same can be said about you. The same can be said about you.
How?
You move around with presidential security. You are said to have influenced the decision of the chief magistrate when your votes were being recounted. The same influence he has is the same influence you do have.
No. The case is in court. The case is in court. Everybody who believes there was any influence from me or from my security, please present it before court. That is different from something that has that, because you see what you're saying, that there is room for challenge. But for him, this was documented. Money has already exchanged hands. Benefits have already been enjoyed.
You've been a leader, senior presidential advisor on Greater Masaka Affairs. Yes. You have a direct line to the president. Why don't you tell him these things? And yet you call yourself a frontline mobilizer.
Commander 001 NRM's talking.
Yes, and you said that you fight against corruption. You supported, a candidate, and publicly supported a candidate whose image was tainted on issues corruption.
The SEC recommended her. The SEC recommended her. We thought they had cleared her of that. For us, by the time you as SEC recommend candidates to us, we believe you have done your due diligence. By the time SEC recommends somebody to us, we believe you have done your due diligence. And a number of times, as open as I am, I would actually ask the Right Honorable Speaker and the Deputy, why are all these things being said about your Parliament? And they had the same answer, that if those things were true, SEC wouldn't have recommended us. So maybe some of these questions you should direct to SEC, that why did you recommend 2 candidates, forward them to members of Parliament or to the would-be electorate when there is a BCD going on?
Honorable Namere, it's been a pleasure having you here on NBS Face Off.
Just before I sign out, and also just before I sign out, when you say that if you believe someone is corrupt, why don't you tell the president? That's where we all go wrong. This fight is not about the president. This fight is not supposed to be a laden or a burden of the president. This fight is for everybody, me, you, and everybody else. So if I come out and I challenge you that, Canary, this is what's going on. You're saying this person is corrupt, but you are a first-class beneficiary. All you have to do is come out and show that, no, that allegation is false.
Okay,
just like you have asked me, and I have explained.
Thank you very much. Honorable Namere, it's been a pleasure having you on NBS Face Off, and thanks for making time.
You're welcome.
That's all we had for you this weekend on NBS Face Off. Till next Sunday, good evening. Lately, there's been a conversation on why some encroachers in wetlands have left to be residing or even constructing in these particular wetlands, while others have been evicted. Well, the authority, NEMA, has intensified crackdowns on wetland encroachment. But why now, and what explains that? My guest tonight on NBS Face Off is Dr. Barega Akankwasa, who is the Executive Director of NEMA. Good to have you on NBS Face Off.
Thank you very much, Canary. A very good evening to our listeners and viewers.
What is the precise legal grounding under the National Environmental Act of for the 2nd April 2026 eviction order? It was targeting illegal wetland encroachment and occupants, but which specific sections authorize the immediate removal of structures without even court proceedings?
Thank you, Canary. The National Constitution under Article 237 and Directive Principles of State Policy 28, Article 39 of the Constitution obligates the state to protect and conserve environment for the good of all citizens of Uganda. So it's a state obligation to protect the environment. Now, over time, people have, in breach of their own constitutional requirements, because under Article 17 of our Constitution, every citizen is required to create and preserve a healthy and clean environment. But over time, people in breach of their obligations have unlawfully encroached on sensitive ecosystems like wetlands, like forest reserves, river banks and lake shores. And so government, in fulfillment of its obligation, must remove the encroachment to protect the environment for the good of the people. So the legal grounding of removing encroachers from sensitive ecosystems is not only a constitutional requirement, but also is well enshrined under the provisions of National Environment Act, Cap 181, and several other laws. In fact, it's a criminal offense under the Cap 181, National Environment Act, for anybody to encroach on a wetland or to stay unlawfully or develop or even dump unapproved materials in a wetland. So we are just coming in to enforce the law, and this is not new, as you know. We've done this before. Last year, we did several operations across the country to liberate several wetlands that had been encroached on. And towards November, around November last year, people asked for time. People asked for time to be allowed to organize and voluntarily leave. You remember the people of Nabweru during the heated operations of last year, people organized on their own and some of them left. So when people asked for time, the government did allow time. That's why we scaled down on our operations to allow people time to live peacefully and voluntarily.
So now time is ripe, and that explains the intensified operations?
Absolutely.
Or is there any scientific data that is informing the crackdown today?
No, people asked for time to organize and leave. Time was given. In fact, a lot of time. So we believe that the time we've given is enough, and it's time to liberate the wetlands. And why must we liberate the wetlands? For example, you've been seeing the flooding of the city. You've seen how over 83 lives were lost in Nairobi to urban flooding. So we do not need to wait for people to first die or people to first lose property. We are being proactive to liberate the environment for the very good of the very people who are there.
The loss that the country has suffered, the loss of biodiversity, is it reversible?
Absolutely reversible. Absolutely
or
reversible.
To an extent why it's irreversible?
Absolutely reversible.
No matter how much action you do.
In fact, if you look at most of our species, if I start with wildlife species, By 1979, early 1980s, because of the political turmoil, almost all our species were becoming extinct. The gorillas, you know, we were left with the, less than 200 individuals of mountain gorillas. Elephants had gone as low as, you know, 1,900, 2,000 thereabout in 1980s. All these have been recovered. Elephants, we are talking about above 8,000 now. Mountain gorillas have gone up to 500. In fact, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature has down-classified the conservation threats of mountain gorillas from critical endangered to now only endangered. So the question is, it is possible. If I go to forests, for example, 2015, Uganda was left with about 90% of its land surface covered with forest cover, just 90%. Because of our efforts, because of citizen efforts and all stakeholders, NEMA, lead agencies, private sector, the forest cover is now at 13%. So the question, to answer your question, it is possible and it's already happening. We've reversed the forest cover. We've reversed the wetland cover also. Most of the wildlife species have all been recovered. We are now reintroducing rhinos. You must have seen rhinos are now being reintroduced in Ikidepo, Ajai. So there is nothing that is not possible, and it's already happening.
Some of these efforts I've seen have been quite harsh on the people. Where do you draw the line? Protecting the environment and making sure that the human rights of the people are also protected.
You can't go to heaven before you die. But of course, death is painful. Nobody wants to die. So to liberate the environment for the very good of the people may come with occasional pain. But nothing good comes without pain. They talk about labor. When women go to labor, they feel pain. Eventually, they get happiness. When you go to a theater to remove a very small thing from your body, you will feel pain, but eventually you will get happiness. So we may get occasional pain in as far as removing encroachment is concerned. But the bigger good outweighs the occasional pain that we may experience. But the occasional pain, we also try to minimize it. That's why people are given notices before. We do not remove anybody before they are informed, before they are given time. I've just shared with you that last year people asked for time, and we scaled down, you know. And that's part of the process to ensure that our operations are humane, they allow people less disruption, so that we do not disrupt livelihoods to the extent humanly possible.
Well, the livelihoods have already been disrupted, some of them. But what I want to understand behind this crackdown, is it environmental necessity or it's donor pressure?
We don't work on donor. How would donors pressure us? We do not receive instructions from donors. I just told you.
As NEMA, you might not, but government.
Even the government, absolutely not. This is a sovereign nation.
On environmental protection.
Absolutely not. This is a sovereign nation. In any case, if we look at performance of environment, Uganda ranks among the best. For example, in Africa, we are top in wetland conservation. Top. We are number 1. In the world, we are not more than number 6 in terms of wetland conservation. So we are not under pressure to please anybody, because environmentally, by comparative analysis, we are already doing well. And we run our race as a country. This is a sovereign state. And it has been very clear, like I said, right from 1995, when our seniors promulgated the Constitution, the country knew that we must protect the environment. Vision 2040 is very clear. Uganda must take a sustainable development path. And without environment, there is no way you can talk about a sustainable development path. So this is a struggle for survival, as the president always puts it. Protection of environment is a struggle for survival. You cannot have a human race minus environment.
Let's take a break. When we return, let's discuss why is it that some wetlands receive heavier enforcement than others. My guest tonight on NBS Face Off is Dr. Barega Akankwasa. He's the Executive Director of NEMA. Doctor, has NEMA mapped out the total acreage of illegal encroachment in these wetlands, and what percentage of that entire total has already been physically cleared as of today? And what is remaining?
So the total wetland cover for Uganda is now 13.9% of Uganda's total land surface, of which 9.3 is intact, 100% intact. And the intactness has been arrived at because of removing encroachment. We started with 8.9 intact wetland cover. We went to 9.3. So we've liberated close to 96,000 hectares of wetlands, and so we still have work to liberate about 4%, from 9.3 to 13.9, about 4% of Uganda's total land surface. So we know where all the wetlands are. They are all gazetted. We know which area is under degradation. We know which area is intact. So we know where to go.
The enforcement appears to be heavier in some places than it is in other places. There has been complaints, especially online, that in some circumstances where there is an investor, you leave them to go by what they are developing, and you go for the wananchi, you go for the local people who have done little development on the wetlands, and that harsh enforcement, your iron hand is seen by these wananchis.
Absolutely not. That's not true. You see, law enforcement is a process of looking out for somebody who has breached the law. It's that basic. So it doesn't matter whether you are an investor, whether you are a citizen, whether you are rich, whether you are poor, it does not matter. Law enforcement is looking out for somebody who has breached the law. You cannot arrest someone and take them to court when they have not breached the law. So they would defeat you in court. So there is nobody who can be touched when they have not broken the law. Now, the argument of NEMA is focusing on poor people is not true. It's not true. You've seen our recent operation in Ruera. Poor people cannot have snow trucks. Poor people cannot have factories. Poor people cannot have tax parks. We removed the tax park in Busega. We've put down various buildings in Rubiji, Munyonyo.
What guides these operations? Is it threat level? Because as enforcement really intensifies, for example, 17th of April 2026, NEMA conducted a major crackdown on sand mining operations. We saw structures being abolished and all that.
Yes.
But are enforcement operations rolled out simultaneously across all listed wetlands, or sometimes NEMA prioritizes?
They are targeted. These are targeted operations because we don't have capacity to have concurrent operations in every part of Uganda, because wetland encroachment is nationwide. The biggest encroachment is in eastern part of Uganda, followed by central. The list is western, according to our assessment. So we cannot have capability to be everywhere. So these are targeted operations. And the targeting is dependent on the level of threat. If the ecosystem is under the verge of collapse, we must give it first priority. For example, Rural ecosystem is first priority. Rubiji ecosystem is first priority. Nabisasiro wetland is first priority. So we look at the threat level, especially where there is maximum damage. Now, there are some areas, eastern Uganda, for example, quite a lot of degradation through agriculture. Through agriculture. You do not need to take a tractor to chase away, to remove people who have grown crops. You just need to give them notes and tell them harvest and don't come back. So the level of force we apply depends on expected level of threat, and the prioritization of where we operate is determined by the sensitivity of the ecosystem and the urgency to save it.
I've seen the Lubigi, Nambijirwa, do they pose uniquely higher flood or ecological threats than the rest of the country?
Absolutely. You see, most of the flooding actually takes place in urban areas. You will hardly hear flooding apart from rivers breaking their banks like Kasese, River Nyamwamba, which is occasional. But normal flooding of rainfall is more disruptive in urban areas, largely because the surface area covered by concrete is higher and the surface area covered by green is low, meaning there is high volumes of water from simple rains. There is higher speed of flow of water because of the paved surface, and so there is a higher risk in urban areas, and that's why wetlands in urban areas are very critical for two reasons. One, urban areas have higher levels of pollution. So the wetlands act as buffers to mitigate that pollution. And two, urban areas have a higher surface area of paved surface, meaning more water and therefore more flooding. So the wetlands will help to mitigate those floods, plus very many other important functions of wetlands: water purification, habitats for biodiversity, mitigation of air pollution. We have a lot of pollution from vehicular and industrial emissions. So the wetlands help us on that. So it is more important to have a forest, for example, a wetland in a town than having it in urban areas, because you need more ecological service in urban areas than in rural areas where it is fairly okay.
In the urban areas like Kampala,
Mbale, Jinja.
When you're enforcing and doing these operations with KCCA, which entity takes lead?
So NEMA is the overall principal agency for environment management in Uganda, but works through lead agencies. Each segment of environment has a lead agency. For example, wetlands, the lead agency is Wetland Management, Ministry of Water and Environment, and local governments. So when we are in Kampala, we are with the Ministry of Water and Environment, we are with KCA, we are with the police, we are with the army, but NEMA, being the overall supervisor, coordinates and commands the operation. But KCA has power to conduct its operation even without NEMA.
I thought it would
Ministry
be NEMA,
of Water has
be
power.
NEMA guiding before.
We do.
Since you do the assessment reports, I thought it would be NEMA guiding KCCA or the Ministry of Water and Environment.
That's what I just said, that for day-to-day management, KCCA and Ministry of Water and Environment are in charge of day-to-day management of wetlands in Kampala. Each district is in charge of day-to-day management of wetlands in its jurisdiction. NEMA's role is that of oversight, supervision, coordination, and monitoring. So when we have a joint operation, certainly we are always in command because we are the overall coordinator. However, the lead agencies have power to conduct their own operations without even NEMA. KCA can have an operation to remove people from wetlands in Kampala without NEMA or even without ministry.
Doesn't that conflict your own work as NEMA?
No. We are the principal agents. Principal agents, take a school. In a school, you will have a principal, a headmaster. But the teachers have different subjects. There will be a class teacher for each class. So the headmaster is to ensure that the class teacher is teaching and is teaching what he's supposed to teach. So ours is really oversight. We are the ombudsman of environment. We are not in charge of day-to-day management. Wildlife is managed by Uganda Wildlife Authority. Wetlands, I told you, managed by Wetland Management Department and local governments, including urban authorities. Water resources, they are managed by Directorate of Water Resources Management, Ministry of Water and Environment. Forestry, forests are managed by NFA. Until recently it's going back to Ministry of Water and Environment. So ours is regulatory oversight, monitoring, coordination, and supervision.
Okay.
But enforcement, we often take lead.
Let's take a break. When we return, we take a look at the fairness in eviction processes. NEMA has been conducting a nationwide eviction process on wetland encroachers or occupants. However, some factories, fuel stations remain intact in the neighboring residential and commercial buildings, some of them that were abolished. Why is this? Where is the fairness in this eviction process? My guest tonight on NBS Face Off is Dr. Kankwasa Barerega, who is the Executive Director of NEMA. Doctor, what is the exact timeline of the notices issued to wetland occupants? How many days notice do you give, for example, for the 2nd April 2026 eviction process?
The law requires us to issue 21 days notice. All restoration orders and stop notices, they offer 21 days notice. Now, within 21 days, the person who has received the restoration order must do the following. One, should remove the encroachment or remove himself or herself and his encroachment voluntarily without any use of force. Two, can seek for more time from the authority to arrange and live peacefully. Three, can appeal the restoration order to NEMA first, because that's what the law requires, or to court, because courts have unlimited jurisdiction, especially the High Court has unlimited jurisdiction. If you don't do any of those and the 21 days lapse, you've committed a further offense of failure to comply with the restoration order. And we have power to come and help you, to remove you
by demolishing
at your cost.
By demolishing the structure.
For us, we call it removing encroachment.
I don't know whether that's the environmental language that you're using, but you're demolishing the structure.
Well, it may not be a structure. It may be soil, for example, which has been dumped in a wetland. It may be. So for us, we don't look at it as eviction or demolition. We are just removing the degradation from the wetland so that the wetland can recover, regenerate, and perform its rightful ecological functions.
Let's just imagine that the affected parties, maybe 1,000. Do you serve them individually or you do a public gazette notice?
No, we do. For restoration orders, the law requires us to serve each individual. Before we conduct the operation, we first do sensitization and awareness. We engage the local council leaders. We do community meetings to sensitize the people and also profiling them to identify who is where, so that we address each restoration order to a specific person and with a specific map of where you are located in reference to the gazetted boundaries of the wetland. It is that meticulous.
Why then are certain structures left intact? Factories, fuel stations that are mushrooming everywhere, they are left intact and yet the neighboring structures are abolished.
When you say they are mushrooming everywhere, where? Because that's an exaggeration in my view.
It's not an exaggeration.
Where are they?
It's not an exaggeration.
I know there are some factories, particularly in industrial parks, which were established in areas that were partly wetland, partly dry, like Namave. It had partly wetland, partly dry. So these were sanctioned and went through the due process of government approval. So we cannot declare them as unlawful developments. When we are enforcing against breach of law.
Have you not seen the petrol stations that were erected in Gaba or Munyonyo?
Munyonyo? I am not aware of a petrol station in Munyonyo that is in a wetland.
What about Gaba?
Even in Gaba, I'm not aware of a fuel station that is in a wetland. I'm not aware of it. If there is any, I would be happy to visit it. And if we do map and we confirm it's in a wetland, and we do confirm that it is there unlawfully, it's a very easy job, very simple job.
Walk us through the exact decision-making process that determines which structures are spared. Who makes a final call? Is it you? And what documentation must exist for a development to be classified as this is permitted, this one is illegal in a wetland?
The decision is already pre-made by law. The law already provides that you cannot establish a structure, for example, in a wetland unless you have permission. You can't establish a structure in a lake shore, 200 meters of a lake, 100 meters of a river bank, without approval. So the law determines who to remove, who to remain. So when we are looking for who has breached, we expect you to have an environment and social impact assessment certificate if you are in a wetland, a river bank, or a lake shore.
So for the case of the structure under the Ruparelia group, was that permitted? Does the group own
You mean Speak Resort?
Yes.
Absolutely. Speak Resort was duly approved long time before I even dreamt of coming to NEMA.
What about the new structure under still Ruparelia group?
Which new structure?
That has, I think must be in Entebbe, that has sparked controversy. You've seen the comments online.
I think the structure of Sudir they are talking about, are you talking about this place where Sese Gateway, the former Sese Gateway, I'm trying to get the name. I'm trying to get the name. The Sese Gateway is the only new structure of Sudir that I know, and it is even not there. It is just a fence that has come up. And you know we had the protracted run-ins. I think 2 years ago, we suspended works there for 6 months, as you know, because the lake, when the water levels increased, the lake ate most of the land which earlier belonged to Sese Gateway Beach. That's the land I think you are talking about, which Sudir about. It was a beach, Sese Gateway Beach, which he acquired, and he wants to put a resort there. So when he wanted to develop, he submitted plans which had the entire extent of the beach, Sese Gateway Beach, as it used to be. But almost 5 acres of it had been eaten by the increased water levels. And if you go to Chituburu, it's called Chituburu. If you go to Chituburu there, you will see even the structures of the former Sese Gateway Beach deep in water. So we had the protracted war of whether the lake land, which was on his title, can be developed or not. And our position was simple. Where the lake has taken the land, the lake has right of way, you cannot develop it. And he obliged, he had to change his plans and adjusted them to follow now the new boundaries, and part of the land was left in the lake. And even no development has taken place. It is still a site.
In circumstances of eviction, which you've said you help the encroacher.
At their cost, by the way.
At their cost.
Per the law.
So are you saying there's no relocation assistance? There's no compensation?
Absolutely
where
not.
There's no
Absolutely
voluntary
not.
compliance?
You know, this is a law enforcement exercise. We try as much as possible to be humane, to allow time.
If you are humane, then you'd be running a compensation fund.
No. That would be, who would vote the money? Because money in public financing is voted by Parliament. Parliament cannot vote money to thank people who are supposed to be taken to court for encroachment, because encroachment is a criminal offense under the law, punishable up to 12 years jail sentence, and a fine to government of about 600 million, maximum fine of about 600 million. So are you saying instead of government receiving fines from people who have committed offenses, you are saying government should instead thank them for committing offenses? That does not add up. If police arrests a criminal suspect, and the criminal suspect is taken to court and the court convicts them, for example, are you saying government should now thank that person for being a criminal? So encroachment is the same idea.
But
It's a criminal offense.
Yeah, but
to encroach.
before they encroach the land, where were you as NEMA? But let's pick it up from there after this short commercial break. This is NBS Face Off. NBS Face Off, and my guest tonight is Dr. Barega Kankwasa. He is the Executive Director of NEMA. Doctor, we see encroachment under the watchful eye of NEMA. What exactly is your scale in terms of operations? Where are you before the encroachment happens in the wetlands?
Yes, I want to answer that question of where was NEMA. You see, the law presumes that every citizen is a reasonable person who must observe the law. And that's why, you know, in criminal jurisprudence, even ignorance of the law, even those people who don't know the law, are still affected by law. Ignorance of the law is no offense. Now, how about people who even know the law? Because somebody backfeeding at night, in the wee hours of the night, means they already know it is criminal. That's why they do it in hiding. They don't do it during daytime. So the first question is, in criminal jurisprudence, we are not expected to police people not to commit crimes. No. People are expected to comply with the law by default. That's why criminal jurisprudence is always post-mortem. Courts cannot entertain a case in anticipation that, you see, we have brought this suspect before he commits the crime. So before you've committed the crime, we have no problem with you. When you commit a crime, that's when we have a problem with you. So when you say, where was NEMA? No. That's not the question for NEMA.
But
the question should be, where was the citizen who committed the crime? Because the citizen is expected to comply with the law.
That was an assumption that everyone understands the definition of a wetland.
Well, a wetland is a wetland. It has water. You can see it with your own eyes.
Well, today it has water. Next week it does not have water. It looks like pure land. And now it's even put up for sale.
Very rarely. If it is pure land, why would you bring soil to dump it there? Nobody should deceive you. And why do they do it at night? Why do you think trucks move at night? So it's not true that people don't know. People actually know. Wetlands have been gazetted. But God also already gazetted wetlands, because the wetland is defined as a place which is permanently or seasonally flooded with water. Unlike a forest which may not have trees, but it is gazetted, that may confuse you. A wetland is a natural gazettement in the first place before even the legal gazettement comes. So it cannot be true that people are doing it without
Are wetlands
knowing.
gazetted under the national laws? Because you talked about
both
13%.
by God and also by law. Because why am I saying both by God and by law? Physical eyes of a human being can actually tell that this is a wetland. They can tell whether there was a gazette in law or not. But we've added even the gazette in law. And we've taken even an extra mile of even putting pillars in some places. Like Rubiji, it has pillars. But people still go beyond the pillars deliberately. So it cannot be a question of where was NEMA. The ultimate stewards of environment protection is you and me. They are the citizens.
Who are the biggest culprits? Are they the so-called investors or the local people who are looking for land to occupy?
Both. If you look at most of the encroachments, it has both. Go to Coranolia, for example, in Mbarara. There is no foreign investor there. They are all locals. Shemawe, we've done operations. There are no foreign investors. Rubiji, you saw. The foreign investors they were there, but also the locals were there. So it is really both. The encroachment is done by both. For investors, majority of them in the past, especially for factories, they were given permission by government, especially for industrial parks like Namanve, Mbale Industrial Park. All these were in lowland, partly. So we can't blame the investors. government wanted to bring industries to produce jobs, to produce incomes and generate revenue for the country. So cost-benefit analysis, government took a decision.
During your crackdowns, are there humanitarian safeguards? What are these?
One, we issue notices. That's the first safeguard. Two, we do not break any structure when the people are inside. We do not. We do it in as humane as possible. We allow even more time. If somebody comes and commits in writing and says, I cannot remove this structure in 1 week or 2 days, we allow more time. That's why we suspended our operations in November last year to allow people to live peacefully. But people are very cunning. They will tell you, I'm leaving in 2 weeks. They will not leave.
Is there a way scientifically you can tell that your operations are yielding fruit?
Absolutely.
Apart from the fact that you know you've reclaimed a certain percentage of the total land in Uganda, you've reclaimed a certain percentage of the total wetland coverage in Uganda. Is there scientific data that shows you that your efforts are actually yielding any fruit?
We've done evaluation of where we've removed the people, and the wetlands have fully regenerated. You don't need to go very far. Just go to Munyonyo, just go to Rubiji. You don't need to go very far away up country. You will see how the wetlands have regenerated, how the birds have come back, and how green is thriving.
When I asked about where is NEMA when the occupants...
Where was NEMA, yes.
Yeah, where was NEMA when the wetlands were being encroached? Let's take an example of what happened in Munyonyo.
Yes.
The resort there that was built with cottages, that took a while. It was not built under just one night.
Which one is this?
There's a one that KCCA, I think about 1 or 2 years ago, just recently opened up the flow of water just in between the resort.
You mean Autospa?
Yes, Autospa.
Autospa. Yeah. Autospa.
It was not built overnight.
Yes.
It means that it was built. NEMA was seeing this and KCCA, but was reluctant to act.
I don't like discussing specific cases here, but Autospa is a specific case. I think it even got approval. That's why it is still there. It got approval in the past when they were rationalizing the boundaries of wetlands in Munyonyo in 2018, long time ago. So it is there with the sanctioning of government, Autospa.
It is there a sanctioning of government. How do you explain
it had the I think
existence of a place like that, Autospa, with a washing bay, accommodation, restaurant and bar in the middle of a wetland?
No, it's not in the middle of a wetland. In fact, it is next to a road. It is next to a road. But yes, you are right. In the past, it used to be a wetland. That area used to be a wetland. That's why I said during 2003, 2018, 2003 to 2018, when there was rationalization of boundaries, government took a decision that the area which had already been encroached beyond recovery should be permitted for development. What we normally call vanquishing, if you've heard about that term. It was a process which was scientific. The Policy Committee on Environment, chaired by the Prime Minister then in 2003, did a technical assessment, a cabinet discussed it, and
it was
they
beyond
agreed,
recovery.
And they agreed that the wetland which was beyond recovery, that stretch where the Autospa is, up to the stretch where I think the Wavamono people are, that place was declared vanquished, and they redrew a community boundary down where the people must not go beyond. So Autospa actually is at the edge of where that boundary starts from.
When you look at the plots along there, in that entire place that used to be a wetland, that you say now was considered no longer recoverable.
Yes.
All the owners of all those plots of land, these are big names. They're big business people. And you're saying that they hit a jackpot.
I'm not sure about
after government assessment. So this was government's mistake, or the officials knew what they were doing.
I'm not sure about big names. Just across, when you cross, there is a place called Katogo. It's a slum area. They are survivors. So they are just survivors. If you go to where Owino Market, it was Nachivubo wetland in the past. Where Nachivubo Blue School was a wetland in the past. All those areas were declared vanquished because you can't recover wetland there. Can you recover wetland now in Owino? In Nachivubo Stadium, can you bring back a wetland there? It's completely converted. The cost of bringing the wetland will far outweigh the benefit you are trying to recover. So it was the same case in Munyonyo, and not only in Munyonyo. The process was for entire Wachiso and Kampala. Even in Bugorobe area, there were areas that were vanquished. Nachivubo area, Ntinda, Minister's Village, there were also areas. So government did an assessment, a cost-benefit analysis, and the cost of recovering the wetland far outweighed the benefits to recover the wetland. And it was a decision taken in the interest of the people of Uganda.
Finally, 5 years from now, what verifiable or quantifiable target are you looking at as NEMA that you've set for the wetland coverage in Uganda? And how will you know that you've hit your target?
Our target is to recover all the wetlands under degradation. So we want to go from 9.3% of intact wetland to recover the entire 13.9% of Uganda's land surface. That's our target. And our operations are on, they have begun. Anybody who knows is in a wetland across the country, whether you've received a restoration order or not, you can take advantage before the operation reaches you, arrange and live peacefully to avoid the disruptions. Otherwise, the operations are on and they are going to cover the whole country. Don't be inconvenienced, be proactive, because if you fear to be inconvenienced by NEMA, nature can actually inconvenience you before even NEMA comes. But NEMA is also on the way, and we don't want to disrupt livelihoods. So we want people to take advantage and respect the requirement of the Constitution. Article 17 is clear. It's a duty of every citizen to protect the environment. It is a duty. It is a duty. So, and it is in the interest of the people. So the people must see that this is done in their very interest, to safeguard them, to safeguard the water they drink, to safeguard the air they breathe, to safeguard their lands that they grow food in, to safeguard the economy, to safeguard their health and well-being.
Dr. Kankwase, it's been a pleasure, and thank you for speaking to us on NBS Face Off.
Thank you very much, Canary. A very good evening to our viewers.
That's all we had for you this time round on NBS Face Off. Till next Sunday, good evening. AFCON is knocking on the door. It's almost here. But as per the February 2026 CAF report, it was a blunt verdict. None of Uganda's proposed venues for competition is ready. So what exactly is Uganda's plan? My guest tonight is the Chairperson, Communications and Promotions Committee of the AFCON Pamoja bid, Dr. Dennis Mujimba. Thank you for joining us on NBS Face Off.
Thank you, Canary. Good evening, and good evening to our viewers.
From February to date, when that report was released, where do we stand? Where are we, if you're to say on a scale of 1 to 100?
1 to 100, if I break it down to 1 to 10, I think we are at around 3 out of 10 in terms of the specific area of infrastructure. responding to the issues that CAF brought out in the inspection report of February 2026. That is the first inspection report. However, if you look at the grand scheme of things in terms of preparations, I'd put us at a 4 out of 10, which is around 40%, because CAF is not just looking at infrastructure. Last week, we had what CAF calls a kick-off meeting that was hosted here in Kampala, and they gave us feedback on how we performed with CHAN 2024 and the areas we need to pay attention to regarding AFCON 2027. So it is beyond infrastructure. There is sporting infrastructure, the facilities you've talked about. There is roads, there is security, there is ticketing, there is media, there is other areas. So when you look at everything where we are, given that we are 12 months away from kickoff date in June 2027, I'd give us a 3.54 out of 10 in terms of preparedness.
Which specific structural deficiencies at Nambole and operational designs or redesigns at Hoima City Stadium have been fixed since that inspection? So that looks like slow progress, 12 months to...
First of all, we had interaction with CAF, the technical persons who are responsible for infrastructure, sports infrastructure. Then they came around, they've actually been to the stadium and now showed us this is what you can do. For example, they raised the issue of access, that we need to separate access of the VIPs, media. They should not be using the same ends. So now that readjustment is very small. It can be done. The other one they raised was the issue of the press conference room, that it was small. Though we use the standard set by CAF in its 2022 sports infrastructure regulations, it sits 50 persons. Now, the room is between concrete. So they are not asking us to break the concrete pillars of the stadium. No, but we have a plan. And part of that plan is that when the tournament comes in July 27, we shall have an outdoor facility, an executive tent that shall accommodate about 150 to 200 journalists. Then we have a media center that will be hosted within the outdoor arena, indoor arena, which hosts about 2,000, 2,500 people. So that is an intervention that we have and already budgeted for. Then for the media tribune, they said we need to expand it to seat more people. Now, it was just a matter of changing the demarcation, saying these seats that for fans, we are now going to reserve these seats and add them onto the media tribune space.
Yeah, but how does change of seats or demarcation fix real concrete issues?
No, now that one doesn't change anything, because for the media tribune, it's within the stands. So we had demarcated using like what I call like perspex glass to say this space is for the media tribune. Now, if you want us to have space for 150 to 200 journalists, we simply extend that and encroach on the other seats. We are not removing the seats at all. It's just gazetting wider space for the media tribune. But for the press conference room, which CAF knows you cannot break down the concrete pillars, that one is what we are going to have an outdoor facility of a media tent.
You know, the question that lingers on everyone's mind is, how was this facility built without considering CAF standards?
Yes.
Was there no consideration? Was there no consultancy? How exactly did we get here?
I think that that is a legitimate question, and good enough the contractor we had on ground was a top-notch contractor who does things according to building regulations. So we followed the playbook of the CAF 2022 regulations. However, CAF came up when we were interacting with them following their report. They said that, true, the 2022 regulations belonged to us, but we revised those regulations. So I think they have a 2024 or 2025 set of regulations, which is not yet published, by the way. I think it's either internal or etc. So they told us of that. And remember, at the time we invited in, we got the contractor to start works. There was all this going on with other competitions of CAF for example, Chan, but we invited them over to come and inspect us. But unfortunately, because of their schedules, they were not able to set foot on ground. Whenever they would come, they would stop at Nambole, Chambogo, Kadiba on the Chan training facilities. But we're actually in touch with them. Good enough, everything that they raised, they said there is a way out of it. It's nothing that should cause us to panic.
Whose cost is it going to be? Who is going to foot the bill? Is it the contractor that you had put on ground who should have followed the CAF standards, the new ones, even though not yet published?
Okay.
Or it is going to be government?
By the contractor is using government money. So either way it is government. But the contractor has up to December to fix any liabilities. Now, anything that CAF says that you need to put in place that incurs a cost beyond what is within the liability space that we have with the contractor, we shall absorb it, but it's all manageable. For example, the things I was talking about regarding the, let's say the outdoor spaces, that is not the contractor. If you talk of the modifications on the seats, etc. So the contractor, good enough, we are going to see what CAF told him. They were there just 2, 3, 4 days ago with the contractor, with our team on ground, to see practically what is it that you can do to change. One of the issues they raised was the height of the front rows vis-a-vis the benches, saying that a certain number of spectators who are seated in the stands behind the benches will not be able to have a good view of the field of play. So CAF will advise us on what can we do. But one of the things, just be sure they are not going to ask us to adjust the height of the stands. No. So we want to see what is it that CAF is saying can be done given the circumstances. But it's not going to be an expensive venture.
As a ministry, looking at these repeated concerns, you come off shabby. That billions of shillings were spent in the completion of the stadium and renovations of Nambole, and you get to a point where we're counting 12 months to kick off, and they're saying that none of the stadiums meet the AFCON standards.
I think we need to have the context of Nambole. As the president, His Excellency, the President of Uganda has consistently said, we got into Chan AFCON midstream when so much was already going on. For example, by the time we won the Pamoja bid together with Kenya and Tanzania, the renovation, improvement of Nambole was already ongoing at a estimated cost of 97 billion. Now, we could not change midstream to begin saying, let us now put a roof, change a facade, put a facade, etc. We decided that now let us phase it. We complete phase 1 of the 97 billion. Then after phase 1, we had another budget estimate of 248 billion to work on the other improvements, improving all these amenities that CAF came up with. Now, we completed the 97 billion first phase to comply with readiness to host Chan. But we all knew that once Chan is done, we shall be remodeling Nambole. And that is what we're embarking on. But had we known as a country, by the way, even if you check in Vision 2040, there was nothing like Uganda government anticipating to host a major sporting tournament of AFCON magnitude.
Why did you not wait until you are ready
because
as you prepare really to be ready?
Yes, because what happened is that some well-meaning Ugandans went and committed the government or the country, and by the time we realized we already committed, we did not participate in the negotiations as the Minister of Education and Sports.
Messed us up as a country, right? That's what you're saying.
They brought into us an opportunity that we could not throw away. It was not just FUFA alone, by the way. It's not FUFA that signed off the documents. The documents were signed off by higher political leaders, and we respected the commitment they had made.
All right, let's take a break. When we return, what exactly is the completion rate of Hoima Stadium? What about the renovations at Nambole? And what about Akibua that was not visited at all by CAF? We'll return with that. Approved 905 billion Ugandan shillings, and that's on top of the already committed funds to make sure that AFCON 2027 does happen here in Uganda as part of the co-hosting countries. But what is this money going to do? We have 17.7 billion for FUFA Kadiba Stadium upgrades, 12.55 billion for the cranes and massive road and hospital works. But yet, the question is, Parliament still questions why the value of money and accountability is still missing to date. It's time to perhaps interrogate the numbers. My guest tonight is the chairperson of the Communications and Promotions Committee of AFCON Pamoja Bid, Dr. Dennis Mujimba. You publicly stated that the Ministry of Finance will ring-fence these funds. Yes. But given Uganda's history of reallocation in big projects, we've been here before. Give us the exact mechanism or even legal instrument, even quarterly audited process that you're going to go through that guarantees that the 905 billion shillings, every shilling the stadiums require and the training facilities will not be diverted.
One is that leadership matters, because some of these mishaps happen when there is a lack of eyes on. You sometimes, as leaders, you can do hands off, but if you also do eyes off, lots of stuff happens. The First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, who is the chairperson of the local organizing committee, and is also heading the intersectoral arrangement for AFCON 2027 that brings together about 19 different ministries, departments, and agencies of government to prepare for AFCON 2027, is a very eyes-on person. She wants to be taken by her word. The different agencies have responsibilities, and those responsibilities are entrenched by law. For example, when it comes to allocation of funds and budgets, the Minister of Finance takes responsibility and takes lead. When Minister of Finance says we are ring fencing this money, 109 billion, for the local organizing committee as a subvention that is coming through the National Council of Sports, you cannot touch that money. Number two, if they say that 5.2 billion as part of the 17 billion apportioned for FUFA is for upgrading of FUFA Kadiba Stadium, you cannot change that and say part of this 5 billion I'm going to procure vehicles for the national team. You can't. And by the way, now on top of that, for example, FUFA Kadiba Stadium upgrade, though we have said 5.2 billion is for upgrading FUFA Kadiba, we have a presidential directive that upgrading of all the training facilities for AFCON 2027 is a work to be executed by the UPDF Engineering Brigade. So that money is not going into a FUFA account. It is earmarked for a FUFA activity, but not payable into a FUFA account. It is payable through the mechanism through which we transmit funds to the UPDF Engineering Brigade, and that is through the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. When you hear that 12 something billion,
12.5 billion for the cranes.
For the cranes, the 12.5 billion for the cranes.
It's not going directly into their pockets.
It is not going into the crane players' accounts. It is actually going to FUFA. Now, FUFA has an activity plan. It has a work plan on what that money is going to do. Part of it is going to go into the, naturalization of players, something like 1.5 billion. They say they want 1.7 billion for buying performance analysis equipment. Now that one goes back, but they have also to account which players, we shall ask them question, which players have you naturalized? What equipment have you bought? Now part of that 12 billion, there is also money to the Uganda Premier League, the 16 or 18 clubs that are anticipated to be in the Uganda Premier League in 26-27. Now that money, National Council of Sports is saying, though it is earmarked under the Federation of Uganda Football Association, it will be transmitted to the individual clubs. All that FUFA does is give us the names of these clubs and the account numbers, and that money is wired there. So when you ring fence and you follow through and you have very strict leadership, And I can tell you the First Lady is not playing games when she says she'll ask for accountability for these monies.
Well, if you have officials who can steal iron sheets, what about billions of shillings?
I can tell you, it's a different ball game.
Okay.
And also the accountability levels. The president said that the accounting officer for the AFCON 2027 resources is the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Education and Sports. So all these funds that are coming through the Ministry of Education and Sports, she has to keep an eye. She has to keep an eye on all this. Then we are also subject to audits. And you know that the Speaker of Parliament instituted an audit, a forensic audit on the CHAN 2024 resources. We are waiting for a report.
Okay, 213.76 billion earmarked for 47 kilometers of roads around Nambole and Hoima City Stadium.
Yes.
I'm glad I'm talking about a road that I've used just recently, the road to Hoima.
Yes.
I don't see that road being worked on and completed by January 2027.
The road from Nansana to Hoima City is not part of the 213 billion. That is, it's not even part of the 905 resource envelope for AFCON, because that project precedes AFCON. Okay? The 213 billion we've talked about is just for the 47 kilometers of roads that we clearly identified as in these are the access roads for serving Nambole and Hoima City Stadium. Now, those ones, good enough, Minister of Works is already on ground with the local authorities doing the preliminary assessments and completing the designs to have the contractor signed. And I think within the next 2 weeks, you should be hearing contractors announced for the different roads of those cities.
If these are feeder access roads, 213 billion earmarked for 47 kilometers, that's about 4.5 billion per kilometer for just a feeder road.
Yes,
that's over and above what is expected.
We are going to pave these roads. Other than I think there are about 2 roads, if I recall very well, around Hoima City Stadium, which we are not going to do the paving like you have for, let's say, Namgongo Road. But all the standards for these roads includes paving. But there is also lighting, street lighting, so to improve safety of our pedestrians. So it is not just paving. That is why the cost is a little high. But we're also told by Minister of Works, I think our unit rate per kilometer is quite high in this country. So that was also factored into.
Okay.
Yes.
The total spend for AFCON now, as we speak, we're talking about exceeding 1.3 trillion shillings.
Yes.
Are we biting more than we can chew?
The 1.3 trillion is already committed, and I think we started on that budget estimate with the CHAN. That included working on Hoima City Stadium, which was around $130 million. It includes Akibowa Stadium development. It's part of the 1.3 trillion. All the training facilities of AFCON are actually part of the 1.3 trillion. That is Lira and Gulu University's grounds, Peche Stadium, then Satito Wing in Hoima, Masindi Municipal Grounds, Hoima Boma Grounds, Chambogo, Makerere, all that. Kadiba, initially, Kadiba, the 5.2 billion you're hearing for Kadiba is not the first tranche. We had never given it resources before to prepare it for CHAN 2024. So we've already eaten up a lot of that money in implementing different activities that got us to this level of readiness. Now, the 905 billion is above and beyond the 1.3 trillion. That 1.3 trillion does not include money for developing major stadia like Akibowa. No. It includes some money, which is, I think, about 52 billion shillings or 58 billion shillings for phase 2 of Nambole Stadium. Because phase 2 of Nambole Stadium is going to cost 248 billion. Less of the 58 billion was already part of the 1.3 trillion. So all we need in the new financial year is the additional 58 billion to complete the funding package for Nambole, which is 248 billion.
We are firefighting as a country. We are firefighting, you know, what can be done, where can we throw the money, what is not yet done.
It is actually intentional. We are not firefighting. It is intentional.
If it's intentional, in fact, now that you give me new information that
yes.
the total spend exceeds 1.3 trillion.
Yes.
That's already a high commitment financially for a country like ours that is struggling to put basics on the table, social services.
The president, His Excellency, the president put it so well before cabinet when he was supporting or endorsing the request, the First Lady table of 905 billion intersectoral support for AFCON 2027. He said the return on investment is good for AFCON, this tournament. Number two, he said that these are assets that are going to be here and will be used for so many other purposes. You're not going to take away Hoima City Stadium. You'll not take away all these 8 training facilities. Remember, about 5 of them are in institutions of learning. You'll be using them for talent nurturing and development for a long time. So these assets are remaining. The money you're going to invest in Uganda Tourism Board to promote Destination Uganda, you are going to reap big on that. So it's not firefighting, it is intentional. There are lots of requirements we pulled off. The initial intersectoral envelope that was brought before the First Lady amounted to 1.5 trillion shillings.
Let's speak about the intersectoral spend or envelope of 1.5 trillion shillings. That includes the spend on hotels, hospitals, and other facilities. We'll return with that after. For AFCON to be hosted here in Uganda as a co-hosting country, there's an intersectoral envelope, and that includes, among others, hotels, hospitals, even the Kabalega Airport passenger terminal. Now, the question is, which of these projects are on schedule, behind schedule, and how many have signed completion certificates as of the end of April 2026? My guest tonight is the chairperson of the Communications and Promotions Committee of the AFCON Pamoja Bid 2027. Dr. Dennis Mujimba, where do we stand? We're talking about building hospitals or upgrading them and hotels. We're talking about the Kabalega Airport terminal. Where are we?
We are, let's start with the hospitals. We are going to upgrade Hoima Regional Referral Hospital, Masindi General Hospital, Buseruka Health Center 3, on the route from Kabalega International Airport to Hoima City. Now, good enough, the Minister of Health already had in place plans to upgrade those facilities, especially the Regional Referral Hospital and Masindi General Hospital. They even had designs. All they needed were the funding. Now, when AFCON came on board, all it did was give a push. It gave a push, and the contractor is already known for those 2 facilities, and works should be beginning as soon as possible once the administrative processes have been done with. So we are on good ground. What did CAF specifically require from those facilities? One of them is these facilities have to have intensive care unit capabilities. Number 2, they have to have accident and emergency capabilities. So it's not just an issue of putting up a new inpatient department or expanding the outpatient facilities. There is a new dimension that CAF has brought in. Now that is an opportunity that actually is coming to Uganda as a result of AFCON. I really do not think that Buseruka Health Center 4 would have had, Health Center 3 would have had accident and emergency capacity put in that space. But what is also going to happen, you're going also to have Kabalega International Airport get a health facility that will support that airport. You come to the issue of the international airport at Kabalega. That airport, remember, was designed mainly for cargo, oil and gas. It was not designed for a passenger service. Now, because of AFCON, when we put in the bid, we told CAF that if you give us Hoima City as a host area and we put up a stadium, that stadium will be serviced by Kabalega International Airport. It is a requirement by CAF that every main competition stadium has an international airport serving it. For Nambole, you have Entebbe International Airport. So for Hoima City Stadium, it will be Kabalega. Now that is why government committed 141 billion shillings to put up a passenger terminal at Kabalega International Airport. Now, already in the plans, Ministry of Works and UCAA, that is Uganda Civil Authority, Civil Aviation Authority, already had an extra, I think, 40 billion or 41 billion to do the normal operationalization of Kabalega International Airport. But when we brought in the dimension of a passenger terminal, that additional resource brought up the figure to 182 billion for Kabalega International Airport.
A passenger terminal that is going to remain redundant after AFCON.
No, it will not remain redundant. Remember, you create opportunities. You designed as cargo. Now, when people know that this is also an international airport with passenger capabilities, you're putting up hotels. Those hotels will be used by the oil and gas people. You'll also be having tourism in that area. So that distance, remember the distance of Kabalega International Airport, Hoima City, is literally the distance of Kampala and Entebbe Airport using the expressway. So you're not talking of big distances. There's lots of opportunities coming out of AFCON. The other great opportunity...
unlike the hospitals that will be used by the locals there, when you talk about the hotels, they're going to remain redundant because you want to upgrade to a level that fits the CAF standards. How many of the people there who will be staying there are able to pay the actual 4-star or 5-star rate every day to stay in that hotel?
Let me give you an example of what happened just last week when CAF was here for the kickoff meeting for AFCON 2027. We literally struggled to get a hotel with conference facilities to accommodate us. And we're just 150 people. Literally all the hotels were booked out in Kampala for just those 3 days. So remember, the facilities you're putting up for hotels, they are not just for accommodation, but it's also for MICE, meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions, etc. So those facilities will be there. If you can't come to Kampala, hotels will be there in the Hoima cluster, city cluster. Now, you'll also have tourism opportunities. Oil and gas is a huge industry that is going to be a blessing to this country. What will happen when you don't have those facilities put up? So it is beyond AFCON. So they are not just 5-star for our players, and CAF is not asking us to put up a Sheraton or a Marriott or Radisson Blue in Hoima. No, you can have a structure that is offering 5-star services. So this is a huge investment for us. Remember, you're also building future capacity for the country. For example, we are bidding as a country, and the National Council of Sports already submitted a bid for Uganda to host All Africa Games 2031. So when we come to 2031, if we succeed to host those games, and we say we choose Hoima City Stadium as one of the facilities to host, you'll not be tampering with hotel capacity. It will already be present. The same way CAF has said Kampala is fit for purpose and strength to host visitors for Nambole Stadium. So we are not touching anything within Kampala. So all this capacity we are putting up is not just redundancy. You should look post AFCON, but it is future capacity you also build.
Future capacity, for example, you're going to host maybe major tournaments, maybe every after 1 or 2 or 3 years. None of the local clubs here can afford to use Hoima Stadium as a playground because of the maintenance costs that come with it. It means that the Hoima City Stadium is going to be redundant until a major tournament happens. So what a multi-billion shillings facility,
under the
what is it doing, laying idle for all these years?
Under the National Council of Sports, that is responsible for developing and maintaining public infrastructure for sports, they already are coming up with a robust plan, a comprehensive strategy of ensuring that these stadia are profitable. For example, what I know for Hoima City Stadium, it is going to be the management is going to be outsourced to a company that will be responsible for attracting and marketing it for sports and other activities to generate revenue. So it will not be redundant for that long.
So you had no plan before you built it? The plan was first build, then we'll see what goes there after?
No. It was, you know, you're doing two things concurrently. You're developing, but you're also coming up with a strategy. So the strategy is already in place. They've already looked at several service providers that are going to be assigned. So you'll hear that now being announced very soon by the National Council of Sports on the person or agency that will be managing that.
Regardless, Dr. Mjimba, you're not
sir.
going to travel to Hoima City to attend a concert or a sports event.
Who says so? Didn't you see Chitara FC and this other club that had a whole sold-out stadium in Hoima City about a month ago?
How much of that revenue went to those clubs?
Now, the issue of collection of the revenue, the declaration is between the National Council of Sports and the Federation. So we shall know when those revenues are generated.
To get into the intersectoral spending,
Yes.
we're talking about none of these facilities have signed completion certificates as of April 2026.
Yes.
This month that has ended.
Yes.
We have 12 months to kick off.
They cannot sign completion certificates because some of the works have not yet been started. Contracts have not been awarded. Like I said...
So you're going to pull off some kind of magic?
It is actually not pulling off magic. It is burning the midnight candle. Why am I saying that? The engineering brigade of the UPDF has to ensure that all the 8 training facilities for Hoima City Stadium and Nambole Stadium are ready by December 2026. As we speak now, I think Honorable Peter Gwang, the Minister of State for Sports, must be on his way or already in Hoima to hand over Hoima Bomber Grounds to the UPDF Engineering Brigade. He's also going to hand over Masindi Municipal Grounds to the Engineering Brigade to commence works. The works at a training facility can be completed within a space of 4 to 6 months. So if they are handing over today, let's say beginning of May, we expect that by October, we should be seeing considerable progress.
What happens if, for example, Kadiba as
Yes.
a key training cluster is not modernized in time?
Now, we talked with the Federation of Uganda Football Association, and they gave us end of June to hand over the stadium to us for the engineering brigade to commence works. So we expect works at Fufa Kadiba to begin in July. CAF has clearly said what they are expecting us to have done by August when they come for the second inspection visit is not 100% completion, but demonstration of considerable progress towards completion. So the inspection visits up to December, they are not measuring us. So even in December, it is not saying, are you 100% set? It is being able to demonstrate that you're making progress. And by the time the stadia or these facilities are required to be handed over to CAF, you'll be done.
All right.
And by that handover, I think it's supposed to be at end of January 2027.
All right, let's take a break. When we return in our last segment, let's discuss the ongoing tensions between government and FUF. Tonight is Dr. Dennis Mujimba, who is the chairperson of the Communications and Promotions Committee of the AFCON Pamoja bid. And you have repeatedly called for a whole-of-country approach. And yet there are ongoing tensions between government and FUFA. And you have downplayed these tensions for a very long time. But to what extent? For example, you say we should not worry about potential disagreements between government and FUFA. When you requested for the handover of Kadiba training cluster, they said they can only hand over at the end of June. What is going on? FUFA still controls the cranes and some training venues. If you're not fully aligned by now, government and FUFA, what is going to happen when the tournament begins?
I think what is happening between, or what happens between FUFA and the government side or the local organizing side, local organizing committee side, is really what happens in planning for a marriage and ensuring that the disagreements you have do not derail you from the mandate. All you want is the marriage. You may have your differences, but there are styles. For example, FUFA is coming from the private sector. Government is government, public sector. We have our way of doing things. And one of them is strict accountability. It does not mean that we are perfect, but we have to follow the process.
But you risk getting into a public spin.
No.
How do you ensure that the committee,
Yes.
LOC and also FUFA,
Yes,
pull off a seamless execution?
good enough we are working together. For example, my vice chairperson of the Communications and Promotion Subcommittee is a nominee from FUFA. The vice chairperson of the local organizing committee is Honorable Moses Magogo. It is, we sit together and make decisions jointly. Right now as we speak, Honorable Magogo is the one who is leading the path or the track of readiness of hotels. He was assigned that responsibility by the LOC, and recently saw him in Hoima and Masindi inspecting the proposed hotels for upgrade. So I think sometimes the public or the media may be blowing out of proportion the diversities of opinion between these two entities, government and FUFA, but it is all manageable and it is all contained.
Who is going to take
The
responsibility?
good thing-
Who is going to take responsibility
Yes.
if deadlines slip?
It is the local organizing committee, not FUFA, not government alone. It is the local organizing committee that has the two merged in them. Now, the issue of handing over the stadium, we understood. FUFA says we still have league matches we are playing. So we understood and said, yes, go ahead, complete your schedule, and then hand over. Good enough, they are still within the time period of completion of the training facilities, which is by December 2026. And we are very confident that the UPDF Engineering Brigade will be able to complete FUFA Kadiba Stadium upgrade within the time required, because they have the capacity and the capability.
Well, I understand that at the beginning of all this, it was FUFA pushing for the bid,
yes,
as its initiative, and yet government took over or drives now the bulk of funding and infrastructure. So who exactly is in charge on the ground? Who has eyes on the ground?
We have, let me say, there is a tripartite arrangement where there is CAF as the rights holder for AFCON. You also have the Football Federation, which they call the member association in the CAF language, on ground. So the rights, usually the hosting of these tournaments, it is between CAF and the member association, this case FUFA. But in the arrangements, because of the complexities involving pulling off such a massive event, the rights are transferred from the member association to a local organizing committee, whose membership is consisting of representation from the federation and the government. Now, who is on ground, eyes on ground? The responsibility for ensuring that there is a smooth implementation from execution, implementation, and monitoring of all the activities, it's the local organizing committee. Okay? Now, the expertise in the standards of CAF, the ways of football, it is the federation. Government is not claiming expertise in that. But because we are literally, it is 100% funded by the government, we have a strong say on how things should be implemented.
No, you don't.
We do.
You've let, for example,
Yes.
FUFA control the national team.
Yeah.
While teams come here, for example, in Chan, sleep at Sheraton and at Serena, you let the national team sleep in Chassis,
Okay.
with whose road infrastructure cannot even allow a bus to pass.
Now, I'm glad you've raised that. That very question was brought up to the attention of CAF. CAF was told last week that, look, it is not acceptable for you to bring to us 4 teams which we are hosting. I'm talking about Chan 2024. 3 of the teams are hosted in 4 5-star hotels, and our own home team is hosted in a facility that is not even starred.
So precisely that's what I'm saying,
So
that you do not have a
CAF
say
put it very clear.
in some of the things that
They
FIFA
said
does.
that in their methods of work, that whenever they go to a country, they let the host nation decide where their national team should stay. Now, that decision of where the Uganda Cranes were going to reside was never made by the local organizing committee. Though we participated as a local organizing committee in choosing the hotels where the other teams were going to stay.
And ignored your own.
FUFA did not involve the local organizing committee in deciding.
That's what I'm saying.
The Uganda
under your
will
watchful
stay.
eye, you have let FUFA control the national team.
No, because CAF let them retain that decision of the member association choosing. But we are going to have conversations with FUFA and tell them that, look.
You haven't yet.
No, we are.
I thought there was a lesson learned from the last tournament.
Part of the lessons we learned from Chan were shared with us by CAF last week. The good things that need to be maintained and areas of improvement. And part of the areas of improvement is we have to have regular interactions, we have to have difficult conversations, and be quick in making decisions. Once we have decided on which hotels are going to host the teams we shall have in Uganda, because we expect to have two groups. One group will be in Hoima, another group in Mandela National Stadium. So once that decision is made and we know which teams are coming, then a conversation on the hotels will begin with CAF. These hotels will not be chosen with just CAF alone or LOC alone. We shall work with CAF, assess which hotels are available, and then that is when a decision shall be taken on which team will stay where.
For matters of transparency and accountability, taking or putting aside the fact that the national team was staying at a substandard hotel, I don't think even that meets CAF standards. But putting that aside, there was a possible conflict of interest. There's a possibility that this hotel was owned by one of the leaders in FUFA. And that you let FUFA decide where the national team was going to reside.
We are not, there's a lot that happened, and one of the lessons that actually CAF brought to our attention last week, we can talk about this a lot later on down the line, was that the issue of procurements regarding AFCON has to be more systematic and more transparent. And one of the things that we clearly put up to CAF was that we as a local organizing committee, we want to know clearly how are the decisions of hotels made. So we are going to see a different path taken with AFCON 2027. Because if CAF is saying we need more transparency, we also need to know how is the decision taken on where the national team should reside. Because remember, these monies that you're going to pay for where the national team is residing, it is part of the contribution that government of Uganda made to CAF as part of the Pamoja bid. Remember, it is $90 million US. Uganda committed 30, Kenya 30, Tanzania 30. So it is as well that we have interest in how that money is spent. It is audited by CAF and audit reports are shared with the countries.
But also if you have a performance target for a national team,
yes,
it's important to know where they are staying, even what they're eating. They were in the trading center eating Rolexes.
Yes.
Not that it's a bad thing, but
the welfare of a team.
The welfare of a team, I think,
is so important.
Should come
it influences performance.
Yes.
So the discussion, what we are responsible for, and our mandate as a local organizing committee, is not preparation of the national team. That responsibility entirely rests with the federation or the member association, as CAF calls them. Not even government is responsible for the national team. But as a contribution, we are saying we have given you funds for the technical readiness of the team. The issue of accommodation is a conversation we are going to have with the Federation of Uganda Football Association, because it also has an image issue. It has an image issue, and these are the questions the First Lady asked. She asked who made the decision to put the cranes where they were residing. Okay? Now, initially, she was told it is CAF, but CAF came out clear and said that was not our decision. So now that we know who makes that decision, we are going to have a conversation with that entity and say, look, let us not repeat the mistakes of Chan.
Okay.
Yes.
You are also claiming that AFCON 2027 will deliver 1.8 trillion shillings in economic impact. Have you got an independent economic modeling, or it's just an assumption on the number of visitors that will be visiting?
It is based on the minimum, and by the way, that is just the minimum of 500,000 guests we are likely to get into the country as a result of hosting or co-hosting AFCON 2027. That is just Uganda alone. But the total we are looking at is at least about 1.8 million visitors. But remember, East Africa is a tourist attraction for nature tourism. So we are likely to see even that number go high to about 2 million tourists coming to Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. So the minimum of 500,000 is just those that will come to Uganda. And we hope that when Canary visits Uganda, you're going to spend at least $1,000. So the 500,000 is translating to about 500 million, which we are looking at as about 1.8 trillion shillings.
Right.
That is a minimum, but the return on investment is a lot more than that.
Finally, Dr. Mujimba, Mandela National Stadium, Nambole, has undergone multiple renovations. One, they're multiple. Two, they're extremely expensive over the years. With phase 2 now in the corner, and now costing about 56.2 billion shillings. What guarantee exists this time that this is not just a true legacy stadium, or we also risk recurring another white elephant?
When you look at the remodelings that are going to be done in Nambole Stadium, it is going to be quite a piece of sporting facility. We are improving on the VVIP facilities, media spaces, conference facilities within that, with the stadium. It's going to have a new look, a new appeal. Now, the strategy now lies with the National Council of Sports. You have to be able to creatively attract activities or events to participate, to be hosted in these facilities. So I think from a business standpoint, it is more attractive. The aesthetics will be very good to attract stakeholders who want to use it and give us revenue.
It's been a pleasure having you on NBS Face Off, and thanks for making time.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
And that's all we had for you this weekend. Till next Sunday, good evening. First tabled on the 15th of April by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Protection of National Sovereignty Bill 2026 has been widely rejected by many groups, including civil society, those that do work around governance and politics, religious leaders, among others. So what is government thinking about this bill? Should it pass as is, or should it be entirely rejected? My guest tonight on NBS Face Off is the Minister of State for ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Kabyanga Godfrey. Good to have you on the show, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Canary, and good afternoon, our viewers. I'm happy to be here.
Take us back about a couple of weeks ago when this bill was introduced in Cabinet. What was going on? How was it introduced? Because many think that this is a bill introduced by the President himself.
The bill was introduced by government, and every bill that is introduced has its own objectives. And it was introduced in good faith, and it was introduced to protect national interests and public interests. So you cannot say it is a bill that was introduced by the President. First of all, it's Ministry of Internal Affairs which is sponsoring the bill. Though all of us ministers work on behalf of the President, but you cannot entirely say the bill was introduced by the President. It is a government bill introduced by Ministry of Internal Affairs, and we take collective responsibility for that bill.
And we'll begin there in terms of taking collective responsibility. What were you thinking as government? What was the intention behind the introduction of such a bill?
As government, you had seen there was an emergence of a lot of foreign interference in so many aspects, and therefore we really wanted to safeguard the country from all those foreign interferences, and that's why we introduced that bill, and it's being processed.
Looking at the comments coming in from the different groups in the committees of Parliament, legal and parliamentary, plus the defense and internal affairs, looks like the bill is actually problematic. I don't know if you as government, you're listening.
A bill passes through so many processes. And that's why even when you take it to Parliament, even Parliament now, the bill is being processed. And it goes through so many stages. And that's why it goes through those stages. So right now, it is at level of Parliament, now parliamentary committee, and the committee has invited the public, stakeholders to make comments. And we are taking all those comments in good faith. That's good feedback.
Was it ever discussed in Cabinet?
Yeah. It was discussed. And Cabinet put in a lot of input. There were some amendments even at Cabinet level, and then proceeded to Parliament. And up to now, it's still being processed. Whatever is going on, all the comments which are emerging from the public, from stakeholders, are all very healthy. That's what a law should go through. And we are taking all of them, as government, we are taking all of them in good faith. And that's good feedback.
In Cabinet, I'm informed that most of you did not push back to deeply scrutinize the bill and its impact once it is passed in its current form and shape.
I don't know why people think in Cabinet people can't scrutinize a bill. Cabinet has also people who are educated, it has lawyers. We scrutinize a bill and we come to a common position.
If the common position is the current clauses, the way they appear in the draft of this bill, then clearly there was not enough pushback.
No, there was a lot of pushback, and we take responsibility of whatever clause is in that bill, collectively.
When you speak to ministers individually, they also, off the record, disagree with this bill. I wonder what really goes on in Cabinet that you cannot scrutinize the bill and let it get to the next stage of scrutiny without your actual input. Are you saying that ministers sometimes are unable to scrutinize the bill in front of the president?
No, we scrutinize, but it doesn't necessarily mean whatever you think is what should.
Importantly, you have about, $1 billion that come into the country from abroad, and these are Ugandans working abroad. Remittances, you can call them that.
Oh yes, and that's true. And we are not saying no money should come. We're saying money should come, but we should be able to put their measures to see how it has come, for what purpose, from who. And then, but money will continue coming as it is coming even right now. And the bill is not only about money. It's also about whatever information that might come in, whatever propaganda that might come in. There is a lot that foreigners want to influence here, including the way we live. So it's not only about money.
But particularly why Uganda? Why do you think foreigners are interested in influencing how we live and how politics is done here?
I think Uganda is one country which is, if you look at most of the world indices, Uganda is one of the fastest growing countries. Uganda is one of the peaceful countries. That's why you see so many refugees coming in. So there are so many friends that we have made out of our progress, but there are also many enemies that we have made out of that progress. Because us being in Somalia, fighting Al-Shabaab, it doesn't please some people. So all those are things we should really look at seriously. But I would like to assure Ugandans that this bill was brought in place for the good reasons, for good intentions.
Okay, let's take a break. When we return, if the bill is passed the way it is what is going to be its impact on ICT in the country?
And Blake, powered by Afromobile, Next Radio, NBS, Phenon, Vine Entertainment Group.
You're watching NBS Face Off. My guest tonight is the Minister of State for ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Godfrey Kabyanga. Honorable Minister, the ICT is at takeoff stage here in Uganda. There's a lot of progress that has been made as per what I see. But you have a lot of ICT equipment coming into the country. You have a lot of funding for startups coming into the country. But with this bill, it's going to be problematic. It means that you are fighting your own progress as a government.
I don't think so, because we are not saying funding shouldn't come in. We are saying funding should come in, but that funding should be for specific purpose, and the source should also be known. So funding for ICT comes from known sources and for specific activities. So I don't see how ICT will be affected. And one of the things you should know, our economy is private sector led, and most of the and ICT is one of the sectors which is really what can I say? It's being run by the private sector. So we don't see any problem in the ICT sector.
Well, yes. The bill grants the Minister of Internal Affairs sweeping powers to approve, suspend, revoke any license of any institution that does not go by what the bill is saying. Also puts a cap of declaration of money more than 400 million shillings coming into the country. It means that the funders of the institutions in ICT will step back, because why the scrutiny if the money is coming here for a good cause? For example, funding a startup that is trying to solve a solution using ICT.
First of all, most of the funders of startups here in Uganda are within Uganda. Companies within Uganda here. I don't see many foreign companies which are funding startups in this country, mainly when it comes to ICT. Most of the startups are funded by private companies and organizations within this country. So I don't even see how it will really affect. However, even at the moment, the minister has powers. It's only that we're strengthening his powers. But he has powers. The minister approves NGOs or any other organization that operates here. So we are just strengthening the minister's powers. And for the threshold, that can be negotiated. That can be negotiated. We are now processing the bill. If the threshold of 400 million is really on the lower side, it can be...
There was no prior authorization. Now you're putting that cap of now prior authorization.
To strengthen the minister's powers.
Why so? You already can be able to monitor as government money coming into the country.
This bill has looked at so many things. Has looked at what's happening globally, has looked at there's a lot of intelligence that was made here. And we think we should strengthen the minister's powers.
I know a number of institutions whose funders have already pulled out.
Yeah.
And that means that if that money that the funders have been providing to these institutions, been paying salaries, have been paying rent, and people are being employed. So when they pull out, it means that...
Why should they pull out if they know they are not doing anything bad? Why should they? They shouldn't pull out. If you know your business is straightforward, why should you pull out? Well, if it's an issue of the threshold, first of all, it hasn't even taken effect because this is a bill still being processed. And I've told you that if there is an issue of threshold, then we can raise the threshold. The bill is being processed. Let people come up with the...
But why the threshold? Why set such thresholds when legitimate businesses and NGOs routinely handle far larger legitimate sums, more than just that? What's the threshold for?
It must have been formed by research and intelligence. But what I'm telling you is that the threshold is not cast in stone. The threshold can be raised if it is the problem. But we must monitor where that money is coming from, what is coming to do. And as a country, that's the sovereignty we want.
Well, still talking about ICT, the bill also talks about the definition of acting in the interest of a foreigner, right? And there are different entrepreneurs in ICT that could be partnering with foreign investors. That means they are bound to fall out.
No, they will continue partnering. What are you partnering in? Are you partnering to overthrow government? You are partnering to...
Yes, except that the bill is not just limited to politics and governance.
Yes.
It is wide.
Yes.
It means that whether it's an NGO supporting human rights work here, or it's an entrepreneur in ICT partnering with a foreign funder, it means that the bill will still affect them. So
yes, I mean, if you are an organization and the humanitarian organization partnering with another organization here in the matters of human rights, it's okay. We are not saying you shouldn't come, but if you are pushing human rights issues, you should not also disturb other people's human rights. If you are partnering with an organization and you start sponsoring demonstrations every day, which will destroy property, you should know that the other people who are losing property also have their human rights.
Okay, so the intention of the bill here, from what I hear from you, is to regulate.
Yes.
And monitor. So then why is the bill imposing criminal penalties? They are criminal penalties, not civil ones. They are criminal.
Yeah, if you...
Look at the imprisonment, look at the long-term imprisonment terms, and for non-compliance, look at the fines up to 2 or 4 billion shillings. That's
if your
a little bit on the high.
If your activities lead you into a criminal offense, then why don't we criminalize it? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? If your activities are leading to criminal lead to criminal offenses, why don't we criminalize it?
Honourable Minister, for the first time, for the last 10 years I've been reporting in Parliament, it's the first time I've seen almost everyone who has been invited to give public opinion on a bill has rejected the bill. And so for the very first time.
And that is okay.
That's why I asked earlier, are you as government listening? Are you watching these things? Because then it should be a cue for you to say, look,
actually,
we need to step back.
You called me when I was watching. And we are taking that feedback. And we are taking it positively. So and there is a committee which is going to give a report.
So then what explains the rush in the reading and processing of this bill?
There is no rush. Because
there was a rush in the first
reading. But has it been passed?
It hasn't been passed, but there was a rush on the first reading of this bill.
But why should the bill stay in Parliament for years?
You know, in fact, if it wasn't for public outcry, the bill had been put on the running order to be read for the second time.
No. That's what you think. We're in Parliament. You know, Canary, now that's what you think. The bill was taken to Parliament and the Speaker sent it to the committees. And that's what it is. And the Speaker has not told the committees, now you stop listening to people, bring it. No, the committee is taking their time. The committee is taking their time They have invited so many people. It's good. You are watching, you are listening. We are also watching and listening. And we shall wait for the committee report. Then we take it.
Let's take a break. When we return, we're going to look at how the bill is most likely going to affect your work as a civil society group or as an entrepreneur.
Are you ready for Visit Uganda International Trade Show 2026, the biggest business and innovation experience of the year? From agro and poultry, agriculture, food processing, plastics and packaging, discover groundbreaking products, smart technologies, and unbeatable opportunities from exhibitors across 12 countries. This is the Visit Uganda International Trade Show 2026, happening on 8th to 10th May at Uma Showgrounds. Entry is absolutely free. Call us now on 0706 422 813 or 0784 990 333 for more information. Organized by MXM and supported by
You're watching NBS Face Off, and my guest tonight is the Minister of State, Honorable Godfrey Kabyanga, and we're discussing the Protection of National Sovereignty Bill 2026 that has been widely rejected. Human rights groups, local groups, including even the World Bank Group, warned the bill threatens speech, assembly, civil work. Let's examine whether those fears are justified. Honorable Minister, the bill criminalizes activities that promote foreign interests against Uganda. The opposition figures and diaspora groups have funded campaigns and advocacy before. You've seen institutions that are given money to go on and do civic education. Is the real target here political competition ahead of future elections, or government is getting jittery after spending 40 years in power and they want to tighten the grip?
At least you have mentioned it properly. It criminalizes foreign activities against Uganda, not against the opposition parties, against Uganda. And therefore, if you are any opposition party or any agent of any foreigner who is promoting activities against Uganda, your activities will be criminalized. Why should you promote any activity against Uganda if you're Ugandan? Why should a foreigner use you if you are really a true Ugandan? And we cannot tolerate that.
What promoting foreign interests against Uganda, except the definition will be determined by this law, but it will be up to government to say you are promoting foreign interests, sometimes even if you're not.
No. Now, on which opinion with the lawyers, they always give opinions. You have been to court, then every lawyer will give an opinion. So it depends on the judge to decide which opinion was right. The lawyer will say, in my opinion. So the law is about opinions. Someone can say this opinion, another on this, but the judge decides on which opinion was right. So all those legal minds are giving their opinion. The chair of the committee, mainly that one of legal and parliamentary affairs, is a lawyer. But he's working hand in hand with the chair of defense and internal affairs. They will come up with a position. And if the committee says, we have done a thorough scrutiny and these are the amendments we want, or the bill should be withdrawn, it will depend on what the report of the committee will be.
Looks like the presiding officer is ready to pass the bill as is.
No, the presiding officer doesn't even debate. The speaker doesn't debate. He guides the house. And therefore, don't think about the presiding officer. Should think about the MPs.
You know why I'm thinking about the presiding officer? Why I'm thinking about the presiding officer is sometimes when the question is put to the members of parliament for a vote. Sometimes it's a no, and then all of a sudden the ayes have it.
But
that is problematic.
But there is a provision. If you feel she has misjudged, you stand. You who think are not satisfied, you are supposed to stand. And there is a specific number. I think there are 90 MPs. If 90 MPs are up, they will go for a vote.
I've been seeing the recent parliamentary proceedings, especially around the passing of the budget. The bill might not even pass the test of quorum because the chairs in parliament were empty.
Yeah, but
is it coming at a wrong time? Would you say?
Like this bill, the quorum has to be there. Sometimes the presiding officer will tell you. I still remember one time I was saying, by the time we started debate, this was in a number. So determination of quorum is sometimes very, very tricky. However, when it comes to this particular bill, I think physically you have to count.
When a government has spent 40 years in power, sometimes it gets a little bit jittery on what people are saying and wants to tighten the grip on power. Would you say this bill is one of those tools?
How do you tighten grip? How do you tighten grip when you are even becoming more comfortable? When RM started, there was a lot of war. So many fighting groups. Now there is none. So why should you again start now tightening grip? NRM is now in a comfortable seat.
There are reasons.
We have just won elections 71%. So what else?
There are reasons to show that you're not comfortable.
Like?
You quickly amended the Political Party and Organizations Act to limit funding for political parties from abroad.
No, but
that is to say that we're literally going back to a one-movement system.
Why do you need the money from abroad to fund the political parties? So what is their interest? What will you pay them?
What is your problem as government if you let political parties source for funding from abroad? And the Ugandans who would like to participate in the political affairs
what are those interests? Let them come and participate. What are those interests? You are funding a political party here. What are your interests? What are your interests? If you want to participate in politics, come and campaign.
If you were indeed popular and won by 71%, you'd not be getting uncomfortable by Ugandans funding political parties from abroad.
What I'm telling you, we are very comfortable. Can't allow anybody to influence anything here from abroad. If you want to influence anything here, come here.
But these are Ugandans who hold Nigeria.
Yeah, let them come. Let them come and campaign. Why are they? Why are they making a lot of noise, saying the country is unsafe, and what? Let them come and campaign. Campaigns are free.
Whether they're living here or abroad, this is home. This is a place they still call home.
It's home, and who has told them not to come back?
Unless you're saying that they do not have to participate.
They have a right to participate.
Is that why people in power are unable to vote?
They have
You're afraid that they will influence
I think
affairs.
we are working on that, and to be done. They will soon start voting. I think we're still having a few issues here and there, but soon people abroad will start working. So but what we don't want is for you to be abroad and you start financing chaos here. That one is out completely.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know whether financing a political party is financing chaos. That's why I'm saying that you are not comfortable.
There are some people,
even when you claim to be
there are
popular
some people who finance chaos through in disguise of financing political parties.
Why don't you target those? Why do you target everyone wanting to participate in the political affairs here?
What we are targeting, all those are in that target. We shan't leave anyone out.
What if the people in the diaspora want to fund the NRM?
If they come in we are not saying people abroad shouldn't fund parties or whatever, but what are you funding? We are saying political parties should be able to account that we got this funding, it went into this, and that's all. If NRM gets fine, to account for what it got and which activities.
Honorable, you claim to be popular. You won by 71%
yes.
as the NRM, your candidate, Yoweri Museveni. Then it should not be making
And you were here announcing it.
Yes.
I was watching you.
Yes, I did. And you should not be really getting uncomfortable over a political party that did not even make it through 1% of the vote, that it is being funded by someone in the diaspora.
We are not uncomfortable with any political party.
By what is in Parliament today, amending a bill like the law, like the Political Party and Organizations Act, it means that it really bothers you.
But it also affects us. When we are amending that bill, it doesn't affect other opposition parties. It also affects the NRM. So we are in the same ecosystem. So why do you think we are targeting other parties? We are also we are also managed by the same act.
Sounds to me like political witch hunt.
No. There's no political witch hunt. Political witch hunt is just in your head. You think we are witch hunt now? Who are we witch hunting? We are amending the law, Political Parties and Organizations the Act. It also affects NRM because NRM also operates under the same law. So why do you call it political witch hunt?
I call it political witch hunt because that amendment last year did not even get this kind of attention that the sovereignty bill is getting. There were no consultations publicly. There were also no consultations in the committee to give public opinion that the political parties in the opposition were the target. So tell me how not political that is. How that is not political.
I really don't think, because the same amendment was sent to the committee. So why didn't people come to give their views? I think the all political parties were comfortable.
All right, let's take a break. When we return, the bankers, the traders, and investors are all concerned about this bill on protection of national sovereignty. But we'll discuss that after the break. Banks, traders, and investors have raised alarm about the damage to remittances, investment, but even business confidence if the Protection of National Sovereignty Bill 2026 is passed. Let's address the bread and butter effects. Honorable Minister, Uganda receives over $1 billion annually in remittances. But the bills, this particular bill, it restricts this kind of remittances, and it has sparked panic among the bankers and the traders. How are you as a government going to prevent this sharp drop in foreign currency inflow that ordinary businesses, families rely on?
I don't think the bill will affect. If the money was coming genuinely, labeled